I can hardly hear Romero's voice over the thundering beat of my own heart. My fingers grip the edge of the box for dear life as I stare down at the contents. Words refuse to come. My brain short-circuits. I can't comprehend what I'm seeing. Images come to me in flashes, one piece at a time. Green eyes that once flashed dangerously, that used to burn with contempt, now they see nothing, their vacant stare looking right into the deep confines of my soul. A bullet hole is directly between them. I force myself to look away from Amanda's face and down to the body in her arms. In her arms is my daughter, our daughter. Her head rests against her mother's bloody shoulder, appearing as if Amanda has rocked her to sleep. It's a grotesque parody of motherhood that only a truly sick, heartless cretin could put together. Amanda is seated with her back against the inside of the crate, with her head tilted backwards and her eyes staring lifelessly at the ceiling. A trickle of blood trails from the hole in her forehead and down her nose before drying there. I've seen many terrible things in my life, images that have haunted me for days after, robbing me of sleep. The result of violence brought on by greed, the aftermath of explosions, gun battles, death. But this is unfathomable. I can't accept it. Something inside me refuses to accept what I'm seeing as one precious second after another passes by. I can't move. I can't breathe. It's real, even if I don't want it to be. Amanda is dead. It's only when Romero jostles me and reaches into the crate that I snap back to reality. Every ounce of information comes rushing in, assaulting me from all sides. Tatum. They might have killed her too. Romero's choked cry rings in my ear. No! He reaches into the crate, taking Tatum's limp body into his arms. Her skin is pale, a drop of dry blood trails down her temple from a patch of blood-matted hair on the side of her head. The ugly bruises circling her arms portray someone bigger and stronger holding her tight. I have no doubt she would have fought. No, Tatum, wake up! Wake up! I manage to rouse myself in time to take her legs and lift them over the edge of the crate before Romero lowers her to the floor. I take a knee beside them and press an ear to her chest, listening for a heartbeat or any sign to let me know she is still alive. Everything moves in slow motion. Countless moments flash before my eyes, as fresh and clear as if it was only yesterday they took place. Her first steps, toddling across the floor with her chubby arms extended outward, reaching for me. She knew I would catch her and hold her when she fell. Her first dance recital, wearing a pair of angel wings with glitter in her hair, and the way she smiled at me that day was like I meant the world to her. There was glitter stuck to her skin for days afterwards. The one year for Halloween when she insisted on dressing as a pirate even though all the little girls her age wanted to be princesses. My daughter wanted me to black out her teeth and draw stubble on her cheeks, and I did it. I did it even though I had 100 other things to handle. I did it because even then, I was all she had, and because she captured my heart the second we locked eyes for the first time, and as her daddy, it was my job. I would have done anything for her. Her chest is barely moving, but I hear the soft intake of air in and out of her lungs. That's all I need to know to keep me motivated. She's breathing, I announce, and the touch of my fingers to the inside of her wrist reveals a shuddering pulse. All the air leaves my lungs, the pressure in my head making me lightheaded. Relief floods my veins. She has a pulse, but that doesn't mean anything. We need to get her to the hospital now. I couldn't keep her safe, could I? The one thing she needed most, it was beyond me. I let her down, failed her. What kind of father was I if I couldn't even protect my own daughter? Romero's gaze collides with mine, eyes wild, his features frantic. Placing his trembling hands on both sides of her face, he peers down at her. There isn't so much as a fluttering of her eyelids to show she feels his touch. My thoughts are everywhere, my mind an endless fishbowl. There's something missing, something that bangs like a gong, vibrating at the back of my skull. Bianca. Where's Bianca? I yell into the vast space. My head swings back and forth, my eyes searching in vain for her. The sick fucks who did this cleaned out the warehouse, taking everything besides the bloody crate and the bodies of a few of my men who are now being gathered together and dragged across the floor. What the fuck are you doing? I bellow, making them all stand at attention. Where's Bianca? Their expressions all mirror confusion. We did a perimeter check, sir. There's no one else here. At least that's alive. My heart sinks into my stomach. Lower and lower it falls until I swear it feels like it's going to jump out of my chest. Find her! Look again! I want you to search every inch of the property. I order, my voice frantic, my mind racing. Romero meets my gaze. She's not here. If she were, they would have told you by now. She has to be. Where else could she be? I can't breathe. I can barely speak. First Tatum, now Bianca. It's not possible. They didn't take her. Find her! I'm nearly shrieking, and I know, even in the haze of frenzied horror, that I'm closer to losing my grip than I ever have been. The room spins around me, and I try to breathe, but it doesn't feel like I'm getting any oxygen into my lungs. Where is she? Where did they take her? Boss, I know you're worried about Bianca, but we need to get Tatum to the hospital now. Someone hit her in the head. She could have swelling or something worse. I wheel around, prepared to tear his head off, only to find Romero gently gathering Tatum into his arms, cradling her the way she was cradled in her dead mother's arms. Amanda, she's dead. Still, the reminder doesn't allow me to feel anything. I'm numb, cold from the inside out. Think. There's a storm raging in my head that I need to calm. I can't afford to lose my grip on reality when my daughter needs me. They all need me. Rationally, I know he is right. Tatum might have sustained injuries that we cannot see. Get her in the car, I order Romero before shouting to the men. I want the entire area searched for any signs of Bianca before you dispose of the bodies. Save their phones? Romero calls out. Bring them to me at the hospital. In my heart, I know they won't find anything. There won't be a trace of my little bird. If this was about killing her, they would have left her here for me to find. It's what I would have done in their position, whoever they are. If I wanted to break a man down, if I wanted to strip him bare and hit him where it hurts, I'd have killed the only two things he loved more than his empire, money, or life. If this was about proving a point, they'd both be dead. This wasn't that. No. They took her somewhere else, somewhere hidden, and the mess they left here was a hint at what's to come if I don't play along with their game. I know the tactic, have even done it myself a time or two, but I'd never involved innocent lives. Stepping outside, finally free of the coppery stench of blood hanging heavily in the warehouse, I clear my head and steady my resolve. There is no time for breaking down, no time for blaming myself or asking what I could have done better. That can come later, once I have Bianca back, once I know Tatum is okay. First, I need to focus my attention on my daughter, who is now being loaded into the back seat of the car. I slide in on the other side, cradling her head in my lap while Romero jumps behind the wheel. Wake up, sweetheart, I murmur, stroking her cheek with a shaking hand. Come back to me, please. I can't lose you. I'll fucking kill them all, Romero grunts, cutting the wheel, tires squealing as we make a sharp right. The car nearly fishtails, but he manages to maintain control, weaving in and out of traffic once we hit the main road. Try not to kill us first, I bark over the blaring of horns, holding her firmly to keep her from sliding off the seat. He doesn't say a word, but he also doesn't slow down, either. Fuck around and find out. Those words are burned into my brain, taunting me. I know I said I'd try not to think about how this is my fault, but it's hard when you're holding your daughter's lifeless body in your arms, and you know she wouldn't be here in this situation if it wasn't for the man you are, for the dark and dangerous life you live. Somehow, I had overlooked the threat. I allowed her to go off alone? I never should have, no matter how much she ranted and raved about me being overprotective. Making up excuses in my mind, I thought I was doing the right thing, giving her space to breathe, to heal. Yes, look how she's healed. Unconscious and half dead, the blood from her hair and scalp stains my slacks. She came so close to her bright, brilliant light being snuffed out. Thinking about the future, I can't say she'll be the same. After everything she's been through and endured, how far can a rubber band stretch before it snaps? A different kind of fear grips me then. Physical wounds can heal, but emotional wounds. The brain can become your worst enemy if you allow it. I can't help but ask myself if she witnessed her mother dying. After everything, this might be the final nail in her coffin. The prospect of her never recovering makes me sick. Do you know anyone at the hospital? Can we call them to let them know we're coming? He lifts a hand, pointing. We're basically here. Now that he's said it, I notice the red and white emergency sign a few lights beyond where we have to stop for cross-traffic. He leans on the horn, but it's no use. He can't stop the cars moving in both directions in front of us. As soon as she's taken care of, we need to start making calls. We've lost precious minutes that could have taken Bianca further from me. Who would be dumb enough to do this? It doesn't matter who it is. All that matters is finding her and ensuring she's okay. If Amanda had her phone on her, one of our guys will grab it. Romero grunts in frustration before leaning over the wheel in his eagerness to move. It could also have the answers to our questions. Give me your phone. He has everyone's number programmed into his contacts, and once he hands me the device, I scroll through the list and stop at the first of the men we left at the warehouse. I press the call button for Bobby. I bark into the phone as soon as he answers. Amanda's cell. Have you found it? It wasn't in her purse, which they left under the body, he explains. It also wasn't inside, and it's not in her pockets. Her car. It has to be there. Search the vehicles, too. Get me an update as soon as possible. Of course, boss, he replies, and I end the call. Romero swings the car into the emergency room lot, pounding the horn with his palm as he races for the doors. By the time the car squeals to a stop, a pair of paramedics are jogging out of the ambulance bay. She needs to be seen immediately, I shout once they open the door closest to me. All we know is that she has a head wound. Let us take it from here. One of the men practically pries her body from my arms. I don't know if I'm going to live through the pain that's cutting into the muscles of my chest. It burns, the skin filleting back, leaving my still-beating heart vulnerable. I'm vaguely aware of Romero pulling away to park the car while I jog behind the paramedics rushing Tatum to an empty bay in the emergency room. A middle-aged nurse places herself between my daughter and me, pushing a laptop on a wheeled stand and blocking my path. I'm going to need her information to enter into the system, she informs me while a team of doctors assesses Tatum. Look, can't this wait? I need a name and a date of birth for her ID bracelet, along with insurance information and any known allergies. There's a crazed animal in me fighting to break loose and paint the tiled floor with blood. Think of Tatum. Tearing into this hospital won't get her help any faster. Jane Doe, I growl. She looks up from the screen, frowning. Excuse me? You heard correctly. Her name is Jane Doe. Straightening slowly, she murmurs. Sir? Do I need to call the authorities? I don't think so, and honestly, I would rather you didn't. You're telling me you don't know this girl's name. Exactly how did she come to be injured, or are you unaware of that as well? The snippety attitude she's giving me is the last thing I need, and it needs to end now. Listen to me very carefully. My voice drops to a whisper as I lean over the top of the computer screen until she has no choice but to lean back. I don't care what it takes for you to do it, but this girl's name will not be recorded. It could be dangerous for her if someone were to call and ask if she's been brought here. Not that I see that happening, but I can't afford to take any more chances. Suffice it to say, she is my daughter. I found her this way, and I don't care how many tests you need to run or what anybody around here requires in order to keep their mouths shut. Is that clear? How do I know you aren't bringing her here after losing your temper? If I was, do you think I'd come in with her and risk being blamed? Sir, you have no idea exactly how often that very thing happens. She glances over her shoulder to where Tatum is. I should be in there with her, damn it. I could have security escort you out and acquire her side of the story once she's conscious and doesn't have you standing over her. This isn't working. Would they really throw us out if I don't tell her? Can I risk it? The idea takes my voice down to a murderous hiss. Listen to me. The people who did this to her, they're dangerous and don't give a fuck about anyone else except themselves. There's no saying that they might not decide to show up here to finish the job. I will not risk leaving her vulnerable. Now stop questioning me and enter whatever the hell you need to in that computer, or I'll find someone you love, then make sure you had wished you stopped asking questions and done your goddamn job. Her lips draw into a thin line, but her skin grows pale, giving way to a slight trickle of fear. I've been threatened before, she whispers. Never by somebody so prepared to follow through. I make a point of checking out her name tag. Cecilia Miller. What a nice name. Nice wedding ring, too, I add with a glance at her left hand. Mr. Miller has good taste. Let me guess, 2.5 kids, a big house with a picket fence. It would be a real shame if something happened now, wouldn't it? Do your kids have any close family? Do you think they could live without their mother or father? Her chin quivers before she makes a strangled choking sound while questioning whether I mean what I'm saying. Whatever she sees on my face convinces her. She gives me a short nod before clearing her throat. Jane Doe it is, she whispers while a bead of sweat rolls down her temple. Romero finds me when I'm finished, barking orders into his phone before jamming his finger at the screen to end the call. We're gonna find them, he whispers, watching as Tatum is treated through an opening in the curtain. We're going to find them, and when we do, they're all fucking dead. Way ahead of you, I murmur, already imagining the pain I'll inflict. After we get Bianca back. It might be a good idea to call him. I know who him is, and it's the last thing I want to do. Fuck me. It's a good idea since I need as many people as possible to search for her. Charlie has years of experience tracking people, but he's her father. He's going to kill me, or worse, lose his mind. Bianca is all he has left, and if he thinks she might be dead, well, I can only imagine the fury that he'll unleash. There will be no stopping us, and the hell will rain down on these people if anything happens to her. I'll call Charlie, I tell Romero. I know you don't want to deal with him, but maybe he can help. I sigh. Yeah, maybe. Or he'll kill me. At this point, it doesn't matter. If anything happens to Bianca, I won't be able to forgive myself. Bianca's home number is already stored in my contacts. I never imagined her father being the person I'd be calling if I ever had to call that number. My hand trembles as I bring the cell to my ear after hitting the green call button. Hello? Charlie's deep voice fills my ear. Charlie. It's Callum. Closing my eyes, I whisper. I need you to meet me at the hospital. We have a problem.
Bianca. My body trembles. My teeth chatter together, the only sound filling the small space. Is this what shock feels like? I can barely think of anything except what happened. Is Tatum okay? What did they do to her? I couldn't see what happened, but I will never forget the weight of her limp body across my legs. It's where she fell after she slid down my body. And that terrible sound. The sound of bones crunching together, shattering into tiny pieces. The shivers worsen when I start to dive deeper into my thoughts. Focus. I can't continue to think like this. Not if I'm going to get through this. I'm still alive, and that means something. I have to do this. For the baby. If for nothing else, I have to survive for my baby's sake. And for my father, who's already lost enough. And Callum. Oh my God. Where is he? Does he know what happened? I'm sure by now he knows what's happened and that I'm missing. I'm not sure how much time has passed, but it's dark outside. The small window cut into the cinder block wall tells me that. Hours must have passed since they took us from the garage. Time doesn't matter. I know him. He'll come looking for me. A sharp pain radiates through my stomach, and I curl into a tighter ball on the cot somebody left me on when we arrived. It's filthy and smells like mildew, but it's the only piece of furniture in the small, dark room. Something is dripping somewhere. A leaky pipe, maybe, but I can't see it. The rhythmic plink, plink, plink is almost soothing. After a few deep breaths, I settle enough to focus on the pain. It's not cramping, thank God. I don't know much about pregnancy yet, but I doubt cramping would be a good sign. It's more like nausea. Not surprisingly, fear and dread will do that to you. My stomach is knotted, and I barely contain the scream of rage threatening to tear its way out of my throat when my thoughts drift back to Callum again. I can only imagine how frantic he is right now. The thoughts he's having. I have no idea what they did with Tatum. What if they killed her and left her body there for him to find? We only need this one. That was one of the last things Amanda ever said. My God, I'm reminded again that she's dead. Just like that. I would never have called her my favorite person. She went out of her way to drive a wedge between Callum and me by getting inside my head. She called me filthy, ugly names. She dragged out the divorce for ages, all so she could make Callum miserable. And she was a terrible mother. So much of Tatum's toughness is a defense mechanism. She built a wall around her that got thicker with every ignored call, every missed meetup, every skipped holiday. Regardless of those things, it doesn't mean I'm glad she's dead. No matter how many times I replay those ugly, terrifying moments, there's no convincing myself of any other outcome. She was a shadowy figure in front of me, then there was a gunshot, and her silhouette disappeared. I have no idea who shot her, or if she was working with someone. The voice that spoke wasn't familiar. The only thing I could tell was that it was a man whose name was never spoken. He shot somebody else after Amanda. I don't know who, but I heard something heavy hit the floor before somebody else picked me up and carried me out. The pillowcase stayed firmly in place until we reached this small, filthy room, and even then, I didn't get a good look at the man who carried me in. The room was too dark, and all I could do was try and protect myself for fear they'd kill me, too. I blink slowly and stare at the rust-stained metal door across from the cot. The very thin strip of empty space between the bottom of the door and the floor is enough to reveal light on the other side. There has to be somebody out there, right? Guarding me, at least. They wouldn't leave me alone if I'm supposedly valuable. My chest aches, my heart thundering loudly in my ears. They're going to use me to get to Callum. That much I can put together, even while lying here on the tail end of shock. The puzzle pieces fall into place. Whatever was supposed to happen, Tatum was never supposed to be involved. Did they bring her here, too? Maybe they figure they'll get more from him that way. I can only assume this has to do with money. Amanda probably found somebody desperate for cash and convinced them to go through with this. I already saw what she did to Lucas. There's nothing she isn't capable of. Was past tense. Oh, God. This has to be a nightmare. It can't be real. However, the stink of mildew is very real. The nausea twisting my stomach, the uncontrollable shivering. I couldn't have imagined the sound of something hitting Tatum's head. It was too sickening. Is she still alive? Did they kill her to send a message, the way they killed her mother? If she's dead, how am I supposed to live without her? What will I do without my best friend? Calm. All these what-if questions are twisting me up tighter and tighter. I force myself to take deep breaths, filling my lungs thoroughly. I can't let myself think that way. I need to get out of this, whatever it is, alive, so I can't give in to the panic. It might even be possible to do that until a shadow blocks out the light coming in under the door. Staring at that shadow, I press my back to the cold wall. No matter how hard I listen, I can't make out more than mumbling on the other side. Who is on the other side of that door? And what do they plan to do to me? My heart seizes at the click of the lock. Please don't let them hurt me or my baby. I sit up quickly, causing my head to swim. Ignoring the dizziness, I draw my knees to my chest and wrap my arms around them, trembling while I wait for the door to open. I wonder if they're drawing it out to scare me. If they are, it's working. The door creaks as it opens, and at first, the light streaming in from outside the room blinds me after spending so long in the dark. I have to squint and turn my face away while a man enters. Getting some rest? I'm sure you need it in your condition. I recognize the voice from earlier, but still don't know who it belongs to. The memory of what he's capable of, and how easy it was for him to do it, leaves me fighting against the need to run and scream. I have to be careful. Where is Tatum? I whisper, blinking hard as I turn my face toward him again. My vision starts to adjust, and now I can make out his dark hair with its touch of gray, as well as his angular face. How sweet, he murmurs. More concerned for your friend than you are for yourself. What a shame her mother wasn't more concerned for her. But then she was blinded by greed and hatred, sadly. His eyes. I remember those icy eyes staring at me from across a table, while his son reacted in horror thanks to the fork sticking out of the back of his hand. The venom and rage in those eyes. Jack Maroney. I growl his name. And now it all makes sense, at least partly. He and Callum weren't on good terms when that dinner ended. I haven't thought about him since then, really, thanks to all the shit that went down afterwards. Bianca Cole, I'm honored you remember me. How could I forget? When he snickers, I demand, Where is Tatum? Seriously, what did you do to her? Seriously? He looks over his shoulder to the thug standing behind him. There's a gun jutting out from the man's waistband. I'm not stupid. I know it's a silent threat. Well, Callum certainly hasn't taught you how to threaten people properly. What did you do to her? It takes everything to fight back the tears threatening to choke me. I will not let this man see me cry. He's nothing. A coward who can't fight a man face to face, so he has to kidnap a defenseless girl. He strokes his sharp jaw, lips pursed. You know, it all happened so fast. I can't quite remember. There's no way to keep my chin from quivering. You're a sick fucking bastard, I seethe. I've never been called that before. Again, He looks over his shoulder, this time sharing a snide laugh with one of his men. Tatum, this is my fault. If she hadn't been with me, she'd be fine right now. I wouldn't have to imagine her dead body lying beside Amanda's in some random building. If you killed her, I swear to God. Emotion chokes me before I can finish the thought. What would I do anyway? Kill him? Kick him in his shin? How could I possibly do any of those things with an armed man standing a short 5 feet behind him? You'll... What? He taunts. What would you do if I killed your little friend the way I killed her mother? What would I do? The answer is nothing. I can't do a single thing, and this asshole knows it. I grit my teeth and clench my fists, fighting back the anger. If he did kill her, at least Tatum heard in the end how Amanda didn't want her to be part of this. She must have heard the fear and anger in her mom's voice when she first discovered us. At least she has that little piece of knowledge, that her mom, even as selfish as she was, still tried her best to protect her in the end. There's still a chance she's alive, I remind myself. Jack hasn't confirmed he killed her, and I'll hold on to that until I know for sure. Nausea grips me hard enough to bring tears to my eyes. Somehow, I manage to blink them back. In fact, Jack's amused expression hardens. Your little friend ended up the way she did, thanks to that nasty mouth of hers. You might want to take a lesson from her and watch what you say, or you'll get the same treatment she did. A chill runs through me at the memory of that sound. Even the gunshot that killed Amanda doesn't make me shiver like that. Why are you doing this? I whisper. Is it because of what I did to your son? Come on. You're a smart girl. Do you truly think I'd go through all this trouble because you jabbed Dominic with a fork? His smirk sets my teeth on edge. Why then? I mimic his smirk, looking him up and down while I do. Let me guess. Amanda twisted you around her finger the way she twisted my ex-boyfriend? She must have offered you something great. She didn't twist shit, he snaps. It doesn't take much to shake him up. I make a mental note to remember that. I don't want to be the next person with a bullet in her head. No? Then tell me this wasn't her idea. She's one of few people who know I'm pregnant, and she told you. The two of you concocted this little kidnapping scheme together. She didn't concoct a thing, he informs me, in a deceptively smooth voice. If I didn't know better, I'd think he was a calm, rational man. I might even make the mistake of finding him charming. He is skilled at putting on an act, that's for sure. He folds his hands in front of himself, smiling faintly while standing over me. Poor Amanda was the typical greedy woman who thinks they're smarter than they are. She made the mistake of believing she was in the driver's seat, when all she did was give me the ammunition I was looking for. Fucking with the man's business wasn't enough to make him pay for insulting me. He needs real motivation to make things right. I can't believe I'm asking this question. What will it take to make things right? He lifts a shoulder encased in a dark suit. Nobody looking at him for the first time would have a clue as to what he's capable of. I'm not quite sure yet. Amanda wanted to dangle the baby over his head, to squeeze every cent she could out of him, but I'm not particularly interested in cash. When I raise my eyebrows, he chuckles. You've got me there. Money is good, but making a man regret his choices is much better. And I intend to make Callum regret insulting me to all of our business associates. How are you going to do that? He sighs as he tips his head side to side. You'll find out when the time comes. For now, you have nothing to worry about. Why is that? If he loves you as much as he supposedly does, he won't hesitate to give me what I want. I'm sure you'll be out of here in no time. He's loving this, savoring it like a fine wine, watching my every reaction and barely bothering to hide his glee. And I know that I said this didn't have to do with my son, but since you brought it up, maybe the next time you want to stab a man for brushing his hand over your leg, you'll think twice. Look at what your actions are set into motion. All of this because you couldn't control yourself. I know this is nothing but an intimidation tactic, and I'm feeding right into it by responding. Only I can't stop the words from coming out. Your son was groping me, and I told him to stop. So you say. My skin grows hot as blood rushes in my ears. I can't let him get to me. I can't make it that easy for him, but damn it, there's not much that gets under my skin easier than being deliberately misunderstood. I doubt he even misunderstands me. No, he knows what his son did. However, he doesn't care. It's all the same in the end. Now that you mention it, he lowers his arms to his sides, and from the corner of my eye, I notice his hands tightening into fists. I'll have to see to it that you regret your decision as well. You both have a habit of reacting without thought. This son of a bitch. How fragile must your ego be to make you do something like this? The bitter heat in my chest threatens to crawl up my throat and flow out of me like lava. Go fuck yourself, you piece of shit. I want to say it, snarl it, scream it. But this isn't only about me. I believe Callum loves me, no matter what Jack thinks. He's going to find a way to get us out of this, and the least I can do is stay alive until he does. I can't give this guy a reason to lose his temper. Anything more to say? He waits, but gets nothing, while I bite my tongue hard enough to taste blood. I didn't think so. Jerking a thumb toward the man behind him, he continues. You'll get food and water, eventually. Do yourself a favor and don't bother screaming or yelling for help. Nobody here cares, and the walls are thick. All you'll do is annoy my men, and we can't have you upsetting yourself. Not in your condition. Do not react. Do not. Somehow, I manage to keep it together while he saunters from the room and lets his thug close the door. I even wait until the shadows under the door disappear before I allow myself to break. Soon, there's deafening silence, shattered only by the painful thumping of my heart. He wants to use the baby against Callum. It's not easy to believe anybody could be so cruel. But then, I witnessed him possibly killing a girl in front of her mother. So, I guess he's capable of a lot of things. What if he wants to keep me hidden until the baby is born? What if he takes the baby? Stop it. Tatum's voice rings loud and clear in my mind, almost as if she's in the room with me. She'd be screaming, kicking, and threatening to flay these guys alive if she was here. I can't do the same if I want to protect my baby and stay alive for the people I love. Yet that doesn't mean I should drive myself crazy by letting my thoughts wander in such an awful direction. I have no choice but to keep it together. Callum will find me. Us. As I lie down again, curled in a ball, the coldness seeping into my bones, all I can do is hope he doesn't take too long. Because with each second that passes, I find myself cracking just a little more.
Callum. Where the fuck is he? The asshole's voice carries down the hall and directly into my ears. Fucking Charlie. Only he would come storming into the hospital like the fucking cavalry at a time like this. What a sanctimonious prick. I'm barely out of Tatum's room when I find Charlie Cole marching down the hall, his cheeks red, his gaze murderous, looking like he just stepped out of the shower when I called, his dark hair wet and raked away from his forehead. I notice he's wearing sweats and a pair of slides on his otherwise bare feet. 2 nurses make the mistake of crossing the hall at the same time and are nearly steamrolled in his attempt to reach me. Of course, the man's too busy glaring at me with rage to notice. He's my last concern once I catch sight of the taller man walking behind him. His officer badge gleams treacherously back at me from the lanyard hanging around his neck. Yeah, fuck no. Absolutely fucking not, I warn, holding up both hands before pointing at the stranger. I will not have cops involved in this. Charlie stops short, his scowl deepening. I didn't have him come to be a cop. He's a friend. Apologies, I came right from work. The man offers a tight-lipped smile. Ken Miller? I don't give a shit what your name is, I snap, and I don't care if you didn't call him to act as a cop. I don't want the cops involved, on duty or off duty. This could have horrible ramifications for everyone involved. I'm incredibly close to reaching my breaking point and can't be held liable for the blood that will be spilled if I end up going on a murderous killing spree. Where is she? Charlie demands, as if suddenly realizing why I called again. If I knew, I would tell you, wouldn't I? I could have 10 cars out there looking for her right now, Ken offers, clamping a hand on Charlie's shoulder. I have to wonder if these two idiots heard a single word I said. No, I growl, shaking my head. Going to the police isn't an option. Charlie's eyes bulge out of his head. How can you say you give a shit about my daughter, but refuse to get the authorities involved? They could be looking for her instead of standing around like you are right now. I take a threatening step forward, barely remembering who he is and what he means to Bianca. All I can think about is how I should kill him for speaking in such a disrespectful manner to me. He doesn't have even the slightest understanding of how deep my love for her goes, and that the only reason he's still breathing at this point is because of her love for him. He could be right. Ken holds Charlie back when it looks like he's going to be stupid enough to lunge at me. It might complicate things if we go to the authorities. This is your fault. Charlie spits. His eyes are red-rimmed, and fresh tears fill them. I told her what to expect being with a man like you, but she went ahead anyway, didn't she? She let you destroy her. Being with you puts her in danger, possibly costing her life. The thing is, there's nothing I can say to defend myself. He's absolutely right. This is my fault. If Bianca wasn't involved with me, she'd be living a carefree, normal life. Living with a boyfriend who works at a 9-to-5 job, looking forward to spending time with friends over the weekend, maybe planning a vacation somewhere or saving up to buy a house. She could have a simple, quiet life, free from the danger our involvement keeps putting her in. None of those thoughts really matter, though, because damn it, she's mine, and I'm not letting her go. She belongs to me, with me. I can't accept the idea of us not being together, not even now, when Romero has done nothing since Tatum went down for scans, except to call in every favor owed to him by everyone in his extensive network of colleagues. Okay, let's take this one step at a time, Ken suggests. Start at the beginning. What happened? Though my instincts tell me to brush him off, this is not the time when I can afford to alienate anyone who might be able to help. And if he's going to calm Charlie down and keep him thinking rationally, he's someone I need to have on my side. Even as I find myself grinding my molars, I do my best to provide a clear, honest answer to his question. A text we received, I amend, jerking my head toward Romero. He's pacing the large room, muttering instructions into his phone. He's every bit his cold self, except there's a little more worry in his features now. Pulling my phone from my pocket, I show the men the text. I would ask who you pissed off, Charlie sneers, but I'm sure we don't have the time to go through the entire list. My fist involuntarily becomes a ball that I want to smash against his nose. Asshole. It might surprise you, but there aren't many people I consider my enemy. The list of people that are stupid enough to go to those lengths has become less and less over time. Is there anyone in particular who you've had a falling out with recently? Ken asks. Are you kidding? Somebody like him? This could be anyone. Charlie groans, holding his head in his hands as he turns away. I watch along with Ken as his entire body shudders with rage, his clenched fist raising as he slams it into the wall hard enough to leave an indent. Pull yourself together, Ken urges him. You won't be of any help if you hurt yourself. This is because of you. Like a light switch being turned off and on, Charlie loses it. He lunges at me, throwing a punch before Ken can stop him. He's too worked up, and the swing is wild, only making contact with my shoulder before I drive him backwards into the wall he just dented. The breath leaves his lungs all at once, but he recovers quickly and snarls in my face, spit flying. All you'll ever be is a fucking cancer that destroys everything it touches. Why couldn't you leave her alone? She might be too young to understand, but damn it, you're not. You know better. I know that. I agree, my voice low as I back away. Ken takes my place, and good thing, because I might have to break the bastard's neck if there isn't space between us. Bianca loves him. I have to remember that. If you truly cared about her, you would have pushed her away. There's no hope of her ever being safe or happy when she's with you. Charlie shoves Ken out of his way almost violently. Apparently, he's still itching to wrap his fingers around my throat and squeeze the life out of me. Do you honestly think I haven't told myself those same things? That I should have walked away and denied our attraction? That she would be better off without me? Do you know how much guilt a man can heap on himself in a heartbeat? As soon as I knew she was gone, I told myself all of the things you've said and more. Then how the hell are you still breathing? His lip curls into a snarl. How? How can you live with yourself? How are you still standing here? I would have thrown myself out of a fucking window by now if I was you. What if she dies? Can you carry that on your conscience, huh? Knowing that you're the reason she's dead? Similar to a rubber band pulled to its limits, I snap. I've tried to be strong for her sake, but I can't be strong anymore. Charlie's eyes bulge when I pin him to the wall and close my hands around his throat. With gritted teeth, I snarl, if she dies, then you might as well put a bullet in my fucking heart because I'll die too. It might be difficult for you to believe, but I love her too. I don't care if you're her father or not. My love for her doesn't change. I know that what I do and who I am puts her life at risk. Once I have her safely back in my arms, I'll do whatever it takes to ensure this doesn't happen again. So don't assume you know anything about my feelings for your daughter, because you don't. I'm here because she needs me, and I won't stop searching for her until she's back in my arms. That's enough, both of you. Ken scolds us as he somehow manages to pry me off his friend. This isn't helping. You're right about one thing, I tell him while he rubs his neck, glaring at me. I deserve it all. Every lick of pain and sadness. Every broken bone, bruise, and bullet. I deserve all the bad. But Bianca and Tatum, my voice cracks with raw emotion. They don't deserve it. And neither does your grandchild. His face becomes ghostly white, and the haunted look in his eyes reappears. I ponder for a moment if the confession shocked him too severely. I understand the feeling. I went through the same thing back at the warehouse when I first found the contents of that crate. I don't think I heard you. No, you did. I said your grandchild. Bianca is pregnant. No. He groans, then sags against Ken, who holds him upright. It can't be true. Bianca is too smart to do something like that. No matter what you think or how you feel, I continue, ignoring his emotional outburst. It's true. She's pregnant. So if you don't think this is tearing me apart, ripping my heart to shreds, I don't know how else to prove it to you. Do you need to see me bleeding out? Would that satisfy you? Make you understand how important this is? At the other end of the hall, the elevator doors slide open, and the sight of my daughter's pale, motionless form on the wheeled bed pulls me from the conversation. I try to distract myself from the tubes in her arms, but it isn't easy. I hate seeing her like this, and even more knowing she is here because of me. She will be devastated when she discovers the bald patch on the back of her head where 10 stitches now reside. I forget all about Charlie and our conversation and sprint across the space to greet the nurse. The results haven't come back yet, the nurse tells me just as I reach them. I know you want answers, but it will take some time. What if she doesn't have time? I demand, walking beside the bed and grabbing on to her frail hand. Mr. Torrio, her pupils are normal size and responsive, the nurse assures me. There's no reason to believe she sustained severe injury. There's a chance this is nothing more than a concussion, and that's something that will resolve itself in time. All we can do is wait for the test results and the doctor to confirm. She could have died today, and there would have been nothing I could do to stop it. That's how fast it could have happened. One single instant, and everything could have changed. Hang in there, baby, I whisper, clutching her hand. I'm going to make them pay. Don't you worry. Boss? Romero enters the room and thrusts his phone my way. It's Costello. Of all fucking times. I grab the phone and bring it to my ear. Sebastian, I really don't have time for this right now. Oh, you don't have time for our meeting this evening? Releasing Tatum's hand and walking out to the hall, I whisper, listen, things are about as bad as they could be right now. I can't afford to hold back now. He might be able to help me somehow, and even if it means showing a sliver of weakness, it's worth the cost if it brings Bianca home safely. What's that beeping in the background? It sounds like you're in the hospital. Observant kid. We're at the hospital in town. Is everything okay? He seems interested, yet an intelligent man knows he's merely digging for information. Quickly as possible, I give him the rundown, hitting on the important parts for the sake of time. I'm sure my ex-wife had something to do with this, although I don't know who she was working with. Romero has eyes and ears on it, so hopefully we'll have an answer soon. A glance into the room shows Romero seated at Tatum's side. I don't think he's blinking, staring at her with an intensity I've never seen from him. My money is on Jack Maroney. I'll ask around, see if there's been any chatter. Please, let me try to help. I don't have a choice but to accept, do I? No less than my entire life hangs in the balance. My daughter, my unborn child, and the woman I love. They need me. I can't afford to fall apart the way Charlie is, swinging from grief to rage to helpless horror and back again. Thanks. Let me know if you hear anything. I mumble into the phone and hit the end key. I grip the device in my hand, squeezing it tighter than necessary. Somewhere out there is the woman I love, and she's at the mercy of someone menacing because of me. I'll never forgive myself if I lose her, if I lose our baby. Finding her isn't an option. If I have to, I'll burn the world to the ground to bring her home.
Bianca. Just when I thought I'd been through the worst that a person could ever possibly go through, after everything that happened with Lucas, all the ups and downs I went through with Callum, losing Mom and watching my father fall apart, All of those things have left invisible scar tissue running through my body, brain, and heart. That scar tissue, however, isn't thick enough to protect me against the shame that's now coating my insides with a sticky residue. Do you really have to watch me do this? As if pissing and shitting in a bucket in the corner of the room isn't bad enough. That alone would be horrifying and degrading, without an audience keeping tabs on my every move. The thick-necked thug standing with his back to the closed metal door barely offers a sneer in response. The room is no longer dark thanks to the bare bulb glowing overhead, but I'd prefer the darkness. At least then, the darkness would hide his vulgar expression and the cold glittering of his beady eyes. Aren't you going to respond? I demand, standing beside the bucket, trying like hell not to look inside, because these assholes refuse to empty it. Yeah. His lips turn up into a full-on, nauseating smile. I was actually just thinking about how I can't wait till the boss says it's okay for us to get to know you better. My stomach churns when he reaches down and grabs his crotch through his jeans. Like I needed a visual explanation. I'd think long and hard about that, because the moment you put a hand on me is the moment you'll end up losing that hand, I vow, meeting his gaze. You're a real big talker, but I don't see anyone coming to rescue you yet. A smart girl would learn her place around here before talking shit like you are. My biggest concern is keeping myself alive. I don't know how long these guys will treat me decently. Not that there's anything decent about watching me relieve myself, which I have no choice but to do while they watch me do it. I'm both ashamed and embarrassed, but I have to be strong the way I know Callum would need me to be. Somewhere out there, he's looking for me, and the only thing I can do is keep it together until he gets here. I refuse to let Jack think he's won. That thought alone keeps me from shattering into a million pieces. I'm not going to give him that type of satisfaction. He thinks he's dealing with a weak, fragile flower. Except I'm not a flower. I'm a queen, and given the opportunity, I'd kill him and anyone else I have to, in order to save myself and my baby. Satisfied? I ask, once I'm finished peeing. I'll be a lot more satisfied when the boss loosens up the rules. He's even breathing heavier than before, the noise making my stomach churn. It takes a certain kind of sickness to get off on the despair of another individual. Hey, remember what I said. I doubt I would be breaking any woman's heart by castrating you. In fact, I'd probably be doing them a favor. My panic rises when he turns toward the door, and I blurt out, "Where is Jack? I want to see him." It's a real shame you don't call the shots. I'm serious. I want to talk to Jack. So am I. He lets out a malicious laugh before leaving the room, swinging the heavy door back into place with a thud before the lock clicks into place. Now that I'm alone, I can let the mask fall. Putting on a front is exhausting, and the exhaustion only gets worse with every visit from these assholes. No matter how hard I try, there is no fighting back the fear that races through me. It isn't easy to ignore the doubt tickling the back of my mind now that a full day has passed, and it's dark all over again, signaling the end of another day. So much time has passed, and Callum still hasn't found me. I know he's trying. I believe that to the depths of my soul. But that doesn't mean he's anywhere close. How much longer until they're no longer satisfied following Jack's rules, which probably aren't going to be strictly enforced anyway? These do not seem like patient or smart men, for that matter. They're bored, probably irritated that they have to be here to guard me. Eventually, they're going to want some entertainment, something to make it worth their time. Humiliation appears to be their favorite tactic at the moment because, of course, it's more fun to hurt me than it is to watch paint dry. And I'm sure Jack enjoys knowing I'm being humiliated. Instead of lying back down on the dirty cot, where springs poke at me no matter how I position myself, I throw my arms over my head to try to loosen the stiffness in my muscles. Being in this cold, nasty place isn't helping any. I finally came to the conclusion that this is some basement. But to what building, I'm not sure. I can reach the window enough to know it's painted shut, but I can't see much of anything besides the sky when I look through it. The frame to the cot is heavy, but not so heavy I couldn't drag it across the room and stand on it to get a better view. The only issue is that I don't need any of the men in the hall hearing me. I'm sure it would make a terrible screeching noise, dragging the rusted metal over a concrete floor. If I was only concerned about myself, I would still try it. They might slap me around a little, but I could handle it. But there's more than just myself to think about now. I guess I don't need to see outside that badly, if it means risking another life to do it. I peer down at my gross attire, wishing I could take a hot shower and wash away the events from the last 24 hours. It's challenging to keep my head on straight when I feel soiled and uncomfortable. I'll do it for you, little one. With one hand resting over my belly, I breathe deeply, and almost instantly regret it when the smell of waste reaches my nostrils. I gag, barely keeping myself from vomiting. What I wouldn't give for some fresh air. Soon, I rub at my still flat belly. Soon, this will all be a distant memory. I do whatever I can to think happy thoughts, but the minutes tick by slowly, and soon, all I'm left with are the memories of what took place in that warehouse. I blink back the fresh tears forming in my eyes. I'm tired, so very tired, in every way possible. Sleep evaded me last night, and all I could do was stare at the strip of light under the door, dreading the possibility of a shadow darkening it again, wondering who would come for me next, and if they were going to hurt me to send a message to Callum. There's still that possibility hanging over my head. The longer it takes for him to give Jack what he wants, the more frustrated and desperate Jack will become. Thus, the more strained his temper will get, and the thinner his patience with me will be. In the end, Callum will never give him what he wants. Men like Callum don't back down. Jack all but stole the queen chess piece off his board. To Callum, this is much more than business. This is personal, a declaration of war. I don't know how much time passes, but soon the lock to the door clicks again. I glance at the bag of fast food that sits untouched on my cot. Lunch, they called it. The fries were so old they'd gone hard by the time they reached me. Breakfast wasn't too bad, a foil-wrapped sandwich that was still warm, so I'm not too eager to eat. At least not yet. Although I get the feeling it isn't dinner that they'll be delivering. I expect one of Jack's men to come walking through the door, but I'm surprised to find the snake himself. The expression I give him is dissatisfaction at best. He's in yet another suit, his polished shoes so shiny I can practically see my reflection in them. Suddenly, I feel even dirtier. I hear you were desperate to have my attention for a few minutes. His nose wrinkles, his gaze sweeping the room. Rather unpleasant of a smell in here, isn't it? Yeah. The second I got a whiff of it, the only thing I could think of was you. His icy eyes gleam like a kid's on Christmas morning, like he's enjoying this, while his thin lips twist into a vindictive grin as he takes a step closer to me. My heart stutters, and for one terrified second, I'm sure he's going to hurt me. His hands are balled up into tight fists, and he's preparing to strike. There's nobody here to stop him from taking his hate for Callum out on my body, and nobody to tell him he's taken it too far. Fear slithers down my back, but I swallow it down and steel my spine, forcing myself to look forward while holding my chin high. I want to cross my arms over my head and brace myself for what's coming, but I will not give him the satisfaction of watching me cower. He snorts softly, after dragging the tension out for moments that might as well be an eternity. I can see why Torio is so smitten with you. Some men enjoy a sharp-tongued bitch to tell them all the things they secretly think about themselves. Are we talking about you or Callum? His smile widens, and though the satisfaction in my chest builds, I know I'm skating on very thin ice. Keep it up, girl. You'll soon learn I don't shy away from hurting women who deserve it. Oh, I believe that. Is the food I'm providing you not good enough? He tosses a dirty look at the guard, who slipped in behind him, the same one who watched me pee earlier. It's rather disrespectful not to eat what is given to you, don't you think? It's ice cold, and looks like somebody scraped it off the floor of their car. Do I need to remind you how important it is that you eat? I know how important it is, but this is my only way of fighting back. I can't thank them for the tiny scraps they give me. Maybe it's stupid, being this stubborn, but it's all I have. By all means, take a good look at it and tell me if you think any of it is edible. It was just as bad when it got here as it is now. Go ahead. Keep this little charade up as long as you like. Starve yourself, for all I care. But soon, you'll discover this isn't a joke. I'm willing to do anything I have to do to reach my end goal. When it comes time for us to leave this place, we'll take you elsewhere. I can keep this going for months. Until your baby is born, even. I grit my teeth against the simmering, indignant rage burning a hole in my stomach. How dare he? I can't lash out. I can't show him the anger, because losing control also means risking the fear coming forward. I won't do that. He won't get the satisfaction. All I can do is concentrate on keeping my face blank and my voice flat. It takes everything in me to keep from shaking as he studies me. We both know this won't be going on that long, I mutter through clenched teeth. Cocking his head to the side, he inspects me like a bug under a microscope. Do we? Eventually, you're going to figure out this wasn't a decision made on the spur of the moment. We could leave this very minute, and any work Callum has done to locate you would be for nothing. I could move you again and again, from location to location, and there is nothing you, or even him, could do about it. He's telling the truth. I know it, and I can feel it in every word he speaks. He didn't go through all this trouble for nothing. He moves closer until his polished shoes nearly touch my feet, and I force the fear down until it's nothing more than a tight knot in my belly. I don't know everything. However, I do know he needs me, alive and well, if he intends to get whatever it is he wants from Callum. And I hold on to that knowledge, knowing it'll keep me alive. Make no mistake, I'll take that baby from you the moment it draws its first breath, and you'll never set eyes on it. You'll never know what happened to it, and you'll get to spend the rest of your pathetic life wondering and worrying. My chest is so tight I can hardly breathe. Panic snakes around my body, tightening around my ribs until I'm sure the pressure will crack them. He's going to kill you for this, I whisper, looking up at the man looming over me. I hope you know that, you worthless piece of shit. Any last hint of the human mask he wears slides away to reveal the cold lizard underneath. Don't think I'm above closing your mouth the same way I closed your friend's. As if on cue, the man standing at his elbow cracks his knuckles. Stupidity is what I would call my next move, but I'm already past my breaking point. A bubble of laughter escapes my lips. It's the most bizarre, unthinkable reaction possible, but there's no helping or taking it back once it's out. I'm sorry, I manage, before another laugh bursts out of me. It's just, what is this? Did somebody script that for you? And you, I add, waving a hand to the thug. How many times did you practice cracking your knuckles to get it to happen just like that? Jack nods only once, and like magic, pain explodes across the left side of my face. The force of the slap makes my head snap to the side, and I cover my cheek with my hand. It's hot, burning, followed by the acidic taste of blood in my mouth. I shouldn't do it. Shouldn't say anything else, but I never did know how to keep my mouth shut. Pathetic. You can't even do it yourself, I mutter, glaring at Jack while his image blurs thanks to the tears in my eyes. What kind of man makes his goons do all the work? I should have expected it this time, but I'm surprised when my head snaps back again, the pain blooming on the right side of my face now. The force of the second blow makes me fall backwards and onto the cot, squashing the bag of cold food beneath me. That's enough, Jack grunts. We can't have her bruised and bloodied. Gag her and tie her up. My head is spinning, but somehow I manage to get the words out. You need me, and that alone is what will keep me alive, because if you wanted me dead, we both know it would have already happened. You want something out of this, and you're going to use me to get it. There's a huge difference between keeping you alive and keeping you content, and you're going to discover exactly what that difference is. Jack sneers, his looming image hanging blurrily above me. By the time the world starts to come back into focus, all I can make sense of is the tearing sound of tape. I struggle against the man's grasp as he easily flips me over, pulling my arms behind my back and pressing a knee into my lower back to keep me in place. I'm dizzy, and my face aches, although I still fight, because not fighting means giving up, and I refuse to do that. He's going to kill you all, and I'm going to laugh, watching as you bleed out, I growl, my voice partially muffled by the cot. Once my hands are secured and tied with tape behind my back, the asshole rolls me over. A scream rips from my throat, but is soon muffled behind the duct tape he slaps against my mouth. For some reason, I thought you were smarter than this. Jack shakes his head. Now stop wasting your energy and put on your best acting. Dipping a hand into his pocket, he pulls out his phone. The desire to thrash and kick at him consumes me, but a pearl of more profound wisdom in my head holds me back. I can't continue to act out. Those couple of slaps made me dizzy. Even as angry as I am, I can't risk getting hurt or putting the baby in danger with stupid behavior. I can't let myself lose control. Instead of kicking him in the ass, I recoil backwards when he holds up the phone like he's taking a picture. Only he isn't. He's taking a video, smiling down at me as he leans closer. What a sick bastard. He's making a video that he's going to send to Callum. I know he is. It's the joy pouring out of him like an overflowing sink that confirms it. Here she is, he announces, not bothering to disguise his voice. Torio, I'm sure you've discovered by now that you're missing something. Something beautiful and fragile. A true temptation. I'm sure you're aware of how easy it would be to break her. And what good is a toy if it's broken, right? My throat burns with all the vile words I want to scream at him. Don't fret. We're taking good care of her. Yet, I won't lie. She's a bit of a hassle. And as you know, my patience lasts for only so long. Soon I won't have an option but to start sending you pieces of her. One by one. Perhaps I'll start with her tongue. I shouldn't cry. I don't want Callum to see me like this, but the thought of the rage that will consume him when he sees this and hears the terrible things Jack's saying makes it impossible for me to hold them back. No matter how much I try to blink them back, I can't. Hot tears leak from the corners of my eyes and roll down the apples of my cheeks, soaking into my hair. I'll cut the bullshit. Torio, you're going to give me what I want, he continues. Or I'm going to take what you love and more. He pulls the phone back, chuckling. Good work, sweetheart. Was it all acting? Because, I won't lie, you truly look pathetic. It's going to drive him crazy. A moment later, he dons a satisfied grin as he watches it back. The sound of his voice echoes off the walls, making me want to barf. Sent. We'll give him a little time to think it over before setting the terms. A little time? What does that mean? The question tears at my heart like razor blades. Do I leave her this way? The guard asks, while Jack heads for the open door. He glances back at me over his shoulder. Yes, let her spend the night this way. And maybe she'll come to value how she was being treated. Perhaps by morning, she'll be a bit more agreeable. Behind the tape, I release an enraged scream that sounds more like a pathetic groan. Anger rips through me, and I continue to scream long after the men are gone, venting everything I've locked away for the sake of seeming strong. There's no use in pretending now. There's only mourning for the pain I know Callum will suffer as soon as he sees that video. Is this what real love feels like? Wanting to protect the people you love, even if you're the one that is suffering? My heart breaks for Callum, for myself, and for the baby, since I don't know if anything will be the same after this.
Callum. Lava burns through my veins, threatening to turn me to ash. I can't make my brain catch up with what my eyes are seeing. No matter how many times I watch the disgusting video, I can't believe it's true, and maybe that's because I don't want to. My grip on the phone tightens. I'll kill him. I will fucking kill him. That's Maroney's voice, Romero murmurs, watching the video on his own cell phone. Once again, the message was sent to both of us, almost like he was afraid we'd miss it. Yeah, it is. And all the recognition does is heighten my rage. I should have known all along. Sabotaging my business wasn't enough for him. He had to take things a step further. Deep down, my gut said he might have had something to do with this, only with no warning signs, no shipments being messed with, no problems or chaos. Nothing was pointing us in that direction. I can't wrap my head around it. Romero flinches when I pick up the small vase full of flowers on Tatum's table. I unleash all my fury into tossing that vase. It collides with the wall, sending glass and flowers everywhere. But it doesn't ease the ache in my chest. It doesn't make me less angry. I know you're upset, but Tatum doesn't need this. What if she wakes up and that's the first thing she sees? His gaze swings to Tatum, who is still sleeping soundly, the way she's been for the past 2 days. I know he's right, but at this point I don't give a fuck. I want to rip the entire room apart. That fucker is dead. I grunt, my teeth clenched. Him and every last one of his men. I won't rest till they're dead. I already sent the video to have it analyzed in case we can pinpoint where it was recorded, Romero says, his voice cold as steel. That's great, but it does nothing to help Bianca now. She needs our help now, not hours from now, when Romero will inevitably get word there's no way of tracing the video's location. The thought of the inevitable outcome pains me, my heartbeat skyrocketing to a dangerous pace. I can only imagine how terrified all of this has made her, for herself and the baby growing inside of her. Our baby. Jack made this personal, and now the only thing that will serve as proper payment is his dead body at my feet. I want blood. I need it. There's no hope of venting my rage. Nothing is going to make this better. I step out of Tatum's room and into the visitor's suite beyond it, making sure to close the glass door behind me before kicking a chair across the otherwise peaceful space. Rage swirls through me, and I clench my fists tightly. The overwhelming urge to destroy this room and the next sinks its claws into my mind. He tied her up and put tape over her mouth. He touched her, hurt her. Though the pain is enough to make my chest burn, I force myself to watch the video again. That's the least I can do for my little bird. She's suffering because of me. I can be strong and witness this again. Seeing her lying helpless on a thin, filthy mattress sets off a screaming in my head. Bile rises up my throat, but I force myself to study her, to memorize every bit of what's been captured. She's in the same work clothes she wore after leaving the house yesterday, and they seem to be in one piece, no tears or anything like that. A promising sign. They haven't roughed her up. There's no bruising on her legs, either, and thank God for that. No blood, no scratches. Jack must have convinced his men to keep their hands off her. I'm not stupid enough to think that will last forever, which only intensifies the screaming in my head until I can hardly hear myself think. He goes in close on her face, the asshole, ensuring I get a good look as she starts to cry. There's a lump in my throat that threatens to choke me, but I continue watching, tracing the path of her tears as they cut down her cheeks, leaving mascara streaks behind. A face that's too red, and not from emotion. That's what looks like a handprint on her right cheek. So they haven't left her entirely untouched. It's been 1 hour since the video was sent. I can only fathom what they could be doing to her now. My brain conjures up all kinds of thoughts and images that I can't stomach. Think, damn it. The most important thing is that I don't lose my cool. I cannot fracture right now. Forget what I suspect or fear. What do I know? I know it was Jack Maroney who made the video. He didn't bother trying to disguise his voice, but then why would he? This wasn't going to be a secret forever. Eventually, he planned to reach out to me, as there was no way he did all of this for nothing. He's a stupid, heartless bastard who isn't stupid enough to take things too far. He'll menace her, make her cry, and rub it in my face, but knowing he was working with Amanda, it means he knows Bianca's pregnant, which means he knows what's at stake. He hasn't confirmed that, but I can't imagine this being about anything else. He thinks he's finally found my Achilles heel. He's not wrong. That alone is what will keep my little bird safe, at least for now. He wouldn't risk her losing the baby because it would mean losing much of his leverage. Knowing Jack, he wouldn't want a sick girl on his hands either. Not that he'd care, but it would inconvenience him. At the end of the day, he's a businessman. He wouldn't want to risk an expense like that. All of this weighs heavier and heavier on my shoulders. The door leading from the hall opens, and I expect it to be a doctor or a nurse, but instead, it's one of my own men. "Sorry, boss, I wanted to bring the phones over for Romero. He said he wanted to take a look at them." The way Nathan's eyes dart around the suite, it's clear he's not sure how much he can get away with saying. "We're alone," I confirm. "I thought somebody would have brought them over by now." What a blur it's been. I barely know which way is up or who's coming and going. "Sorry, we've been pretty busy," he explains. "They left a real mess back there, although we got it cleaned up." I'm sure the memory of having his nose broken when he mouthed off to me is a lot of the reason why he seems so hesitant now. This type of thing would have been much more useful yesterday. He doesn't need to explain it to me. Normally, Romero would have reminded someone that he gave an order which hadn't yet been obeyed. This is not a normal situation. Even when I told him to go home and shower, he refused to move from Tatum's side. "I'm supposed to protect her. I already failed her once. I won't leave her again." That was his only explanation, and I didn't ask for more. At the heart of it, we're a lot alike. That's probably why we work so well together, and why it's so easy for him to push my buttons. "Can I?" Nathan gestures toward Tatum's room, looking pained as he hesitates before opening the glass door leading inside. "Go ahead. Go in and give them to him." Nathan's engaged in quiet conversation with Romero on the other side of the glass when the door to the suite opens again, and this time it's Charlie. I told him to go home and stay there and that I'd update him when I had more information. Clearly, he doesn't care what I have to say. Instantly, my stomach sinks. He doesn't know about the video, and I don't plan to show it to him. It would kill him to see her that way. It nearly killed me. He might not be my favorite person, but we're both fathers. I would hope he'd grant me the same courtesy if it was Tatum being held by a fucking maniac. Any news? It's a good thing lying comes so naturally to me. No, nothing's changed, though we're closer to narrowing down our list of suspects. One of my guys brought the phones from the warehouse in, and I'm hoping we can find a little more information on one of them. I told you I'd call if I had any news. I don't take orders from you, he grumbles. And how is Tatum? He goes to the door, his shoulder slumping further when he finds her condition unchanged. The doctor is confident she'll be fine. She just has a lot of healing to do and is tired from all the meds and the concussion. She did manage to stay awake for a minute or two, but passed out again pretty quick. That can happen sometimes, he murmurs, watching her through the glass door. Back in the day, when I was working cases, we sometimes had a victim like that. We'd need to talk to them, but they couldn't stay conscious long enough to talk. It's sort of the brain's way of escaping reality. That's what the doctor told me once. She's definitely seen enough to make anybody want to escape. My poor girl. How will I ever make this up to her? It would take the rest of my life, every single day, and even then, I doubt it would be enough. I'll never forgive myself, and I wouldn't blame her if she never forgives me for leaving her vulnerable to the darkest aspects of my world. We both step aside when Nathan leaves Romero alone again. He nods briefly to Charlie and me. I better get back to the house. Yeah, keep your phone on you and contact me immediately if anything changes. He gives me a nod and disappears out of the room. How many people do you have on this? Charlie asks once we're alone again. Every man I have employed plus all of Romero's contacts, which means half the city. And nobody's found anything? Again, my thoughts go back to the video. I have reason to believe Jack Maroney is the man behind this. Yes, the name sounds familiar. You used his name before when you were trying to narrow down the list. He wanted to arrange a marriage between Tatum and his son, and of course, I didn't go for it. He's been fucking with my business ever since, but I never imagined. I mean, I couldn't have thought it would end this way. No, I'm sure you didn't think that. There's that sharpness I'm used to hearing from him, appearing right on schedule. Only for Bianca's sake do I bite my tongue. Much more of this and I'll bite it off. To be fair, I doubt he would have done it if it hadn't been for my ex-wife approaching him. She needed somebody with money and muscle in her corner. I'll tell Ken, he announces, pulling out his phone. I sort of wish Ken was here, since he's the only calming influence in this situation. He manages to keep Charlie from going over the edge and isn't so quick to let his emotions cloud his judgment. Are you familiar with the name Jack Maroney? He barks into the phone and begins to pace like I was earlier. Well, Callum tells me it's looking like he's the one behind this. Do we have any idea where his people hang out? He doesn't seem to notice that he used the word we, as if he still has a job in the department. I guess some habits are harder to break. Okay, good. Do that and get back to me, Charlie orders and then hangs up the phone. I'm going to meet up with Ken and try to get some more intel on Jack and his men. All right. Keep your phone on you and let me know if you discover anything that might be beneficial. He nods and leaves the room without another word. Holding the door open to Tatum's room, I ask Romero, can we get a list of any of Maroney's properties? It only makes sense he'd be holding her at one of them. Usually, Romero would have already thought about this. He might already have a list of properties for me to look through, who knows. All he can do now is lift his gaze from the phones, his eyes rimmed with dark circles. I'll make a call and get a list together. Anything on the phones? Here. He wears a grim expression as he holds one of them out to me before typing on his own device. It's hers. They said it so you only need a PIN to unlock it. 4 zeros. One day, I might have it in me to look deeper through her messages, but for now, I only need the last text she ever sent. It was part of a long thread of messages between her and a contact labeled JM. I don't have to guess whose name those letters stand for. Amanda. I'll be at the warehouse at 5:30. I can't wait to see the look on that little slut's face once she finds out what's coming to her. Romero stands, his eyes wide as he stares down at the phone he's examining. It was Booker. I'm too involved in hoping Amanda burns in hell to register his meaning. What? Booker. He was one of the guys we lost at the warehouse. He holds the phone out for me to read something on the screen. He'd been texting Amanda for months, and she's not the only one whose name is in here. Dominic Maroney, I murmur, scanning the messages between them. The puzzle is slowly coming together, and the image it creates turns my stomach. He's who we need to track down. He's in on this. On it. Romero turns away from the bed to type something into his phone while I move up beside my daughter. She whimpers softly, and the sound is like a knife cutting through my heart. Even when she was conscious, her babbling made no sense. She's underwater, lost in her trauma. A sinking ship. It's okay, sweetheart, I whisper, leaning down to brush my lips against her clammy forehead. We'll get revenge. I promise they'll pay for what they did. But first, I need to get my family back. The memory of Jack's snide and gleeful message is like kerosene poured over my already blazing fury. Laugh it up while you can, you bastard. I'm coming for you.
Bianca. Nighttime is the worst. That's when the coldness seeps into my bones, and the despair causes me to believe Callum will never come for me. I try to keep my spirits up, but even I know I was not cut out for this cruel darkness of this world. Sleep never finds me, and my body is a mass of knots by the time the lock disengages. My entire body stiffens. The breath in my lungs stills, and panic bubbles to the surface, giving way to worry on which guard I'll have to face this time. Will this one decide he doesn't want to follow Jack's orders? The door swings open slowly, and the sound of choked gagging fills the room before I even see a face. I know it's not one of the guards, and it's not Jack, but I recognize him immediately. It smells like a fucking sewer in here, Dominic gags, his gaze sweeping the room and stopping once it lands on me. The instant flash of recognition sends a wave of dread ripping across my skin. Why does it have to be him? Is this not the funniest thing in the world? I bet you never guessed you would find yourself in this position. His cruel cackle rings in my ears. Wouldn't it have been easier to be friendly during that dinner? It's sad how unforgiving the world can be. Look where it got you. Practically marinating in your own shit. There's nothing for me to say. Not that I could say anything that would be understandable with the tape over my mouth. He goes to the window and tests it, cursing quietly when he finds the frame painted shut. That can't be safe. But then again, we can't have you trying to escape, now can we? When he turns his attention back to me, he lets out a snort. What am I saying? You're not going anywhere. Not like that, at least. I want to scream, to let out all my rage, but the best I can do is grumble internally to myself. Dominic shakes his head. Not that it matters, but you'll be glad to know my father sent me to check up on you and remove your restraints. Only if you've decided to behave yourself. Shooting a knowing expression toward the partly open door, he says, I don't think he trusts those guys. I wouldn't believe he cared regardless, but the almost giddy tone of his voice tells me everything I need to know. It wouldn't bother him in the least bit if every single one of them took advantage of me. For all I know, he might watch as they do so. Nausea twists my empty stomach, and it only worsens the closer he comes to me. I try not to recoil, knowing that's exactly what he wants, but it's hard not to when your body wants to override your brain. Relax, he murmurs, pretending to be concerned, when it's obvious he's getting off on my fear. I'm a friend in all this. Frankly, I think my father took things too far. He's old school, though. Well, I believe there's always a way to work things out peacefully. What is the point of this? If he's trying to sweet-talk me into complying, it's not working. Not when I know that every word coming out of his mouth is a blatant lie. Let's free your arms, he suggests, wincing in a mockery of sympathy. I'm sure you can't be comfortable. He shakes his head. It's a shame they left you like this all night. These men are savages. I can't believe they'd let you suffer like this. He's not wrong about that. But I'm not fooled by his charade of sympathy. He doesn't feel a lick of empathy for me. Part of me wonders if Jack sent him to play the good cop. It's almost degrading that they'd assume I'm stupid enough to believe that. To think this all could have been avoided. He leans over me, crouching, and again my stomach threatens to revolt. This time it's thanks to the proximity of his crotch to my face. I apologize for all of this. My father is a bit of a hothead. Not surprising, since he doesn't take well to insults. Callum made a fool out of him. That kind of thing isn't so easily forgiven in our world. I'm barely paying attention to a word he says, since the acidic touch of his hands on my skin is so off-putting. No amount of soap or water will remove the dirtiness of his fingers from my skin. Just looking for the top layer of tape, he murmurs, a false attempt at explaining why it's taking so long. I avert my gaze from his crotch and look at the dirty brick out of the corner of my eye. This nightmare can end at any point in time. You know, now that I think about it, I do have a knife. I guess I could use that instead. Without rising, he reaches into his back pocket and flicks the knife open, the steel of the blade coming within inches of my cheek. My heart lurches out of my chest, and I choke on a gasp. Asshole. He gives me a little grin, as if to say he knows I'm terrified of him. Now I'm grateful for the tape covering my mouth, since I'm not sure I could keep my thoughts to myself. This fucking coward. I hope he's having fun, making sure I know who's in charge, because when this is all over and it's time for revenge, the only person laughing will be me. Callum would eat him alive if he were here. But he isn't here, is he? He still hasn't come. I blink back the stupid tears in my eyes at the thought. Now is not the time to let my fear screw with my head. I don't know what's taking so long, but I can't give up hope. There we go. This will only take a second. Try to stay still, he adds with a snicker. I hope I get to kill him myself. I really do. His father is sick, but this guy is a complete psycho. Who gets off on a helpless woman being tied up and held against her will? This man, obviously. I hold my breath when the cold blade touches my wrist. He hesitates, as if deciding whether to cut into my skin or not, before choosing to slice through the tape. I don't dare move for fear of the blade slipping, accidentally or otherwise. He loves this. I know he does. I can tell from the rapid breathing and the telltale twitching in front of my face. He's actually getting hard, the sick fuck. Even that doesn't matter once the tape breaks and my arms are free. Immediately, pain zings up my limbs and across my shoulders. I try hard to bite back the groan in my throat, but I can't help it. It's a mixture of pain and relief all in one. I bet that hurts, he frowns, perching himself at the edge of the mattress. Even with my arms screaming in pain as blood starts flowing back through them again, instinct forces me to inch away from him until there's nowhere else to go. "Don't be rude. I'm not going to hurt you." The way his frown deepens, it's like he's actually offended. My arms are in no condition to yank the tape from my mouth. They're still stiff, with a pins and needles sensation racing up and down them. I think I like you better this way." The bastard sighs softly, while his eyes rake over my body in a way that makes my skin crawl. I'm fully clothed, and somehow he makes me feel naked. Gentle, quiet, submissive. You can't run your mouth with that tape over it, and you know better than to try to fight back. You have too much to lose now. The hint of a smile tugs at the corners of his mouth and makes my veins fill with ice. "It's a good thing I'm not one of my father's guards now, isn't it? I heard them talking out there, saying there's nothing stopping them from filling you up with their cum when they finally get the chance to take your pussy, because you're already pregnant. Can you believe how disgusting some people are? Disgusting like you. Yes." He reaches for me, his hand closing around my ankle. I can't help but whimper while revulsion makes me flinch. "Relax. I'll tell them you belong to me, and that they're forbidden to touch you." Fingers dance up my calf, pausing at my knee. "I'll just need something from you in return to make it worth the hassle. A small upfront payment, if you want to call it that." Revulsion turns into something more profound, hotter, as he begins a slow trip up my thigh. He's not going to stop. This isn't just a game. His intentions are clear, yet so are mine. Before I have time to make a plan, or even deliberately fight back, I pull both legs in, draw them to my chest, and kick them out as hard as possible. My feet land against his chest, the impact hard enough to knock him off balance, but not enough to throw him to the floor. "You fucking bitch," he snarls, reaching for me. His fingers wrap around my ankles, squeezing to the point of pain. I let out a pitiful scream before his fingertips dig deep into my skin, forcing my thighs apart. Need to fight. I have to protect my baby. I have to fight back. Only I'm helpless. "I try to be nice to you, and now see what that gets me. Nothing." I let out a scream, muffled by the tape covering my mouth. Don't cry. Don't cry." "What an ungrateful bitch. Maybe that's been the problem all along. Perhaps you don't want me to be nice. Maybe you want me to take from you." I want to be strong, but I feel myself breaking, parts of my soul splintering. "Dominic." A voice echoes through the room. It's like magic. The second he hears his father's voice, he releases me. By now, the blood is flowing through my body, and my arms are finally working, at least enough that I can manage to scramble to the back corner of the cot and wedge myself in it. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Jack questions angrily. "You were told to keep your hands off her. She fucking kicked me." Of course, Dominic plays the victim, pressing a hand to his side like I actually did some damage. I hope I did. "Then you shouldn't have gotten close enough for her to do it," his father snaps. Before he leaves the room, Dominic shoots me an irritated glare. I swear, there are 1,000 promises of pain in that singular look. "Until next time," he grins. The second he's gone, I gather up the rest of my courage and pull the tape from my mouth. Fiery hot pain sizzles across my lips and cheek, though I ignore it. "Am I being fed this today?" I ask. My throat feels scratchy, and I could go for a bottle of water. But it's doubtful I'll even receive that at this point. "That will depend solely on you. I've given you a place to sleep and provided you with food. I make certain you're unharmed, and all I get is an attitude and ungratefulness tossed my way. Why would I want to be generous if I get nothing except disrespect in return?" Generous? This is his idea of generosity? A venomous response rests on my tongue, although I keep it to myself. There's no point in pissing him off further. He'll feed me if he wants to. I'm at his mercy, and he knows it. Can I at least have some water? I won't beg. I'm not that desperate yet. I'll think about it. He tosses the words over his shoulder and walks out, slamming the door shut behind him. I'm alone once more, though I'd prefer that to being nearly raped and attacked. Placing a hand to my trembling lips, I do my best to calm myself. Since I'm alone, and don't know when I'll have the chance again to do so in private, I roll off the cot and empty my bladder into the bucket. I would sigh with relief if the rest of my situation wasn't still so grim. How much longer will it be before this is over? That question repeats like an endless echo in my mind, while I force myself to lie down with one arm curled under my head. This will all end eventually, right? Startled, I awake in a daze, my eyes still heavy with sleep. I peer up at the window and can see it's nightfall. Goodness, I must have slept most of the day, too overwhelmed and drained to do anything else. I rub the sleep from my eyes and twist around on the cot. A strangled shriek rips from my throat when I hear what sounds like gunshots echo through the small space. My heart's in my throat as I climb off the cot and rush to the door, pressing my ear to the cold steel in hopes that I'll hear what's going on the other side. There's shouting, a lot of it, followed by more shots, louder this time. They're getting closer. Could it be Callum? Oh, God, please. But only if he's safe. I can imagine him out there, doing something crazy to rescue me. He would risk his life in a heartbeat for my own. But living without him isn't an option, so I need him to be safe. Silence. It's that eerie silence that shows me what it means to truly be afraid. Please, please let him be okay. Every second that crawls past in silence makes my imagination go wild. No one is coming for me. I'm going to die, trapped in this stupid room beside a bucket of pee and poop. All there is quiet, until there isn't. The lock on the door clicks. I take a step back as hot tears spill onto my cheeks, my feelings caught between hope and dread. My lungs burn as I hold my breath. It seems like an eternity before the door creaks open, and at first, I can't believe it's him. I tell myself it's my imagination, that it's all a dream, but it's not. Callum? I whisper his name, afraid he'll evaporate into the air if I speak too loudly. This is real. As real as the heat of his body clashing with mine as he wraps his arms around me. As real as the strength of his embrace and the pounding of his heart against my ear as he crushes me to his chest. Please tell me you're okay. The anguish in his voice rips through me. Yes, I'm okay. Exhausted and emotional, but I'm okay. My voice is raw. Callum peers down at me, his gaze penetrating. I've missed that look. The one that says he'll do anything to make sure I'm his forever. Fuck. All I want to do is hold you in my arms. However, we aren't safe. Not yet. We still have to get out of this place. I took out a few of Jack's men, but I know there's more coming. I breathe him into my lungs. Relief like I've never felt before encompasses me. I don't care. All that matters is that you're here. Cupping me by the cheeks, he presses his lips against mine. He breathes life back into me, making my worries and fears crumble. I'm whole now that I'm back in his arms again. The kiss breaks far too soon, and I sag against him, wishing we were out of here already and safe within the walls of the mansion. Of course I'm here. I've spent every second searching for you. I wasn't going to give up, not until I had you back in my arms. I love you. The moment I opened that crate and you weren't inside with Tatum, I about lost my mind. The mere mention of Tatum makes my heart clench. Is Tatum okay? I have to force the words, since I'm afraid to know the answer. Physically, yes. Emotionally, we don't know yet. he soothes, petting my hair gently.
And I wish we had more time to talk, but we need to get out of here before more men arrive.
He releases me and turns, blocking me with his body.
Stay behind me and keep close. I don't know how bad it will get, and I don't want to lose you.
I nod and push away the terror threatening to claw its way out of me. I just want this nightmare to end. We step out of the dark and dingy cell and into another room. The lights above are bright, and I must rely on Callum to lead the way until my eyes adjust. They do so just in time for me to get a look at a man slumped against the wall. A splatter of blood on the cinder blocks marks the spot where he was standing when he was shot in the head. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I recognize him as the guy who cracked his knuckles and later slapped me until I was dizzy. The perverse impulse to laugh is almost too much to ignore, but there's no time. We round a corner, and another pair of dead men greet us. Adrenaline pulses in my veins when the sound of footsteps ring out up ahead of us.
Stay back.
Callum shoves me around the corner an instant before an ear-piercing gunshot sounds, followed by another. Callum falls back beside me, breathing hard, his gun hitting the floor before I understand why. The blood that starts to bloom like a crimson flower on his blue shirt gives me my answer. No, no, I whisper, staring in horror as the blood spreads through the fabric. No, this wasn't supposed to happen. I can't lose him like this. Not after everything. Instinct drives me to press my hand to the wound to help stop the bleeding.
Flesh wound, he grunts, raising an arm to wipe away the sweat beating against his brow. I'll be fine, I promise.
Torio!
Dominic's voice taunts from down the hall.
You're not giving up that easily, are you? If so, I'm disappointed. I won't lie. I expected more from you.
He shot Callum. He spilled his blood. Fear and anger make it hard for me to concentrate on the next step. If we don't move, we're sitting ducks. But where else can we go? Back to the cell? What do we do? A panicked whisper escapes me while blood continues to flow from his wound. No matter how much pressure I apply, I can't make it stop.
Go, he grunts. Run, get out of here.
But I don't know where we are.
Cars. Outside.
He groans through the pain.
Hurry. All that matters is you and the baby.
Come on. I was just starting to have fun, Dominic yells.
The heavy click of his footsteps grows louder the closer he gets. We're as good as dead if we don't get moving.
You have to go,
Callum urges. I'm not leaving you.
Bianca,
Dominic taunts, his voice light, sing-song.
I'll make you a deal. Come with me without a fight, and I might spare your baby daddy's life.
Closer. He's getting closer, and every footstep heightens my panic until I can hardly hear anything other than my own racing heartbeat.
Come out, Dominic croons. We both know what you need to do if you want him to live. I'm going to count to 5. You show yourself before I reach 5, and we'll be on our way. Otherwise, you'll still come with me, but you'll also have his death on your conscience. What's it going to be?
Run, Callum insists, his hands shoving me away before pointing down the hall.
There's a back door. There will be somebody out there watching the door. Hurry. Go.
What do I do? I have to protect the baby, but I can't leave him here. I refuse. I love him too much to do that. I know what I have to do, even if I don't believe I have the strength to do it. I'm tired of running, tired of crying and being afraid. None of those things will end this. The bulge above Callum's ankle catches my attention, and I pull up his pant leg to find a knife strapped there.
What are you doing? He demands when I pull it free.
What am I doing? Maybe the stupidest thing possible. But Dominic won't take anything else from me. Fine, I yell, and adjust my hold on the knife, my clammy palm making it problematic to get a good grip. I hide it at my side, hoping to use the element of surprise to my advantage. I'll come out. Just please don't hurt Callum. Promise me.
I promise.
He can't even be bothered to sound serious.
You'll be fine. Just come with me and all of this will end.
You can do this. You're strong. I suck a shaky breath into my lungs. Okay. Callum reaches for me. However, it's a failed attempt at stopping me when I gently but firmly push his hand away from my leg. There is a very good chance this could end badly, but it's my only hope. I've never fired a gun in my life, and I wouldn't trust myself to do it now. But a knife? That's a different story. With the knife hidden behind my back, I step around the corner. No going back now. Dominic is only a few feet away, and when he spots me, he lowers his gun.
See? Things are so much easier when we work together as a team.
Please, don't hurt him. I take a small tentative step toward him. I have to play the damsel in distress. Let him see my fear and weakness.
If I kill him, we get nothing. You're what we want.
With the agility of a snake, he strikes, his hand wrapping around my forearm and pulling me close. Close enough for me to sink the knife deep into his stomach, which is precisely what I do. Without blinking or thinking too much about it, I tighten my hold on the butt of the knife and put every ounce of pain and anger into thrusting the knife right into the soft flesh of his stomach. At first, he doesn't even notice, a smile still sitting triumphantly on his face. It doesn't take long for surprise and shock to cross his features. Most likely, finally feeling the pain, he looks down to find the handle of the knife jutting out of him. It's my turn to smile, and I do so when pulling the knife from his stomach. Just as quickly as the first time, I stab him again, ignoring the blood that seeps onto my hands.
What the fuck?
The gun drops to the floor, and he stumbles backwards, placing a hand on his stomach. Blood starts to absorb into the fabric of his t-shirt, and he looks at it with disbelief.
You fucking bitch,
he growls, and I reach for the gun, picking it up with my bloody, trembling hands. I turn it on him and put my finger near the trigger. I've never shot a gun before, or have even considered killing someone, but I now understand why Callum did what he did. There was never a time when I wouldn't do what I needed to protect those I loved. Fuck you, I whisper through gritted teeth, watching him slide down the wall at his back, his hand wrapped around the knife. You take one step towards me, and I'll blow your fucking head off. His shirt soaks up the blood like a sponge, a bloody smear following him as he slides down the wall. Running on adrenaline alone, I walk slowly back towards Callum.
You'll pay for this,
he snarls, his features twisting in pain. I ignore the threat and slip back around the corner.
Callum. It's the ultimate torture, sitting helplessly against the wall while blood runs out of you and everything goes quiet. The acrid odor of gunpowder fills my nostrils, that and the coppery smell of blood. Gunshots ring out on the other end of the basement, and someone somewhere moans in pain. The sounds overlap until I'm sure my skull will crack. Bianca, I whisper, but my voice is lost in the chaos echoing through the halls between rows of rooms like the one I just pulled her from. Seconds stretch out until they feel like hours, and every pump of my heart means more blood loss. But all I care about is her. What did she do? Where did she go? I lean over, wincing as I stretch, and finally close my fingers around my Glock, pulling it closer. Fuck this. I'm not waiting for him to kill her. She needs me, and I'd rather die protecting her than against this fucking wall. I'm halfway to my feet when all at once my little bird appears in front of me. She's wide-eyed, her entire body trembling. Relief takes the strength out of my legs for a heartbeat, making me lean against the cinder block wall for support. What? She shakes her head, wrapping an arm around mine. Dominic's down, but he's not dead, just wounded. We need to move quickly. She's right. We should move, get out of here, and never look back. I have what I came here for, and she's in one piece. That needs to be enough. But somehow, it's not. Maybe it's because I read some of the messages he sent one of my crew detailing what he and his father planned to do with Bianca that makes me thirsty for revenge. How they were going to use her to milk me dry and convince me to sign over most of my businesses before either killing her or waiting for the baby's birth before selling them both on the black market. Those messages are burned into my brain. Now they're all I can see. He needs to die. No, we need to go. There will be another time for revenge. She tries to pull me toward the back door I told her about earlier, but I round the corner she disappears behind to confront the man who joked about selling her. He's holding the knife that still juts out from his stomach. She sank it up to the hilt. Good girl. My little bird is becoming a phoenix rising from the ashes of her suffering. I find the bastard panting, his skin a grisly white. You pathetic piece of shit. I raise the gun, smiling down at him. Wait. He holds up one blood-coated hand, pleading for the mercy he would never have extended to Bianca. Oh, how I want to savor this moment. I'd love nothing more than to drag this out, to keep him alive the way I did Christoph, to torture him until he begs for the sweet release of death, only for me to keep him alive anyway, lingering on the invisible line between misery and oblivion until his heart can't take the strain anymore. This isn't about anything as low-level as money. I wouldn't bother holding him for ransom. No amount of money, property, or power would be enough to save him from me. This is revenge. Dominic! Gunshots ricochet ahead, and I shove Bianca behind me to protect her. There's only one man that voice could belong to. Jack. Dad! Dominic whines. It's a pitiful sound. Hurry! She fucking stabbed me, and he's going to shoot me. I should blow his brains out for the hell of it, and would if it wasn't for the bullet that whines past my ear. It brings me back to my senses in a hurry. There will be another time to end his pitiful existence where I can draw it out and make it worthwhile. Right now, Bianca is all that matters, her and the baby. Even my blood loss and how the world starts to go fuzzy and blurry around the edges don't matter half as much as getting her to safety. You got lucky, you son of a bitch, I hiss an instant before another bullet passes me, this time lodging in the cinder block above my head. I've already pressed my luck as far as it'll go. Let's go! As always, my little bird cares more about me than herself. You've already lost so much blood. I've had worse, I whisper, leading her to the door which opens to the rear of the building. I can't remember when, exactly, but this is not the time to split hairs. I hear Jack behind us, shouting at his son, and, for one blood-chilling moment, I imagine him coming after us rather than sticking to his son's side. It's enough to make me cast a look over my shoulder, expecting to find Jack glaring at me in the fluorescent light flickering faintly overhead. It wouldn't surprise me to find him there, his gun aimed at my head. You fucking bitch! He screams, his words bouncing off the unforgiving surfaces of the basement. I should have ripped your fucking heart out, you cunt! Don't, she urges, pulling me by the arm. I didn't even realize until she did it that I faltered, as if my subconscious was about to turn me around and send me down the hall to paint the walls with the brains of both men the way Jack painted that crate with Amanda's brains and blood. We burst outside together. The light from the rising sun paints the sky an array of pinks and oranges. I don't think I've ever seen a more beautiful sunrise. Strange how that's the first thought that comes to mind. I might have lost more blood than I realized. My head feels heavy, and the black car waiting for us with its headlights on and doors open seems to be 1,000,000 miles away. Boss! I don't know who it is that calls out to me. I only know that one of my men catches me before my knees hit the ground. Get her to the car. I'm so fucking weak. She doesn't need to see me like this. It'll only make things worse. Jack and Dominic are still in there. Dominic's wounded. A second guard takes off at a run, his gun drawn. I doubt he'll catch up to them, but I hope that if he does, he shoots to maim rather than to kill. I want the pleasure of ending their pathetic lives myself. Callum? Bianca's at my other side, clinging to me despite my blood staining her clothes and snow-white skin. Don't you dare die on me. I didn't go through all of that just for you to die. Stay with me, please. Yes, ma'am. A weak smile stirs my lips upward, and before I know it, I'm in the car. A groan of pain passes my lips, and I hate that I'm so weak I can't hold myself together. Bianca tumbles in after me and presses her face to my shoulder. Callum? Oh my God. Anything else she tries to say is lost to her broken sobs, each so powerful they make her body heave against mine. I hate that she's crying, and that I'm partially the cause of her pain. You're safe now. Everything is going to be okay. Wrapping my left arm around her leaves my right hand free to press against the bullet wound on my side. The bleeding seems to have slowed, but hasn't yet stopped. No, it's not. You're bleeding out. There's dried blood on my hand, though I touch her cheek anyway, marveling at how she's here. I have her back. I can touch her, hear her sweet voice, feel the warmth of her body against mine. That's a good thing, too, since I'm suddenly shivering. Fuck. I'm going into shock. My phone's in my pocket. I lean over, grimacing, breathing deeply to stave off the darkness threatening to overcome me. She pulls it out. Call Romero. Put it on speaker. She does as she's told, and a moment later his voice fills the car's interior. Is it done? We have her. She's here. A question quickly follows his sigh of relief. You sound bad. What's the situation? He was shot. Bianca blurts out, her voice trembling. He lost a lot of blood. Shot. In my right side. I explain through clenched teeth when the car hits another bump. I think it went through clean, but I lost a lot. I need you to alert the staff. I'm going to need help when we arrive. 5 minutes, I hear from the front of the car. What about you, Bianca? Romero asks. I'm fine. They didn't hurt me. She'll need a bed, I insist, ignoring her shaking head. And I want an ultrasound done, ASAP, whatever it takes. We need to make sure the baby's okay. I'll have it arranged by the time you get here. I already got a call from Isaac. He went back in, but they were gone. He said there was a trail of blood leading out to the front lot that extended next to an empty parking space. They got away. I knew it, of course, but hearing it chills what blood I have left. It was impossible. Jack was firing on us. I had to get her out of there. Nobody's blaming you, he insists, cutting me off. You did what needed to be done, but rest assured we'll find them. The more they run, the more I want them. Somewhere along the line, this became personal for him. I know we will. My head touches the back of the seat, and I sigh. Now that the emergency is over and Bianca's here, there's less adrenaline to keep me alert. My eyes drift closed, and my limbs become heavy. Callum? I blink my eyes open to find Bianca leaning over me, her face filling my awareness. Her sweet, beautiful face, like an angel hovering over me. Stay with me, okay? We're almost there. Stay awake. Don't leave me. I will never leave you, even if it feels that way. My eyelids have never been so heavy, and holding them open takes every ounce of strength I possess. They begin to close on their own in spite of my struggle to keep them open. It's going to be okay. We'll all be okay. We're almost there, the driver shouts. Stay with us, boss. Callum, please. The last thing I sense is the touch of her lips against mine. Even if I die here and now, I couldn't think of a better way to go.
Bianca. I hate how hospitals smell, though it's heavenly compared to what I spent the past few days smelling. It's so clean. We didn't even stop at the ER. I'm already in my own room, just as Callum is. A room I wish I was in right now. Where is Callum? Is he all right? I pepper the nurse with the questions as soon as she walks in. Miss Cole, I already told you that he'll be just fine. I'm sure the nurse is tired of me asking that by now, even as she hides it pretty well while hooking a bag of saline up to the port in my arm. He's being stitched up as we speak. But he's okay? Are you sure? She offers a warm smile and pats my hand. I'm fairly sure, and I'll check on him once we're finished here with you. I'm fine. Now that I had an ultrasound to ensure the baby was okay, I only care about Callum. I might as well be talking to a wall for all the good it's doing. Nobody understands how important it is for me to know he's safe. Either that, or they're placating me, because the news is terrible and nobody wants me to know yet. Maybe if I start screaming, somebody will drop the act and be honest with me. You're dehydrated and need to eat something. We have to be sure you're taken care of as well. While she chides me, she takes my blood pressure. The most important thing right now is making sure you stay calm. Your blood pressure is a little higher than I'd like. Easy for her to say. I'm trying. We'll give the saline some time, and someone from down in the cafeteria will bring up the meal you requested. All you have to do right now is rest. What about Tatum, my friend? I really wish Callum was here with me. I'm entirely in the dark, and I hate it. Where is she? I have to see her. A male voice answers that question. She's in a suite upstairs. I crane my neck and look around the nurse. I never thought the sight of Romero would bring happy tears to my eyes. Hi, I whisper. He offers a faint grin. Good to see you alive and well. He and the nurse exchange a look, and suddenly she's in a big hurry to leave the room. I can understand why. He's pretty intimidating, even to me. I can't imagine how much worse it would be for a stranger to face his dark, intense energy for the first time. How is she? I ask. Once he reaches the side of the bed, it hits me that he's the one I should be more concerned about. I wonder if he slept at all in the days since we were kidnapped. She's doing better, just not talking much. She stares out the window most of the time. She did perk up when I told her you were here and that you were safe. Thank you, God. I'll never forget what it felt like, her weight suddenly landing on me. I was so sure she was dead. I have to see her. You'll get to see her, but first, you've got to take care of yourself. Meaning, you should eat something before I take you up. Did everybody decide to treat me like a child once I was rescued? It's like they're all working from the same script. Truthfully, they weren't that awful to me. I'm not in bad shape. Dehydrated and exhausted, yes, but it could have been much worse. It's rare to see him smile. Not that there's any lightness or humor in it. It's more like he's trying not to snicker at me. They weren't that bad to you? You know what I mean. They didn't, beat me or anything. Tell that to the bruises on your face. I haven't looked at myself in the mirror. He touches his fingers to his own cheek. It's not that bad, just a little bit here and there. He switches to the other side. Looks like you got slapped. That's because I did. Other than that, you look like you could use a shower, but that's it.
No offense.
You look like you could use one too, I retort. No, he wasn't being critical, but I'm tired, frustrated, and sick of the condescension I've received from almost everybody since arriving at the hospital.
I'm sure you're right,
he admits, while rubbing a hand over his scruffy cheek.
Since Tatum is awake and you're back, I might be able to grab one.
Has my dad been here? I whisper.
He's on his way. I called him to let you know you're here and safe.
Thank you for everything. I'm sure this hasn't been easy, and you look like you've been through the ringer.
I've endured worse, believe me. I'll check in with Callum and then tell Tatum you'll come up after eating something.
He heads for the door, but doesn't make it out before it flies open. My father rushes into the room, barely glancing at Romero after bumping into him and heading straight for me with his arms outstretched.
Oh, my baby. My girl.
If I didn't know better, I would think he is trying to crush me with how tight his hug is. It's okay, Dad. I'm okay. Everything is fine, I assure him.
You're all right?
Finally, he releases me, and I can breathe. He takes my face into his hands and examines me himself.
You were held hostage for days. How can you say you're fine?
Well, every test they ran said I'm in good shape, and I won't argue with test results. Dehydration is the worst of it.
Have you eaten? Damn it, I should have brought you something.
Dad, please, relax. It's okay. You didn't have to bring me anything. I asked to have some food from the cafeteria brought up. He nods, studying my face.
Are you sure you're okay? What did they do to you? Did they hurt you?
My head aches at the idea of explaining any of this to him. Dad, I'm exhausted, and I don't think I have it in me to rehash the whole story. His face falls, and that expression stirs up guilt, so I add, they didn't really hurt me. For the most part, they left me alone. I was in a tiny little room by myself.
So no one tried to take advantage of you?
My skin crawls, and I can almost feel Dominic's hands on my ankles when he forces my legs apart after I kick him. I don't want Dad to see what his question does to me, so I shake my head with as much of a smile as I can muster. Honestly, it was scary, but it wasn't as bad as it could have been. Callum got there before things took a dark turn.
Yeah, he's a real hero,
he says sarcastically. It's not that I didn't expect the anger, the way he slides right into his typical attitude toward Callum. It still hurts to see it, though. Is this how it's always going to be? Torn between the two of them, wanting them both to be happy no matter how miserable it is for me? He is, I insist. He ran right into the chaos to save me, and ended up getting shot and risking his own life to get me out. He shakes his head, just when I think he's about to come around.
There wouldn't have been any need for that if it wasn't for the way he lives his life. Don't argue with me.
He grunts when I open my mouth, prepared to do just that. He almost died for me. I don't know what else you want from him.
Not only for you.
There goes my heart, stuttering at his words. What do you mean?
He did it for the baby, too, didn't he?
Oh. Suddenly, I'm too tired to sit upright, so I lean against the raised bed with a sigh. Surprise? I offer in a whisper. This wasn't how I envisioned him finding out. But there's no keeping it a secret anymore.
I'm glad you can joke about it.
I didn't want you to find out this way. I pick at my thin blanket, suddenly nervous to look at him.
I'm surprised you wanted me to find out at all.
You're my father. Of course I was going to tell you, although it's still so early.
Don't give me that bullshit, he scolds.
Even now, you're going to be this way? I slap a hand against the bed, releasing some frustration. You come running in here and almost squeeze the life out of me after I was missing for days, then give me this attitude? Silence falls between us while he sits with his gaze downcast. What do you want me to say? I finally whisper. I didn't plan it. Sometimes these things happen.
Now there won't be any escaping him. Whatever future you had planned, it's now tied directly to his.
How can I make you understand? I don't want to get away from him. I want to be with him.
I know.
I can think of only a few times in my life when I saw the look that's on his face right now. a look of disappointment and sadness. He will never understand what not having his approval does to me. It looks like this is the way life will always be, carrying the weight of his disappointment on my shoulders, even when I know Callum is the only man I will ever want. It's a relief when a knock on the door interrupts us. "Come in," I say, and the door squeaks open as a staff member brings in a tray of food. The aroma of bacon and sausage leaves me practically choking on the saliva that floods my mouth. The second the tray is set on the wheeled table near the bed, I pull it closer and manage a mumbled apology before practically shoving my face into the plate. The first taste of salty bacon is enough to bring tears to my eyes. Nothing has ever tasted this good. Shuffling footsteps at the open door grab my attention from my feast, in time to find Callum slowly walking through the door. Now the bacon might as well be sawdust, because nothing else matters. He's here, he's alive, and he's walking, even if it's slow going. "Should you be walking around?" I ask, while my heart skips a beat. He looks about as well as I would expect anyone to look after being shot, even though, at this moment, he is the sweetest thing I've ever set eyes on, even while wearing a hospital gown over his slacks.
They say movement is good for healing.
He tries to hide a wince as he makes his way across the room. Dad doesn't get up from his seat on the edge of the bed, and all I can do is roll my eyes and hope he doesn't plan on acting childish for the rest of his existence. He doesn't have to like my choices, but he should respect them.
I told you we'd get her back.
The two of them stare at each other for a silent eternity, while all I can do is look back and forth and hope they don't decide to get into a fight. Callum's looking a little pale, and his voice is not as strong as usual, but the electricity crackling through the room tells me he wouldn't back down if Dad goaded him. It's Dad who blinks first.
Thank you for bringing her back safely.
It doesn't do much to ease the tension, but it warms my heart anyway. He's trying. I have to give him credit for that. Callum's scowl deepens, and I hold my breath, waiting for him to ruin the moment. Instead of smarting off, he only nods with a soft grunt before directing his attention to me.
How are you feeling?
Better now that I've eaten. I really want to go upstairs and see Tatum.
Would it make a difference if I said you need to get some sleep before you do that?
Not really. I look from him to Dad, who doesn't seem much happier with my response. Please?
Fine, but afterwards you're going to rest,
Callum orders. I barely hold back from rolling my eyes. Sure, Dad. Whatever you say. I realize the mistake I've made as soon as the words leave my mouth. Yep, she's exactly the way Romero described her, sitting up in her bed, staring out the window. She's not blank-faced, the way I'd assume she'd look if she was in shock. People in shock don't look like they're deep in thought and pissed off about it. She doesn't acknowledge me entering the room with Callum close behind me. I wonder if she's like this with everyone, shutting the world out completely. She's alive, though, and I can't help but tremble with relief at that knowledge. Tatum, I whisper. Her head snaps around, and I can't help but notice, even in all of my relief, how pale and unhealthy she looks. I'm sure the harsh lighting in the room doesn't help things, but no amount of fluorescent light could create the haunted look in her eyes. Even when she wells up with tears and offers a shaky smile, that look doesn't go away. You're really here? It's not the pain meds messing with my head? It's really me. I shake my head when she notices the IV bag I'm wheeling around. Just saline. No big deal. I'm okay. Thank God. She reaches for me, and I sit on the bed, placing my hands in hers. I've been so worried and scared. My knuckles are practically grinding together with the way she's squeezing. However, I simply grit my teeth through it. I'm here, and everything is going to be okay. I mean, I don't know if that's true or not, but I need to believe it. Sure, Jack is still out there, and so is Dominic. But right now, it has to be enough that we're together and safe. "The baby?" she whispers with a catch in her voice. "All clear. They gave me an ultrasound, and everything looks good. All is where it should be." Callum joins us, slowly lowering himself into a chair on the other side of the bed. I'm glad she was so distracted by my presence that she didn't notice him slowly walking, or how careful he needs to be. I can't give him shit for refusing a wheelchair when I did the same, yet he does need one much more than I do. "How are you feeling?" I ask the most obvious question. She lifts her shoulder. "I don't know. How am I supposed to feel? The pain meds help, but everything else is numb." I wince. "You're still feeling pain?" "Only the worst headache of my life," she grunts through clenched teeth. "Feel like someone is beating a gong inside my head."
The doctor said that should improve within another day or two.
Callum points out in a gentle, understanding tone. I'll never get over the way he softens around her.
"It won't be forever."
"Yeah, I guess my skull is as thick as you always said it was."
She tries to grin at him, but comes off more like a grimace. Stroking the backs of her hands with my thumbs, I murmur, "Hey, you don't have to be strong right now. It's okay to be weak, to have moments of sadness."
"I don't know how else to be."
She looks me straight in the eye, intense, unblinking.
"I overheard Romero mention Jack Maroney on the phone, so I know he was behind this."
That's right. His smug, sneering face flashes in front of me, and now I'm the one squeezing her hands for dear life.
"That was her, I heard, wasn't it? That was my mother."
I can barely breathe. Only Tatum could blindside me like that. But what am I supposed to say? I can't lie. What did you expect, Bianca? I guess I figured they had talked this over by now. But then, if she only woke up for good overnight, they wouldn't have had the time. And if her condition was kind of touch and go, I'm sure Callum wouldn't have wanted to heap that sort of trauma on her. Callum clears his throat and places his hand on her arm.
"I'm sorry, sweetheart. You weren't in any condition to talk about what happened. I wanted to wait until you were ready."
"Then it's true, isn't it?"
Her delicate features flood with color, and her chin quivers. My heart breaks for her, and for what this will do to her. She was unstable before, although now I'm sure she'll fall off the deep end. "She was there," I whisper, sliding a warning look Callum's way. Just because she knows Amanda was there doesn't mean she assumes she's dead. We can't drop that on her all at once. As it turns out, we don't have to.
"Well, what did he do to her? She was pretty pissed I was there. Did he hurt her? Is she here in the hospital too?"
Fuck. I have to say something. I wish I could find the right words. Callum is just as lost as I am, sputtering, his features pinched like he's trying to contain his emotions.
"Just tell me."
Any trace of hope is gone from her flat voice.
"Just tell me already. I can take it."
Silence. I try to find the words. Only they just won't come. She blurts out a soft, bitter laugh.
"It's not like she was ever much of a mother anyway."
It should be Callum. I know it. And the look he gives me says he knows it too.
"Sweetheart, I'm so sorry. But she's gone. I wish there was a way I could have prevented it. I really do."
I watch as she takes a deep, shuddering breath before letting a single tear roll down her cheek.
"That's what I figured. I don't know why, but I genuinely wanted it to not be true."
"Sweetie, she was your mom, no matter how she acted. It's only natural that you care about her." It's more than a little awkward trying to hug her with a tube in my arm and tubes in hers, but somehow I managed to do it without dislodging anything. Eventually, she scoots over so we can share the bed. She rests her head on my shoulder, her tears slowly leaking from her eyes and getting caught by my thin gown. Meeting Callum's gaze over the top of her head, I see the anguish in his eyes. No, he won't miss Amanda any more than I will. But his daughter is suffering, and the Maroney men are still walking free somewhere. I should have jammed that knife into Dominic's heart. "Can you stay here with me?" Her mumbled, tear-choked question takes me by surprise, though it shouldn't. I wouldn't want to be alone at a time like this either. Callum answers for me.
We'll work something out. There's plenty of room in here for another bed.
That's putting it mildly. I've been in hotel rooms smaller than this. I won't leave, I promise, holding her a little tighter. I'm here for you, always and forever.
Callum. Pain. One of the most inescapable emotions in life. It's an experience you learn from at a young age when you touch the hot stove or fall down and skin your knee. It's your body's way of telling you something isn't okay, or check this out, or stop what you're doing. A protective mechanism of sorts. In my life, I've experienced many bouts of pain, physical and emotional, but nothing compares to the pain you feel seeing your child hurt and knowing there is nothing you can do to ease that pain. I've never been what anyone would call a helicopter parent, hovering over Tatum, watching every choice she makes. That is, until now. While watching my daughter walk up the front steps of our home while half a dozen guards keep a watchful eye out for threats around the building's perimeter. I can't afford to take any chances, not with her and Bianca back under my roof. Take it easy, I urge. Slow down. Tatum rolls her eyes at me over her shoulder, which I take as a good sign. Dad, I have a concussion. I didn't forget how to walk. I know, but you need to take what the doctor said seriously. 2 quick movements could cause you to lose your balance, and hitting your head again will not help you recover any faster. My balance is fine. Pausing inside the doorway, she turns to me, giving me her best glare. I'm begging you, please lighten up. You're the one walking around with a bullet wound in your abdomen. If there's anyone you should be worried about, it's yourself. Bianca steps in like a beacon of hope, offering a gentle but firm response. Come on. I don't know about you, but I miss sleeping in a regular bed and not having a nurse come in every 20 minutes to check on me. Taking Tatum by the arm, she offers me a look of sympathy. Is there anything wrong with me trying to make sure my daughter is okay? I wish she would let me help her, but she's as stubborn as a mule. As glad as I am to watch her walk down the hall again, with Bianca at her side as they head to her wing, my heart sinks. No matter how much I tighten my grip, she's like quicksand slipping through my fingers. How can I help someone that doesn't want my help? We continue through the house, and every step I take leaves me feeling relieved. I didn't know how much I missed being here. It's good to be home. That it is, he agrees, sticking close to my side. Too close. Afraid I can't make it to my office alone. Did I say that? You don't have to. I make a point of taking a giant step to the left to place more distance between us. I can practically feel your breath on the back of my neck. Remind me later not to ask if you need any help changing your bandages. I wasn't going to ask for help. No, of course not. Why would you accept anyone's assistance? Sarcasm drips from his response. It's only once we've reached my office that he exhales loudly, rubbing at the back of his neck, giving off a frustrated energy. I have to say it because it's eating me up inside. But I feel like if I was there, you wouldn't have been shot. You don't know that. It never occurred to me that he would see things that way. The best place for you to be was at Tatum's side. I understand that, but you could have died. Does that not make any bells go off in your head? Of course it does, yet there wasn't any other option. If it makes you feel better, you can help change my bandages. I smirk to lighten the mood. Sorry, the window of opportunity is closed. At least he's grinning when he looks my way. I haven't wanted to bring it up since there were more important things to discuss, Bianca and Tatum and all that. But what are our next steps? To find and kill Jack and his son. The answer is simple. Jack and his son will pay for fucking with what is mine. He's gone deep into hiding. I've been checking with my contacts around the clock, and nobody's seen or heard from him. I even checked local hospitals. If she sank that knife as deep into him as you said, I'm sure he needed more assistance than some paid-under-the-table doctor. It's almost poetic, I sigh. Though it would have been better if she'd stabbed him in the balls, that prick. She might have spared the world the possibility of there being another Maroney one day. If we take him out, and I mean soon, we'll eliminate that possibility as well. That means we have to flush him out somehow, both of them. Any ideas on how to do that? Nothing aside from the usual. I haven't been thinking strategically, let's put it that way. That makes two of us. Set one of his warehouses on fire, burn his house down, find his men, and send him photos of their torture. That kind of thing. I'm not sure that would do it either, not if he's that determined to stay hidden. The temptation to go along with the idea is almost too strong to resist. I would love to bask in the warmth of a fire if it was Jack Maroney's life burning to cinders. My pulse races, my fists tighten, and I want to find the nearest book of matches. That will be what he expects, I point out, not gladly. Nobody wants to destroy his existence more than I do, but we have to play it smart. We can't rush out guns blazing. We could end up walking into a trap or miss our chance, and who knows if we'll get another. We've got one opportunity. I watch as he absorbs my words, and I notice his shoulders rising, the tension in every muscle. Romero, I need you with me on this. I can't have you going rogue. I have no intention of going rogue. I'll do whatever you think is best. You're the boss. I don't like it any more than you do, I assure him. I probably hate it a hell of a lot more. I want him to pay more than anything, but acting without thought isn't going to get us what we want. The snake has to poke his head out eventually. We'll get him the moment he does. Right. He turns away from the window, and if I didn't know better, I would think the snarl he wears was directed at me. The sky behind him grows darker by the moment. It's been several long days, and we all need a minute to catch our breath and get our shit together. I was thinking of reaching out to Costello, he suggests, but I wanted to check with you first. Since the relationship is still somewhat new, I wasn't sure if that would be the right move. I think it's a great idea. He won't be looking for anything from Sebastian. As far as I know, Costello is unaware of our dealings. Yes, we'll reach out to him. He seemed eager enough to be of help when Bianca was missing. Not that he was accommodating in the end, he retorts, a little sour. As it turns out, we didn't need him to be. We had everything we needed. It was only a matter of time before we put the pieces together. Too much time. Time Bianca should have been with me, not trapped in some stinking hellhole. Yes, it could have been worse, but she didn't deserve to experience a moment of what she did. I'll reach out to him and set up a time for a meeting. I don't bother trying to hide the way I look him up and down. As for you, why don't you go home, get some rest in your own bed, and get your head on straight? We'll dive back into this tomorrow. But ultimately, there's no option but to let him see my frustration. I've been trying to hide it, reminding myself how difficult it's been for him, how little sleep he's gotten, and how he's beaten himself up more than once. First, it was blaming himself for leaving Tatum unprotected, and now he blames himself for my getting shot. I can't have him falling apart, not when I rely so heavily on him. No buts, I snarl. That was a fucking order. Go to bed, get some sleep. You'll be able to think better in the morning. You're no use to me as you are now. His jaw clenches, though he's smart enough to keep his thoughts to himself before stalking from the room, jamming his fists into his pockets. His footsteps echo like gunshots down the hall until they fade to silence with the closing of the front door. Slowly, I rise from my chair, groaning as I do. I consider going upstairs to the bedroom, but instead my feet lead me to the door separating the main house from Tatum's wing. It's closed, not unusual, but I have to ask myself whether or not to open it. I can't shake the feeling that somewhere deep down inside, Tatum blames me for all of this. It could very well be my guilt manifesting itself in projection, and at the end of the day, it was her mother who set this up, not me. But we don't think rationally when we are in a crisis, and what she's going through qualifies as that. I grip the door handle and twist the knob, opening the door, only to find Bianca on her way out of Tatum's bedroom. The way she moves, tiptoeing, holding a finger to her lips when she spots me, tells me Tatum must be asleep. She confirms this in a whisper once she draws closer. She went straight to bed. I know how she feels. It's impossible to get a good night's sleep in a hospital. Then let's get you to bed, too. I have to laugh at the raised brow of suspicion she gives me. I'm grateful for your confidence in my abilities, but that's the last thing on my mind for once. She frowns. You must be in really bad shape then. Not in bad shape, just extremely sore and not in the mood to tear my stitches. I don't want that either. She slides an arm around my waist, her touch gentle, careful, and I drape an arm across her shoulders. There is something incredibly right about this, the two of us ambling toward the stairs together. When I think of how close I came to never having this again, it's a pain intense enough to eclipse anything I've experienced until now. As we walk, Bianca speaks again. Would it be rude of me to offer an opinion on Tatum? You know her better than I do, I point out with no small amount of anger that I try hard to cover. It isn't her fault my daughter doesn't want to talk to me. I think it might be a good idea to bring a therapist here, to the house. This way she can't shut down the idea. Tatum's in a dark place. She sighs heavily, almost despairing, her head touching my shoulder. I hate seeing her like this. It's such a helpless feeling knowing the only person who can bring her out of this is herself. And what about you? We reach the landing and turn toward the bedroom. Honestly, I'm okay. I really am. Bianca does her best to assure me. However, I wouldn't be surprised if she was lying to save making me feel guilty. As we enter the bedroom, I spot the bag of supplies the hospital provided, gauze, tape, and alcohol wipes. One of the men must have brought it up here. Do you need help with this? She asks, lifting the bag from the nightstand. You wouldn't be changing the subject, would you? With a smirk, I take the bag, shaking my head. It'll be a cold day in hell when I accept help to change my bandages. Whatever you say. She purses her lips, and to my surprise, she trails along behind me as I walk toward the bathroom. What? She questions, noticing my curious expression. You don't want to watch this, do you? I thought I would hang around and talk with you. When she bites her lip, those familiar worry lines appear between her brows, and I realize this is what she needs. This is our first time being truly alone since before she was taken. The hospital doesn't count, especially with the ever-present threat of a nurse or administrator strolling in at any time. I can't pretend I don't crave her nearness with every fiber of my being. Be my guest. I set everything up on the vanity while she closes the lid to the toilet and takes a seat. Does it hurt? She asks once I've removed my button down and revealed the bandaged wound on my side. As much as you would expect a bullet wound to hurt. I'm sorry, she frowns. Bianca. Setting everything down, I stare at her in the mirror. Let's get one thing straight. You are not to blame yourself for this. I would think it's obvious by now, but I have no problem reminding you that I would take 100 bullets for you if it meant sparing your life. Don't say that, please. I almost lost you once before. I don't want to think about you taking any more bullets, least of all for me. It's the truth, Bianca. Your life is much more valuable than mine, and I will do anything to ensure you're safe and taken care of. That's your opinion. Her lips set into a firm line, and she lowers her gaze to the floor. I get the feeling there's something on her mind, something she might not have been comfortable sharing before now. She's had days to think things over, and it's taken every scrap of self-control to give her the time and space she needs to work through it. I can't revert to demanding things from her when she isn't ready to share. I can't scare her off. That was the worst part, honestly. When I knew you would find out I was missing, that Tatum was missing, and there was nothing I could do to help you. That was easily the worst part. I know the feeling, since the ugly scenarios my imagination insisted on spinning up were enough to test my sanity. What else? What else did you go through? You can tell me. It's important for you to talk these things out, too, just like it is for Tatum. I don't know. I knew in my heart you would come for me. I knew you were doing your best, but he... The hair on the back of my neck rises, and it isn't easy to be gentle and give her time to find the words. Instinct makes me want to demand, to grill her, and get every last detail out of her in hopes of pulling together a way to punish that bastard. What did he do? I have to ask after several teeth-grinding moments of silence. He said he would take me somewhere else and hide me. He said. Her voice catches, and I don't even realize I'm holding my breath, waiting for her to speak till my lungs start to burn. He told me he would keep me until the baby was born, then sell the baby and me if he didn't get what he wanted from you. Calm. Be calm. She needs you to keep it together. He said that to you? Not that I'm surprised. I'd expect a man like that to terrorize an innocent woman with the threat of selling her child. I'm just angry that she was spoken to like that. I can only imagine the way that made her feel. Her head bobs up and down. Is it wrong that I wish he was dead? Absolutely not. And now I very much wish I'd stuck around and blown that fucker's head off. He was going to sell my child, my heir. He would have trafficked my little bird, and then he would have held it over her head for months, making her dread the arrival of what was supposed to be a gift. My blood pressure is nearly through the roof, and everything around me becomes hazy while my mind is flooded with rage and my body with adrenaline. Jack needs to die. What am I doing, going to bed? I need to be working, finding him, making him pay. Rational thoughts replace the rage. I need to be with Bianca just as much, if not more. I need her touch, her presence to remind me that she's safe. Mine. She is what matters, her and Tatum and the baby. But will I ever have another opportunity like the one I had in that apartment basement? There's no way of knowing, but I can't let the need for revenge make me lose sight of the most important things. Good. She raises her head and meets my gaze in the mirror. Because I really hope you find him and kill him. That's exactly what I intend to do. I'm going to find him. I'm going to make him hurt for what he's done. I'm going to make him beg for death.
Bianca. I don't know what's wrong with me today. Everything is back to normal. The baby is okay, and I should be happier than ever. Except I can't seem to stop my eyes from leaking. If I didn't know better, I would think I have PMS. I'm that emotional and uneasy, hanging on the edge of tears while I sit around the house and try to keep myself occupied. Callum's understandably busy, working like crazy with Romero to track down Jack and Dominic. I'm not about to get in the way of that. I want those bastards dead. Whoops. There go my eyes again, filling with tears and blurring the article I'm reading on my tablet about the ways stress can affect pregnancy. I need to believe there won't be any adverse effects on the baby after what I experienced. No matter how many times I remind myself of all the women in the world who deal with stressful jobs every single day, busy family lives, or any number of other stresses while pregnant, it's not enough. I'm still anxious and worried. I wish I had killed Dominic when I had the chance. I should have stabbed him to death. One wound for every time he made my skin crawl while touching me in that filthy room. One for every nasty remark, every time he pushed his crotch into my face. It still wouldn't be enough. And it's knowing they're still out there somewhere that frustrates me to the point of tears. My best friend is locked in her bedroom, unable to bring herself to talk to anybody but me. Even then, it's like pulling teeth to get anything more than a few words at a time out of her. She's retreating into her shell again, and is sinking deeper whenever anyone tries to pull her out. It's the most scariest, helpless feeling, and ultimately, those monsters are walking around free somewhere, while we carry the emotional and physical scars of their actions. My hand trembles as I reach for the herbal tea on the nightstand. It isn't fear sending tremors through me, or frustration. It's anger. I'm angry, and I'm even angrier that I have a reason to be angry. I hate them for what they've done to all of us, for how they've changed me. I don't recognize myself. Who is this woman so bloodthirsty for revenge? I'm still mulling that over and sipping on my tea when the bedroom door opens slowly, like the person doing the opening is being extra careful not to be noisy. My heart swells, and for the first time in hours, I smile. I'm still awake, I call out. A moment later, Callum appears in the doorway.
It's late, he murmurs.
If I didn't know better, I think he was scolding me. Not that he wouldn't, but he should know better than to waste his time by now. I'm a big girl. It is. Setting the cup and tablet aside, I glare at the clock before raising an eyebrow. And here you are, finally leaving your office a little after midnight.
Pregnancy is making you even more of a handful than you were before.
He grins, taking a seat next to me, before slowly bending down to place a kiss against my belly. The caress of his lips is soft, almost reverent, and I melt into the mattress. Nobody would guess he's the sort of man who can be both gentle and kind. A man who makes me feel absolutely worshipped. I can't resist running my fingers through his soft, dark hair. Are you as tired as you look?
I'm all right.
His soft sigh tells me otherwise.
This isn't the first time I've burned the candle at both ends. I'm used to the lack of sleep.
Are you getting any closer to finding him? Lifting his head, he peers up at me. A flash of guilt flickers in his eyes, and suddenly, I wish I hadn't asked. Actually, I'm sorry. That was stupid. I shouldn't have asked. If there's one room of the house where you should be allowed to close the door on all our problems, this is one.
If you want to talk about it, I'm happy to.
Sitting up, he takes off his tie and starts unbuttoning his shirt. It's late. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I sit up, then push myself onto my knees behind him. I I can't explain this sudden, all-consuming desire to touch him, to be closer. I finally figured out what was missing all day, why I've been so edgy and emotional. Him. I was missing him, his touch and his familiar spicy scent. Something about it makes my toes curl, and this heady need builds low in my belly. Possessed with need, I bury my face into the crook of his neck and breathe him in. I place my hands on his shoulders, and I swear something loosens inside me. It's like a knot unraveling. It's been too long since we've had sex, and I crave his closeness. There's something so sweet and simple about pulling his shirt off once it's unbuttoned, revealing the intricate ink and muscles that move beneath my fingertips as I trace the dark lines of his dragon tattoo.
How was your day?
He turns his head, and I lean in for a kiss before pressing my lips to his bare shoulder. The groan of pleasure he releases zings straight through me.
You have no idea how good it feels to have your lips on me. I've missed you so much, missed your touch and your scent. It was unbearable torture without you.
I know. I continue to pepper kisses along his shoulder and the back of his neck, then massage the tight muscles with my thumbs. Today was long, but I kept myself occupied. Cheryl was nice company. I asked her if she'd teach me some of her recipes. I love cooking and want to be able to make some of the things she makes for you that you enjoy. He reaches back and covers my hands with his.
This is what I want. This is what I've had in my head from the beginning. Having you here, waiting for me at the end of each day. Something sweet to look forward to, after all the ugly, filthy shit I wade through.
You mean you want me to hang around the house all day and be available to you whenever you snap your fingers?
What's so wrong with that?
When I dig my nails into his flesh, he lets out a husky laugh.
What? I'd like to keep you barefoot and pregnant and chained to the stove, so long as the chain is long enough to reach the bedroom.
You're a chauvinist pig, I protest over his laughter.
Okay, fine.
He smirks at me over his shoulder, and the soft light from the nightstand dances over his chiseled features, turning him from the dark, dangerous villain to the kind, compassionate man I've come to know.
That's a line I heard from my old man when I was a kid. All I want is you here, all the time, where I can see you and touch you, and remind myself you're real, that I didn't dream you up.
You didn't dream me up. The scruff on his cheeks rubs against my palms when I take his face into my hands. I'm real, and I'm here. I might give you shit, but my biggest joy is being right beside you.
I love you.
The words shine from within him when he smiles, warming me like the sun on a soft spring day. Gentle, yet necessary for life. For my life, anyway. I love you too. The words don't come close to expressing how I truly feel, how much I need him, how whole he makes me, how his kiss unlocks something in my core, something hot and greedy and strong enough to make my breath come fast. A sizzle runs up my spine when his tongue probes my lips, then slides into my mouth. He takes his time, kissing me slowly, exploring me while my nails sink into his firm shoulders. My hunger for him isn't the kind that fades away when I get a taste. It only grows more potent, like his kiss is gasoline poured on the fire blazing in my heart. He breaks the kiss to lift my t-shirt over my head and tosses it on the floor. When he stares at my body, nostrils flaring, mouth open to allow for his harsh breathing, a flush creeps up over my neck and into my cheeks.
Perfect,
he whispers, running a finger from my collarbone down to my navel. Goosebumps pebble my skin before he eases me back until I'm lying against the satin-covered pillows. Taking my breasts, he molds them in his hands, pushing them together. His tongue sweeps over my nipples until I lift my hips, beckoning him between my legs. I need him, right now. Callum, yes. I whimper while my fingers run through his hair and scrape over his scalp. He groans and shudders as his tongue moves in wet circles, teasing my nipples into taut peaks. After tempting me, he finally closes his lips around one and sucks, flicking the sensitive tip until my head spins, and all I can do is moan his name. My arousal continues to build, the juices from my pussy running down my thighs until they soak into the sheets. All for him. He's the only man who could do this to me. I'm panting by the time he releases my nipple with a soft pop. Then he's moving his lips, blazing a skillful trail down my torso, making my muscles flutter beneath his lips.
I've missed your body, he whispers,
and the hot breath fanning against my flesh makes me shiver.
I've missed the way you melt beneath my fingertips and moan my name.
I part my legs to make room for him between them, and he releases an animalistic growl.
And the way you smell.
Another growl rips from him as he lowers his head and drags the scruff of his cheeks along my inner thigh. There's no resistance when he peels away my soaked thong to drag his tongue over my smooth, swollen lips. I jerk my hips forward and let out a gasp of pleasure. Yes, more of that. Callum. He flattens his tongue against my pussy and takes his time devouring every inch of my skin before finding my tiny clit. It's complete bliss, that first flick of his tongue. Lightning bolts of pleasure ripple through me, and I lift my hips greedily in anticipation of the next lick.
Fuck, little bird. Spread those legs wide. I want to see this pussy. My pussy.
He orders in that deep voice of his, where I can't help but do as he says. I'm exposed and at his complete mercy, and nothing has ever felt so right.
I'm obsessed with your cunt, Bianca. I want to eat it all fucking day, to swallow every drop of cum, and do it all over again. Morning, noon, and night I'd spend between your thighs so long as you keep that pretty pussy on my tongue.
Your mouth is filthy, I groan. The words are barely out of my mouth as he descends on me, his tongue lapping up my juices before focusing on my clit. He makes quick strokes against the sensitive bundle of nerves, and suddenly, I'm breathless. My heartbeat thunders in my ears, my muscles tense, and every fiber of my being is fixated on reaching the end. I'm so close. So fucking close. Callum, oh God, I manage to gasp before moaning again and again, while Callum's tongue drives me higher and higher until... My voice breaks, and there's nothing to do but scream silently, letting the waves of blissful pleasure crash over me. Somewhere in the back of my mind, I'm afraid of the intensity and the way it goes on, stretching out thanks to the way Callum continues eating me like a man starved. I can't control the sensations coursing through me as the orgasm drags on, growing more powerful. Callum only lifts his head when my silent screams turn to tears.
Shit. Bianca, what's wrong? Did I hurt you?
He asks, crawling up the length of my body. There's deep concern etched across his features when I pry open my eyes to find him looking down at me. I shake my head as hot tears roll down my cheeks. No, I'm sorry. I can't stop the tears from coming. I don't know what's wrong with me. It's so ridiculous that I have to laugh at myself, even as my body coughs with sobs. I can't control my emotions. Is it the baby? Or just the fact that my life's been so hectic and unpredictable lately? Callum answers the question before I can voice it.
You needed that release,
he muses, wiping my cheeks with his thumbs. I guess I did. The intensity is dying down now, and I feel sort of stupid. Yet he continues to stare at me with adoration.
I've never made a woman come so hard she cried.
There's a first for everything. I wind my arms around his neck and press into him, my lips on his. The tangy taste of my arousal explodes against my tongue. And there's something incredibly erotic about tasting yourself on someone else. Callum quickly works his way out of his pants and boxers, leaving himself bare. His cock is rock hard. The slight brush of my hand against his dripping head stirs a rumble from deep within his chest.
Do that again, and I might just come on the mattress.
We can't have that now, can we? I tease. Braced on his knees, he lifts me by the ass and tugs me forward.
There's an all-consuming hunger that can never be sedated that lives inside me when it comes to you. No matter how many times I claim you, or how much I taste you, it never feels like it's enough. I want more. Need more.
The hunger shines in his eyes, and he grips my legs, lifting them and gently pressing them to my chest. I need you. Fuck me, Callum. Claim me. I sink my nails into his thigh. This position leaves me completely vulnerable, every inch of my pussy exposed to him. He shifts forward on his knees, and his thick cock slips through my wet folds. I shiver, the sparks of pleasure that zing over my skin at the simplest of touches.
What type of man does it make me to want to destroy your pussy? To fuck you until you're screaming, begging, and pleading for me to stop?
Peering down between my legs, he watches, his gaze never wavering as he guides his thick shaft into my pussy.
What type of man does it make me, Bianca?
He whispers, his eyes meeting mine. It makes you mine. I gasp. There's nothing like the first few seconds when he sinks deep, stretching me to my limits, filling me with every thick inch. It's amazing how, after all the times we've had sex, I still have a difficult time taking him.
So tight and perfect. Your pussy was made for me, little bird. Made for me to sink into again and again. To fuck and kiss and tease. All mine.
Leaning over me, he presses my knees to my chest and grips my hips, fucking me slowly, plunging deep before pulling himself out. Watching himself as he does it, worshipping my body with every stroke. Is this what making love feels like? Unreadable emotions flicker in his eyes, and my soul ignites into a blazing inferno. Callum! All I can do is moan his name, the pleasure building like bricks in my lower belly. Swiveling his hips, he presses against something profound and all-consuming.
So good. So fucking perfect. The way your muscles clench around me, holding me inside, tightening over and over. You want to come, don't you?
Yes, please. Please let me come. I'm panting, and yet his pace remains the same.
Soon, little bird. So soon. We'll come together.
He grits his teeth, his grip on me tightening. I'm close. So close. I lift my hips, needing more. Any bit of friction to push me over the edge. Callum notices this and pulls out of me completely. I'm about to ask him what he's doing when he grabs me, flipping me onto my belly. The air whooshes out of my lungs, and I peer at him over my shoulder. What? I hiss, irritated because I was so close to coming.
Get on your hands and knees. I'm going to spank this pretty little ass while I fill your cunt with my cum.
I don't even blink and move into position quickly. Callum moves behind me an instant later. His fingers press into my skin, and his cock slips back inside me. Home. We both let out a satisfied sigh, and he starts to fuck me again. His touch moves from my hips to my ass, where he squeezes the globes individually, massaging them.
I can't wait to fuck your ass again.
Oh, God. I press back against him, meeting his strokes, the pressure in my core rising with every thrust and slap of his balls against my clit.
Fuck. You're close, aren't you, little bird?
His hand comes down on my ass cheek, the sting of pain only pushing me closer to the finish line.
Your pussy's so good. So fucking good and tight.
Another slap lands against my warm skin, and the tension becomes unbearable. I'm a bowstring close to snapping. My body jerks against his. Callum! I cry out, and he spanks me one more time. The painful sting against my skin sends pulses of pleasure straight to my core, and like a star close to destruction, I explode. My body gives out on me, and I sag against the mattress, every muscle in my body tightening.
Such a good fucking girl, coming on my cock, squeezing me so tightly.
Callum praises, his thrusting coming faster.
You're gonna make me come. Fuck. I'm gonna fill your tight cunt.
The desperation in his voice barely meets my ears.
Tell me you want it. Tell me you want me to fill your cunt with my release.
Yes, give it to me, I beg, my hands fisting the sheets. Callum pounds into me, my body moving up the bed with each hard stroke he delivers.
Jesus fucking Christ. I can't get enough of you, Bianca, and I don't think I ever will.
He roars and explodes violently as the orgasm slams into him. His cock jerks deep inside of me, and I feel the warmth of his release spread through my core. He gathers me into his arm, his cock still deep inside me, and rolls us to our sides. Nuzzling his face into my neck, I let my eyes drift closed. Safe, protected, cherished. When the haze clears and reality comes back into focus, all the fear, fretfulness, and uncertainty are gone. I remember who I am and where I belong. There's nothing that could ever come between us, no matter how hard the rest of the world seems to try.
Callum. Things are starting to look up, which leaves me wondering when the other shoe will drop. I'm finally starting to move without too much pain, and whatever lingering pain there is much more manageable with the help of ibuprofen. If it wasn't for the fact of Jack and Dominic Maroney being out there somewhere mocking me with their very living and breathing, I'd have to say life is pretty good. I have a lot to be grateful for, and I am, though it doesn't feel like anyone is truly safe with them still out there. I can imagine Jack sitting back and laughing, even if he didn't get what he wanted and all his efforts were for nothing. He didn't get a single cent out of me and had no control over my businesses. All he did was nearly lose his son. If only I were naive enough to think he won't try again. However, I'm too jaded to believe that. A man like Jack will not rest. He'll want revenge for Dominic's injuries and for the men he lost. He's like an arsonist who wants repayment for the damage he caused. None of this would have happened if it hadn't been for him setting things in motion. Him and Amanda. The thought of her makes me rub my temples, leaning back in my chair with a weary sigh. After imagining so many times how simple it would be to end her life and rid me of her permanently, it seems I should be relieved, even grateful. She'll never darken my doorstep again. There will be no more threats, no meetings with lawyers, no insults towards Bianca. Instead, I have my daughter to worry about, the trauma of losing her deadbeat mother in such a violent way, never getting closure. I can't pretend to understand why she cares about a woman who never cared about her. Yet, it's clear she does. That's all that matters. Romero should be wrapping things up on that front as I sit here in my office, reviewing candidates to replace the men we've lost. According to him, these guys are the best of the best. Then again, Booker was supposed to be one of the best back when he first joined my crew, and where did that get me? He acted as Amanda's spy for months, considering the nude photos she sent him. I don't have to ask what she used to bribe him. There I was, thinking a generous salary would be enough to keep my men loyal to me. Turns out, loyalty can't be bought. When my cell buzzes, I expect it to be Romero, calling to let me know he's on his way from the crematorium, where Amanda's remains were taken after being removed from the warehouse. It took the regular payment amount, but I am confident about the guys working there. This would hardly be the first time we've sent business their way, the kind the public can't and will never find out about. Unfortunately, it's not Romero whose name flashes across the screen. I sit up a little straighter, my impending headache forgotten. Sebastian, I've been meaning to call you. I understand. You've had plenty on your plate, and I take it everything turned out as well as it could? We're home, safe and sound, and with the exception of a few sutures to my side, all is well. I'm glad to hear it. He clears his throat, then takes a prolonged pause while I wait to see what this is really about. It wouldn't be like him to call and see how I'm doing. No, we don't do that type of thing in my line of work. He wants something, or at least has something he feels he needs to share with me. I won't prod him. Let him be the one to make the moves. I'm in the neighborhood and wondered if you had a few minutes for a one-on-one. Understandable if you aren't. I know you're getting things back in order, so if it doesn't work, maybe we can choose another day. I close my eyes, clenching my hand into a fist. Not at all. As I said, all is well. You're more than welcome to stop by. Great. 10 minutes work. I'll be waiting. What choice do I have? If I say no, it's as good as admitting any weakness, and the worst thing you can do is let someone know when you're weak, even if you really are. Besides, I want to keep this relationship warm and friendly. I might end up needing him somewhere down the line and can't afford to alienate an ally with so many loose ends. I'm pulling on my suit jacket when Romero's footsteps echo down the hall. He stops short on rounding my doorway, sizing me up. What did I miss? Why do you assume you missed anything? You're in meeting mode. I raise my brow and he continues. Call it an energy that fills the air. Costello's on his way over. He called a minute ago. He wants to have a conversation in person. What it's about, I don't know. I pretend not to notice the sour expression he gives me, instead nodding to the small brown box he holds in one hand. Tell me that isn't what I think it is. Let me explain. This had better be good, because I can't come up with many reasons why you would bring my ex-wife's ashes into this house. You were supposed to leave them there to be disposed of, or did you forget that part? I crane my neck, peering behind him. His jaw ticks, irritation bubbling to the surface, though that's the thing about Romero. He's smart enough to take a breath before responding. I wanted to give Tatum the chance to decide whether she wants them. You're fucking with me, right? He blinks, his expression unmoving. Would you rather tell her the ashes were lost and there's no hope of getting them back? I have to wonder if you even discussed this with her. Does she know her mother was cremated? All right, fine. You win, but it's damn morbid, if you ask me. That's your opinion, he reminds me. She might not feel the same. And if she doesn't want them, she can, I don't know, scatter them or whatever it is people do. She deserves to have a choice in the matter. She wasn't a great mom, but she was her mom nonetheless. How does he manage to make me feel like an asshole when it comes to my own child? The pride I need to swallow comes damn close to choking me before I mutter, You're right. I didn't think about it. All the bad blood between us. Amanda hasn't been much more than an enemy for a long time, you know that. And you know you don't need to explain anything to me. I've been here through all of it. Note to self, have a discussion with my daughter about the remains of her late mother. I'm sure this will be easy for both of us. When Henry calls from the front gate to alert me to Sebastian's arrival, Romero makes a point of going to his office. You're not going to sit out the entire meeting, are you? I call out. No. I'm setting these somewhere safe. And something tells me Romero is in no hurry to meet up with them anyway. I've never known him to be so openly averse to any of our associates. Normally, he's cold, emotionless. Although lately, he's shown more and more of the boy he was back when I first took him in. He does have a point, though. I don't need a box of ashes on my desk when Sebastian walks in. I'd rather they not be in my house at all, honestly. I'm not about to develop a soft spot for the woman now that she's dead, especially when she caused me nothing but misery till the very end. It sounds cruel, but she got what was coming to her. I can stifle my true feelings for Tatum's sake, but when I'm away from her, there's no pretending Amanda was more than a waste of oxygen. Pushing out of my chair, I walked to the entrance to greet my guest, walking as smoothly and quickly as possible. The last thing I want to give off is the impression of weakness. Maybe it's childish or makes me a stereotype, but I'll be damned if I slow down or show discomfort, especially in front of some cocky young kid. I've opened the front door and am stepping out onto the brick patio when Sebastian's car pulls around the courtyard. As before, he is not alone, his driver remaining behind the wheel while two guards exit the vehicle, scanning the area from behind their sunglasses despite the severely overcast skies. It's a show of power that I give zero fucks about. Sebastian emerges, raising his own sunglasses before lifting a hand in greeting. "It's good to see you," I greet, offering a firm handshake before ushering him into the house, especially under better circumstances. Thunder rumbles in the distance, signaling an oncoming storm. We'd better get inside before the sky opens. "I'm glad everything turned out all right. Your daughter's okay? And Bianca?" "Everyone is doing fine." "What a relief. And Maroney, I've heard he's gone underground." "Yes." I grit my teeth as we walk side by side. The sound of the man's name is like a match dropped in a pool of gasoline, turning my gut into a raging inferno only vengeance can tame. I heard the same. Why do I feel like that's part of the reason you're here? To his credit, he laughs, giving me a sheepish expression. Am I that transparent? Really, I thought I was better than that. I need to up my face game. I know better than to think he'll accept, but I offer him a drink once we reach my office. He refuses, unbuttoning his jacket before taking his seat. It's a little early for me, too, so I grab a bottle of water and take my usual seat. "Where's your guy?" he asks, eyes darting around the room. "I thought he came with the room. Part of the furniture or something." "And he'd rip your head off if you dared say that in his presence. Clearly, we've begun to drop the formalities. He'll join us shortly." "Ah, okay. Well, as I was saying, yes, Maroney is a big part of why I wanted to talk to you. I'm as committed as ever to helping you take that bastard down. It was one thing when he wanted to screw with your business, but he changed the stakes by attacking your loved ones. He deserves to suffer for that. I'm sure you understand without being told that I agree. I have every intention of finding him and ending his miserable life as soon as possible. If you could offer assistance, I would be more than grateful, but I want you to know that I want to be the one to kill him. He needs to die at my hands and no one else's." Romero chooses that precise moment to enter the room, offering Sebastian a short nod. "We've been discussing our common enemy," I explain. "And how I'm willing to commit resources to helping you find him and end him." Sebastian glances from me to Romero and back again. "In exchange for a slice of the Maroney pie." At least he's straightforward. I'm tired of this performative dance, the false joviality. "Exactly how big a slice?" "Not so big it would choke me, yet big enough that it makes it worth my while." Romero perches himself on the corner of my desk, facing Sebastian. "And exactly what do you plan to contribute here?" "For one thing, I have men on the inside, men who are close to Maroney's closest associates. They know the ins and outs of his private life and how to get to him. I also may be able to pick up some intel on any properties Maroney owns off the books, where he could be hiding his son while he recuperates, for instance." This time, his smile isn't sheepish, but rather approving. Word is he was stabbed with something a lot bigger than a fork this time. If only she had planted that knife in his heart, the prick. Shit, word does get around, doesn't it? No, it doesn't. His eyes flash while a wolfish smile plays at the corners of his mouth. Like I said, I have people who know people, and if I know your girl stabbed that fucker in the gut, and that kind of information doesn't hit the streets, what else do you think I can discover? Damn it. I hate to admit it, but I'm intrigued. The problem now is getting Romero to believe he's as good as he claims. Give me a list of the businesses you want, and we'll come to an agreement. I'm willing to be generous, I add. Romero's shoulders jump, but he otherwise conceals his reaction. I have no doubt he'll chew me out later, but I'll be damned if I give a shit. I don't need the extra income and would gladly burn everything Maroney owns to the ground so long as he was inside and burned right along with it. This kid can take over the entire Maroney network for all I care. What Jack operates is small beans compared to my own work. Excellent. I knew we could. He's cut off by the desk phone's double ring. I snatch the receiver from the cradle, irritated at being interrupted. What? I snap at Henry, who's calling from the gate. Torrio, let me the fuck in. We have some things to discuss. Sir, I'm not sure what to do. The poor old man's voice shakes while Charlie continues ranting and raving in the background. Callum? Bianca bursts into the room breathless with Tatum on her heels. My father, he's on his way and he's furious about something. He wouldn't tell me what it is. Of all the fucking times. I have to avoid Sebastian's steel gaze as I turn my attention to Romero, whose face is a stony mask, as he gets up from the desk and strides from the room. I'll take care of it. Bianca's mouth falls open in dismay. Take care of it? What does that mean? Before I can stop her, she spins on her heels and follows him, Tatum tagging along behind her. Henry's still on the phone. Sir? Let him in, I sigh, because anything else will only end up causing more trouble. I wouldn't mind seeing him break his neck ramming the gates, but that would only cause Bianca pain, and my little bird has endured enough of that. Sebastian rises, buttoning his jacket with his lips pursed. He's wearing an expression I can only describe as better you than me. I didn't mean to interrupt whatever domestic dispute is happening here. Could you wait here, please? I ask, rising from my chair. I would, but I want you to know that if he jumps out of that car screaming threats, my guys are going to get in his face. Shit, he's right. He takes off in front of me, trotting down the hall while I follow behind. The man is lucky he's Bianca's father, or I would have shut him up permanently a long time ago. Torrio! I hear from out in the courtyard. Sebastian left the door open when he walked out, so there was nothing to block the sound of squeaking brakes and a slamming car door. Charlie, come on, be smart. Don't do this. It's Ken, and for once it doesn't seem like Charlie is listening to the voice of reason. By the time I step outside, I find Bianca with her hands raised. She's trying to keep her father from storming into the house while Tatum and Romero stand off to the side. Sebastian's men have their guns drawn, but Sebastian quickly waves them off as he approaches them. There you are. Charlie bares his teeth at me from over Bianca's shoulder, spit flying. You bastard! After everything you put her through, I discovered this? What are you? The question dies in my throat when I identify what he throws at my feet. A small device, easy to overlook and forget. Damn it, I forgot all about it. Care to explain that? He screams. His face is deep red, verging on purple, and sweat beads at his temples as it rolls down his face. He'll have a stroke if this keeps up much longer. Want to tell me how that ended up where I found it? Dad, what are you talking about? Bianca casts a terrified look my way before gazing down at the camera. What is that? I glimpse at Romero, who clearly understands we fucked up and forgot the planted camera in her room. How could we forget? I mean, it's understandable after everything that's happened, but it's just another mistake, another thing to push him over the edge. Since Torrio appears to have lost his voice, let me explain to you what that is. It's a hidden camera, Charlie informs her. A camera that was hidden in your damn room. Shaking his head in disbelief, he continues. How do you not see this? This is what he does. He tells you he loves you, but it's not love, it's control. He wants to own you, Bianca. His eyes glitter with hatred over his daughter's shoulder. Tell me I'm wrong. Lie your way out of this one, Torrio. Bianca bends and picks it up, holding it in her hand. Callum, is this true? Did you put this camera in my bedroom at my dad's house? Fuck me. This is what happens when the lies mount and the secrets you do your best to keep buried become exposed. I was clearing some things out, Charlie tells her. I found it on the bookshelves. It was pointed directly at your bed. I don't know how you did it, he snarls, his eyes back on me. But I know it was you. Charlie, you need to calm down, Ken tells him, taking him by the arm. An arm he yanks away, snarling. No, I need to break every fucking bone in this bastard's body for what he did. He's never going to change, he insists to Bianca. This is what love is to him. It's lies and control, manipulation. Come home with me. I want to tell him he's wrong, but he's not. In the past, all I wanted was to be able to control Bianca, to make sure she couldn't leave me, and parts of me still have a deep-rooted desire for that, because the thought of losing her kills me. But I'm trying to do better, be better, and I refuse to let Charlie think he can tell her what to do. She's a grown woman capable of making her own choices, I remind him. I wasn't speaking to you. I don't care. Bianca is old enough to make her own choices. I know it's difficult, but you must learn to respect that. The only thing that matters to me is her safety, and if that means getting rid of you, then I will. I'll fucking kill you, Charlie growls before lunging at me, pushing Bianca out of the way in his frenzy. She catches herself before falling, letting out a cry of dismay. I reach for her, but a fist connects with my jaw before I get to her. Pain pulses across my chin. I don't want to hurt this man, not in front of her. Even if my instincts scream for me to defend myself, the most I do is shove him back. Enough of this. What? Don't tell me you won't fight me like a man. Don't do this, Bianca begs, and her voice is the only thing keeping me centered while Charlie takes another swing. Dad, Tatum cries out, rushing for me before Romero wraps an arm around her waist and pulls her back. Charlie, that's enough, Ken yells and tries to place himself between us, but all that does is piss Charlie off more, and he shoves him out of the way like he's nothing. This is all you'll ever have with him, Charlie insists. Don't you see? Armed fucking men standing out in front of the house. This isn't freedom. This isn't a life. You have so much potential. You have a bright future ahead of you. Why are you wasting it on him? Boss, let me take care of this, Romero growls, and I find Tatum shaking her head at him when I glance their way. No. I don't want him to take care of this. Because, God damn it, the man is right. This isn't a life for her. She deserves better. I've done so many things to keep her with me, to keep her close, all because I can't live without her. And what can I offer? More of this? Sitting in my office, negotiating a deal that will lead to a man's murder out of revenge for what that man did to her. What I allowed to happen, all because she's associated with me. The memory of the cell in which they held her keeps me from fighting back when Charlie lands another hit. His fists come quickly, landing repeatedly, driving me to my knees. Bianca lets out a terrifying scream before she starts to plead with her father, only he doesn't listen. It could be that he doesn't hear her, too intent on finally ending me the way he's always wanted to do. Or he just doesn't give a fuck. Stop, Dad, please stop. She tries to put herself between us, to shield me. But I shake my head, spitting out blood from the corner of my mouth while climbing to my feet. Let him have what he wants, I insist, swaying, moving her aside as gently as I can. Let him hurt me. Let him have this. Because he can't have you. That did it. That hit him harder than my fist ever could. Something overtakes his features. I can't tell what it is. Horror, disgust, or maybe it's a realization. Cold, hard truth. Yeah, I bet that's a hard pill to swallow. He pulls his fist back, eyes blazing. You fucking... Fireworks explode in my head when he makes contact with my jaw. A perfect punch all around. I fall back, this time landing on my side, while the world spins like a merry-go-round. I roll onto my back, and the first drops of rain from the storm that's been threatening with rumbles all morning begin to hit my face. Dad? No! Don't! It's Bianca's yell that warns me, but there's no preparing for the burst of fresh agony that renders me breathless once Charlie's foot makes contact with my side. Fucking Christ. Pain burns across my flesh and deep through my muscles. My stitches. He tore my fucking stitches. He's going to kill me. He won't be satisfied until I'm dead. Considering I've never been anything but a curse to his daughter, I deserve this.
Bianca. My biggest nightmare is taking place right before my eyes. I can't get my feet or body to move fast enough as I frantically throw myself between them again, shielding Callum's body with my own. I immediately notice the splotch of blood on his shirt and follow the trail oozing from his split lip, then his nose and the cut above his eye. He's bleeding. The memory of racing through that basement while Callum was bleeding out makes my heart race painfully, pumping adrenaline throughout my body. He took care of me. I have to take care of him. Stop! Now! I scream the words with every last bit of strength I have. Silence surrounds me, and I glare up at my father, who stands over me with his fists clenched. The knuckles of his right hand are already turning a sickly black and blue. He stumbles backwards, his shoulders heaving with every breath, while drops of sweat glisten against his skin. You've made your point! Romero rushes to Callum's side, and Ken grabs hold of my father, tugging him back, away from Callum.
I'll take him upstairs,
Romero grumbles, pulling Callum to his feet, wedging himself under his armpit to keep him upright.
I'll check his wound, but I'm warning you, he might need to be stitched back up.
I'll be up there as soon as I can. I nod to Tatum, whose eyes swim with unshed tears as they ping-pong between us. She's weary of leaving me alone with my father, but I don't need her here. I'm not scared of him. Go ahead. I'll take care of this. I vaguely recognize the stranger hanging around the dark sports car with another man. You should probably go too, I tell him, barely bringing myself to look at him. The humiliation of what my father has done twists my organs, making it difficult for me to feel anything other than shame.
Everything okay here?
There's an edge of concern to his voice, though I don't need the stranger's pity or worry. Whatever meeting you had with Callum is over now. I'm sorry for the interruption. I'm sure he'll reach out soon to reschedule something.
Are you sure you're okay?
He asks again, and I'm so frustrated I could scream. I'm fine, and everything here is fine. Please leave. He gives me a slight shake of his head, probably questioning the balls of steel I must be carrying to order around a man like him. As he climbs into his car, I notice him peering over at Dad and Ken. They are in a heated argument. At least they aren't punching each other. Yet. Once he starts to back out and turn around in the driveway, I march down the steps and shove my father with both hands. How dare you? I hiss, flicking back a few raindrops that land near my eyes. What the hell do you think you're doing?
He installed a damn camera in your bedroom to spy on you. What do you think this is about? What's it going to take to show you what a mistake this all is?
You're right. That was wrong of him to do, I agree. Still can't wrap my head around it, but then again, I can't wrap my head around any of this. And I'm going to talk to him about it. However, coming here and attacking him isn't going to change what happened. It isn't going to change anything. He rolls his eyes, snickering.
Oh, you'll talk to him.
What do you want me to say, huh? You want me to pack up my things and come home with you? Is that it?
That is exactly what I want you to do.
As he speaks, he keeps shaking out his right hand. It's clear he's in pain, but I can't pretend to have any sympathy for him. Nobody made him do any of this. That's not going to happen. And I can't believe you would do this. My chin quivers and tears blur my vision. How could you? Thunder rumbles all around us, even shaking the ground while he glares at me.
You're not serious, are you? You're not going to stay here, even after knowing what he did, are you?
I know for damn sure. I'm not leaving with you after what you just did. Did you ever think what that would do to me? Do you ever actually think about me at all and the impact your actions have on me? I know you're trying to do what you think is right, but this is... All I can do is shake my head in disbelief. His face crumbles with despair.
How could you even ask that? You're all I think about. All of this is about you.
Are you sure it isn't about you too? I told you that you were right already, that what he did was wrong, and I will talk to him about it. But that's not good enough for you. I will get to the bottom of this, but damn it, you don't get to come over here ranting and raving and beating him when I beg you to stop. And that's what bothers me the most, Dad. I begged you to stop, and you wouldn't listen to me. You don't care how much this hurts me. All you want is revenge. Maybe I'm finally starting to get through to him. His breathing slows, and some of the tension drains from his face.
He broke into my home and placed a camera in your bedroom. He deserved to get his ass kicked for that.
Did you know he took a bullet for me? Of course you did. You were at the hospital. But who cares about that, right? Who cares that he's healing from a wound in the very place you had to kick him? Don't tell me that was accidental. He took a bullet to save my life, and all you could think to do was kick him right where you knew it would hurt the most.
You wouldn't have ever been kidnapped or in a situation to be shot at if it hadn't been for him.
He tosses his hands into the air while blurting out a laugh.
Nothing I say gets through to you anymore. He's completely destroyed you. I don't even know who you are anymore.
No. The problem is you never knew me at all. Ken backs away, shaking his head.
I shouldn't be here for this.
He's right. He shouldn't be. I'm tired of pretending anything about this is normal. I'm tired of trying to be polite. Tired of trying to do the right thing just to keep the peace. I'm tired of trying to make everyone else happy. It's exhausting, and truly, the only person who loses is me. I'm an adult who's old enough to make my own choices. Can I remind you of something that happened not very long ago? When all he does is lift his chin, I continue. Remember when you called that landlord and told them I wouldn't be moving in? Remember that? Remember when you made that decision for me? When you made a fool out of me without even considering my feelings? Remember when you thought you knew so much better than I did?
Don't even try to compare me to him. There's no way you actually think that what I did came anywhere close to what he's done.
Oh no, but it is. You only did that because you wanted to protect me and keep me safe. I get it. I don't have to agree with it, but I can at least understand where you were coming from.
What's your point?
My point is, he's just like you. Maybe, just maybe that's why you hate him so much.
Don't try to put us in the same box, he warns, holding up a hand. I'm nothing like that man. You don't get to twist around the past until it looks the way you want it to look. You know damn well what I've had against him for all these years.
I'm angry. Angry at my father, at Callum's past actions. I'm angry that I have no control over my own life, and I'm done being a doormat for others. Let me put this in the simplest terms for you. It's none of your damn business. You're not even a cop anymore. Why make taking him down your life's mission? What is it about him that makes you so bloodthirsty for revenge? Is it because you didn't like that he got away with the things he did? I sigh in defeat. How many other people get away with those same things? Why didn't you go after any of them? If you ask me, it doesn't necessarily have to do with what he did or didn't do that's got you angry. You grew obsessed with the need to pin a crime on him, and you became obsessed with making him pay because no one ever has. So you wanted to be the first. My father's lips press into a firm line, and it looks like he wants to say something, but I shake my head. If he put a camera in my room, it was because he wanted to see with his own eyes that I was safe. I can't pretend I understand why he thought that was a good idea, but I do understand his reasoning. Just like I understood yours, even though I was furious with you at the time. You violated my trust and my privacy just as much as he did, and if you can't see that, then I don't know how to make you.
I should press charges.
Can you prove it was him? Can you prove any of this? When all he does is sputter, I shake my head. You should know, of all people, you have to have proof. The fact is, you don't know when that camera was placed there, and you don't know why it was there to begin with. But okay, sure, press charges. Make all of this even worse. I can see that I'm getting through to him as much as he wants to ignore every word I say. He is determined to live in his own twisted mind, where I'm being held here against my will, and that my life is over because I love Callum. Dad, I love you, I whisper. But you're going to lose me if you refuse to let me live my own life. I'm not asking you to agree with my decisions, although I am asking you to respect them. I'm an adult, not a little girl anymore. You're going to be a grandfather, and you're out here beating the crap out of a man who happens to be my baby's father. Stop and take a look at yourself. Is this who you want to be? Because right now, you are not the father I remember. He puts his palms to his forehead, tipping his head back with closed eyes.
I just can't lose you too. Don't you get that? I don't want to lose you to this violent world he lives in. You came so close this last time. What happens the next time someone comes after you? Or the time after that? Because when you are close to a man like him, the attacks will never stop. His enemies want to get to him, and they're going to do that by using you and the baby,
he adds before I can open my mouth.
Telling me you care about that child in the same breath you tell me you want to stay with him. It doesn't add up, Bianca.
I cross my arms over my chest. Callum is doing everything he can to keep us safe. I trust him. I've seen him look defeated more times than I even want to count in the past few weeks alone. However, nothing tops this. The way he hangs his head and almost seems to wither down inside his clothes. His shoulders hunch, his back stoops a little, and I get a flash of the old man he'll be one day. One day soon, if he doesn't clean up his act and get himself back on track. I realize I'm part of the reason why he hasn't done that yet, and the guilt I feel is almost crippling. But no, I'm not responsible for his happiness or who he is. I'm not going to spiral out of guilt anymore. He chose to come here today, and all he did was drive a wedge between us. If he chooses to drink his life away or make other bad choices, they are his choices. Just like my choices belong to me and nobody else. I think you should go home, I tell him, my voice trembling with sadness and grief. Grief for everything he's going through, and for the distance between us. Mom would hate to see us like this, is what I want to say. But that would be too cruel, so I don't. Although it weighs on my heart as I watch him back away.
Please, Bianca. Please know that I only want what's best for you. You and the baby will be much safer back at the house, away from his enemies and the dark, violent world he lives in. Nothing is keeping you here. You don't have to stay.
You're right, I agree. I don't have to be here. Only that's just it. I want to be. This is where I belong. His jaw works slowly, his eyes welling up with tears. He has more to say, I'm sure, but he just gets in the car. Ken looks saddened when our eyes meet, and I raise a hand to wave goodbye, shuddering to think what would have happened if he wasn't here. Then again, it's not like he did much to keep Dad from making a complete ass of himself. The rain's starting to come down harder now, and the thunder booms louder and more frequently, so I duck inside before I get drenched. Tatum comes running from the kitchen with an ice pack in one hand when she hears me close the door. Jesus Christ, are you all right? Physically, yes. Emotionally, I feel like I got punched in the heart. I'm sorry for what just happened. Don't apologize for your father. You didn't do anything wrong. Didn't I? It seems like no matter what I do, I feel like I'm failing. I'm going to go upstairs to see how he's doing. Are you okay? You think that's the first time I ever saw somebody punch my dad? It's her shaky laugh that worries me. She's already going through so much, and right now she looks like a pale imitation of the girl I went to school with, shared secrets with, and did all the things best friends are supposed to do together. She was always the ballsy one, the loud, brassy kid whose shadow I could hide in. Now it's like she's hiding from herself inside that shadow, a turtle trapped inside its shell. None of this is your fault, so don't blame yourself. Shit happens. Do you want to come up with me? I start for the stairs, looking at her over my shoulder. No, I don't think that's a good idea. You know what the sight of blood does to me. She hands me the ice pack. You should take it to him. I'll make something to eat. I watch her walk away, and already my heavy heart feels heavier, like someone's tied a brick to it. There's this invisible wall between us now. We're still friendly, cordial, and all that. However, instead of talking to each other, we're talking through a plexiglass wall, causing some of the words to be lost. I don't know how to get us back to where we used to be. Maybe we'll never be the same. As I reach the bedroom, Romero's on his way out.
Turns out he's tough as nails and will manage to survive. Just a little bit of seepage.
Oh, thank God. I would hate to have to take him back to the hospital.
After everything that just happened,
If you're wondering if I'm okay, the answer is yes, I interrupt, giving him a lame smile that probably looks more like a grimace. He must see right through it, because his brows draw together and his eyes narrow.
okay, well, in case you were wondering, about the camera.
I shake my head before he can inform me of what I already know. I already know, and I'll save you the embarrassment. We don't have to talk about it, and I honestly don't want to either.
Fair enough. I'll be downstairs if you need anything.
I give him a nod. I knew it had to have been Romero as soon as Callum and him looked at each other. I've seen that look before. These men have a boatload of secrets between them. I shudder to think about the things they've done.
I'm fine.
It's the first thing Callum says to me when I enter the bedroom to find him stretched out on his back. What I'm looking at conveys a different story. He's stripped down to his boxers, his head propped up on pillows, and his eye starting to blacken under the cut Dad gave him. Tatum was going to bring you this. I hand him the ice pack, which he places over his eye. I have so many questions. Why does he do what he does? Why did he think the camera was the right thing to do? Why didn't he ever tell me about it? How much of my privacy did he invade, exactly? The one at the forefront of them all is the one that pours out of me first. What would possess you to let my father do that? I ask, sitting on the bed next to him. Romero must have taped a new piece of gauze over his wound, since it doesn't look like there's any more blood coming through. Yet. What if he's hurt worse than we suspect?
What do you mean? Are you asking why I let him knock me on my ass?
His speech is a little slurred thanks to his split lip, although that does nothing to affect the sarcasm in his voice. I nod. Yes. You didn't even try to defend yourself. And don't you dare tell me you did it to protect me.
Maybe.
He forces a deep breath into his lungs and winces like it hurts, but continues.
Maybe I knew I deserved it.
No, don't do this. Shrugging, he says,
He's right. About the camera. About the way I'm ruining your life. I know you deserve better than all of this. You, Tatum, everyone in my life. No matter what I do, I end up hurting the people I love the most. So yeah, I think I deserved an ass-kicking.
My heart aches in my chest. I refuse to allow him to believe the things he's saying. Listen to me. For one, I'm with you because I want to be. After all, life without you is utter misery. For better or worse, we belong together. And fighting against the inevitable is a waste of time.
He made several valid points out there. You know he did. Even I can admit that.
If you are so bad for me, why am I here? His jaw tightens, the muscles jumping as his lips draw into a thin line.
Because it's like you said. It's a waste of time trying to pretend you don't belong with me. No matter how hard I try to keep you away for your own sake, that only seems to make things worse.
And because you want me to be here, right?
What do you think?
His hand finds mine, wrapping around my fingers and squeezing tight.
I love you. Nothing is going to change that. Not even your crazy father.
I love you too. That's why I'm here. At the end of the day, this is where I belong. Rather than grill him about the camera, I kick off my shoes and crawl over him, settling in on his good side. Despite everything, there is a sort of peace when I lie down beside him that I've never felt anywhere, with anyone else. It's like something in my soul clicks into place when I rest my head on his shoulder, and he drapes an arm around me, pulling me closer. Whatever happens in this world, we can always come back to this, the two of us, together, which is all that truly matters. I want to believe that, yet somehow I can't, because downstairs is my best friend, who seems more lost than ever, and out there somewhere are the men who almost ended our lives. On top of all of that, my dad might never speak to me again. I can't pretend our being together hasn't upended my life, but I do know that it's worth it. With Callum's love wrapped around me, anything seems possible.
Callum. Are you sure they're open? I ask, knowing the answer already. It's adorable how she bites her lip, frowning as she gazes out the window toward the restaurant. They look closed. Do we have a reservation? She means it, too. That's what makes it so easy to love her. How she never expects anything, her lack of worldliness. There's no greed or demands. She never expects anything from me, and being with someone like that is refreshing. Especially when all my life, every single day, there has been someone expecting something from me. We have a reservation. Don't worry, little bird. Taking out my phone, I place a call to the owner to let him know we've arrived. It's not another minute before he appears on the other side of the glass door to unlock it for us. You know how important it is that we stay safe, which means flying under the radar. I lift her hand, brushing my lips over her knuckles. Her skin is smooth and so fucking soft. I hope you don't mind. but you won't be able to show off how absolutely stunning you look tonight, at least not to anybody except a few staff members. There's no denying how stunning she is in the sleek black dress that molds to the perfect curves of her hourglass figure. My mouth waters, and I want to rip it off her and feast at what's beneath. I don't know what gets my dick stirring more, the way she looks, or knowing how soon she'll start to swell with evidence of the life I put inside her. If she weren't already pregnant, I'd be doing everything I could to knock her up. How did you manage this? Bianca gives me a superstitious look. I shrug. Connections. I know the owner, and he was happy to close down the restaurant tonight for us. We'll have the entire place to ourselves. It'll be an intimate, quiet dinner. That's awfully nice of him. He didn't do it out of the kindness of his heart, but believe me, I made it worth his while. The money spent to rent this place out was a drop in the bucket. There's no price tag when it comes to spending a quiet evening out with Bianca, while also knowing she's safe and protected at the same time. Bianca lifts a hand and places it against her chest. I can't believe you went through all this trouble. For me. Don't act so surprised. If anyone deserves this, it's you. A nice quiet evening spent together with food and your smile is worth any cost. Leaning in, I press my lips to her tempting mouth. Her full, pouty lips are painted a glossy pink. The smile she wears and the twinkle of joy in her eyes while swiping her thumb over my lips to wipe away the smear leave me wanting to bask in its warmth like a cat sunning itself in a window. I could live inside the warmth that her joy provides. Let's go. I'm starving. She waits inside the car while I climb out, taking care to scan the area as I walk around the vehicle. There's a pair of guards behind us in a car of their own who nod to me as I pass. They'll be waiting outside the place while we eat. I hate that I've had to increase security, but it's necessary after everything that happened. The security teams assigned to Bianca and Tatum are essential right now, especially till we find Jack and Dominic. Once I'm satisfied that no one will spring an attack, I open the door and extend my hand to help her out of the car. One look at her, and the air is stolen from my lungs. She doesn't even have to try, yet somehow she is the most beautiful woman in the world. A man like me can have any woman he wants, but there's no alternative to Bianca. She is the rarest diamond in the mine, and only she holds my heart. We walk hand in hand through the front door, which is locked behind us at my request. If only I didn't have to look over my shoulder, waiting for a monster to leap out from the darkness and take her away from me again. I have to swallow down my anxiety, fearing it'll bleed over into our evening. I don't know why, but I feel like I have to whisper, Bianca admits with a soft chuckle as we're led to the only table set for dinner. The rest of the room is dark except for the candles on the surrounding tables, which give off a warm ambiance. A bouquet of red roses that I ordered earlier sits at the center of our table in a crystal vase that sparkles in the candlelight. I wanted this evening to be perfect. It's been too long since the last time I took her out. I want to show her the benefits of being with a man like me, since all that's truly been seen are the downfalls. Callum, Bianca gasps. Red roses? Are these for me? She squeals, leaning down to breathe in their flowery fragrance. They're your favorite, right? Her blue eyes sparkle in the light when they meet mine over the bouquet. You remembered? I remember everything about you. You genuinely are amazing. I can't believe you thought of everything. It wasn't really much, only the result of a few phone calls and some careful planning. Yet to her, it's everything, which only reminds me further how important the small things are. A woman like Bianca deserves the world, and I'll do anything in my power to make sure she feels and sees how important she is to me. Everything. It's amazing. Before taking the seat I've pulled out for her, she leans over and gently kisses my lips. Thank you for making me feel like a queen. It's unnecessary because anywhere I am that allows me to spend time with you makes me happy, but it is appreciated. That's how I want you to feel always, forever. You're my queen, and you deserve to be treated as one at all times. After getting her seated, I gesture to the young woman waiting by the kitchen doors, who approaches with a bottle of sparkling cider and a pair of champagne flutes. Alcohol is off the table, obviously, but I couldn't let the night pass without a toast. Once our flutes are filled, I touch mine to hers. To many, many nights like this. Yes, and to a great future full of even more amazing moments together. I hope you're in the mood for Italian. That's a joke, right? I'm always in the mood for Italian. I've been craving spaghetti. Just plain spaghetti. I have no idea why. Yes, and I heard her confessing that to Cheryl in the kitchen this morning, hence my choice of restaurant. That's easier than pickles and ice cream or ranch with mac and cheese. I always figured that pregnancy cravings were nothing but a myth, though I swear I could shove my face in a bowl of plain pasta right now and be content. She looks down at herself and frowns. It's sad. I won't be able to fit into this dress for much longer. The thought makes my cock hard immediately. I can't wait to see her swollen with my seed, her belly bulging with life inside. Fuck. If I don't stop thinking like this, we won't make it through dinner. I hope you're not worried about what I'm going to think or how I'll feel about you getting bigger, because if you're thinking that I'll be disgusted or upset, you're sorely mistaken. I can't wait to see your beautiful body swollen with our child. You mean you'll still want me even when I look like a whale? She holds her arms out to the sides and puffs out her cheeks. The expression is adorable, but her fear of me disliking her body or size well into her pregnancy or after, not so much. Are you kidding? If I don't stop picturing you round with our child, I won't be responsible for who sees you on this table with your legs spread wide open, your pussy on display for me to feast on. I'll have to let them know I don't need anything from the menu, and that I'm already eating the most delicious thing my tongue has ever tasted. A pink blush creeps into her cheeks. I'd say there is no way you'd do something like that, but I'm not willing to take the risk, so I have no doubt I'd find myself on my back in seconds if I disagreed. Do you want to find out? Because you know how I feel about your pussy, Bianca. I'll eat you until you beg me to stop, and then I'll keep going just to prove a point. And I will. When it comes to her, I'm obsessed, forever hungry. No, I believe you. She smiles, even though I don't miss the flickering flames of lust in her eyes as she denies it. The waitress brings out the salad and the aromatic, freshly baked rosemary focaccia bread. I know this is a strange question, but I want to get to know you better, see what makes you tick, and discover what it is you want out of life. Okay, so ask away, she grins. Well, what do you want to do with your life? She almost chokes on a mouthful of bread, then laughs. Wow, nothing like coming out with the big questions right away. I told you it was going to be a pointed question, but I genuinely want to know what it is you want to do. This isn't a trick question? Of course not. Smirking when she tips her head to one side, I add, I understand why you would guess that, but trust me, we don't talk much about you, and I would like to change that. Okay. She seems to give it real thought while our server sets a platter of cheese and roasted vegetables between us. You know, I always figured I had everything in place. I wanted to work in economics, get a stable job that came with a retirement fund, all that stuff. She drizzles honey over a piece of Parmesan, then moans as she places it in her mouth. Careful, I warn, lifting an eyebrow. I don't know how far my self-control will get us if you insist on turning me on with those sexy sounds. Sorry. The wicked gleam in her eyes tells a different story. We both know this will only lead to me ravishing her once we get home, if I can wait that long. I've already envisioned fucking her right here on the table. Anyway, it feels wrong turning my back on that. I keep my thoughts to myself, although I imagine good old Charlie drilling that into her head. They always say hands-on experience is the best kind, and I have to say that's true. After spending time working in an office, I don't know if I want to do that for the rest of my life. I can almost feel her indecision when her brow furrows. So many people would kill for a stable job like that, though, so I feel... That doesn't mean you have to want it. I think one of the saddest things in life is watching someone talk themselves into something they don't want, all because they think they should. Right, but I want you to know that this doesn't mean I want to spend the rest of my life hanging around the house or spending your money. I don't want you to think that. What would ever possess her to believe I would think that? Bianca, that is the last thing I'll ever think about when it comes to you. That's not who you are. Good. At least you know that. I don't want you to think I'm trying to take advantage of you. Her eyes close once she smears burrata on a piece of focaccia. Bringing it to her mouth, her teeth sink into the bread. Oh my God, this is heaven. It's heaven to watch her enjoy herself. There's nothing like spoiling someone who deserves it. I know you better than that. Though considering my past with women, especially one in particular whose name I refuse to mention or even think of if I can help it, I can understand why she would go out of her way to assure me. This might sound stupid, but I feel like I should have a better idea of what I want out of life. There is plenty of time to figure out what you want to do with your life. I don't know why society expects everyone to know what they want to do the second they turn 18. Most people don't even know what they want to do for a job until they're older, and then they've wasted years doing something they've hated simply for a paycheck and insurance. There's more to life than surviving. As you grow up, it's like you understand what you want most out of life. I know, but with the baby and everything... She lowers the rest of her focaccia to the plate, and her dark brows draw together. I can see the worry lines creasing her forehead, and I want to kick myself for the direction this conversation has gone. That's the thing about having money. It gives you options. If you want to hire a nanny and work full-time, go ahead. If you want to go back to school, be my guest. If you want to be a stay-at-home mom and volunteer a few hours a week somewhere, that's fine with me. You can do whatever you want. I'll be here for you, supporting you with whatever it is you decide to do. Wow, she sighs. I'm sorry, I just never thought about it that way. There are so many options available. Compromising is a thing of the past. Eventually, I'm going to make sure she understands that. I never imagined the joy of being able to open up my world to someone else. Yes, there are risks with my job and the people I associate with, but also benefits. All at once her head snaps up and a soft smile touches her lips. This song, it was one of my mom's favorites. I recognize the instrumental version of an old 80s love song coming from the speakers somewhere in the dining room. The way she beams, paired with the candlelight and the flowers and the sense of there being nobody in the world except the two of us, leaves me doing something wholly out of character. Dance with me? She blushes and lets out a giggle when I push my chair back from the table. I'm certain she's going to brush me off and tell me I'm crazy, but when I extend a hand to her, She places hers against my palm and stands. You're the most perfect kind of crazy. I can't disagree. It's a good thing you already knew that. Her petite frame melts into mine when I place my hand against the small of her back and pull her close. The soft, gentle rhythm is easy to fall into, and soon we're swaying in time. I've never considered myself a romantic, more like the farthest thing from it. Still, I'd be kidding myself if I didn't acknowledge the magic of this moment. If only she hadn't mentioned her mother. I didn't need a reminder of the dark cloud parked over my head. She casts a shadow on everything, all the time. I need to tell her. Not yet. Not just yet. Let us have this night. Are you okay? Where did you go? I look down at her to find a puzzled, concerned look in her eyes. I guess I was thinking about how old it makes me that I remember when this song came out. Disbelief shines in her pretty eyes. You're such a liar. What, you don't think I'm that old? I'll do you one better. I remember watching a guy lip-sync this song on an old TV show with girls in golden leotards dancing in a circle around him. The 80s were a different time. Kinda like you had to be there to experience it. You know that's not what I meant. You looked at me like you were worried. My mind tends to wander sometimes, I'm sorry. I'm not worried, and you deserve my full attention, little bird. My grin must be natural enough to convince her, since she lets it be and instead rests her cheek against my shoulder, letting out a happy little sigh that unlocks something in my chest. Something warm and sweet. She keeps finding ways to crack me open and expose me to a more profound love than I felt before. That love will never be enough to wash away my guilt, however. She deserves to know that I played a part in her mother's murder. I know I didn't pull the trigger, but I didn't have to know I was partially responsible for her death. I've stirred up trouble in Bianca's life for longer than I knew she existed, and I need to make things right. There needs to be a clean slate for us moving forward. But not now. Not quite yet. I need to soak in her love a little while longer. Her shining dark hair smells of lavender when I lower my head to place a kiss on her temple. I love you. No matter what happens, no matter who gets in our way, I need you to know that will never change. In my heart, this is who and where we are. The two of us dancing like this. Forever. I wish this night would never end. We'll have to come back here. This can be our place. To hell with anybody who's got a reservation, they can come back another time. I want to be here with my girl. Hopefully, one day soon, we won't have to hide. Everything will be safe and there won't be any fears of Jack or his men attacking us. I don't know that we'll ever have a day without any lingering fears of the enemy lying in wait. But I do know things will be better than they are now, eventually. That day is coming, I promise. I hold her tighter, closing my eyes and sucking in deep breaths of her scent into my nose, savoring her warmth, her body's soft curves, and the way it moves with mine. This is us, here, in this moment. Nothing is going to change us. I refuse to let that happen. I'm reminded then that there is no controlling Bianca. This is her life as well, and she deserves to have a say in what happens, so even if it kills me to lose her after my confession, I'll have no option but to let her go if that's what she wants. I love you. She lifts her head to gaze up at me, blissfully unaware of my worries. And if the baby is a boy, I hope he looks just like you. A son. I hope he has your smarts, because if he has mine, we're in trouble. Don't sell yourself short. You're a pretty smart guy. I mean, how would you have gotten as far as you have if you weren't? No comment. It hasn't all been about intelligence. There's also a degree of ruthlessness involved, and I would rather my son not have to take the steps I did. Smarts is only half of it. It's no secret that I've made enemies in my line of work. I don't want this for our children. They'll have options too, choices. They won't have to do the things I've done. Our children can do whatever they want, be whoever they want to be. Bianca beams up at me. Knowing how happy she is, and the hope resonating in her, leaves me feeling cautiously hopeful as well, like nothing but good things are coming our way, a future full of happiness. That is, unless she decides I'm not worth the risk when she finds out her mother didn't have to know I existed in order for me to end her life. If that's possible, what's possible for the people closest to me? I want Bianca to know she's always safe with me, yet I can't help being reminded of everything her father said. All of it was horrible, but they were all true. I'd love more than anything to bury the secrets, but Bianca deserves to know. She deserves to know everything.
Bianca.
What about Harvard or Yale? We should start a college fund right away.
Whoa, slow down. We need to do one thing at a time, I assure, as we cross the front patio of the restaurant on our way out to the car. I love his enthusiasm, but we should focus on getting through this pregnancy before choosing a school. We don't even know if it's a boy or a girl, and you already have them attending an Ivy League school.
Nowadays you have to plan far in advance. Trust me.
He insists when I snicker.
I still wake up in a cold sweat when I remember those bills I got from the bursar's office. And you girls didn't go to an Ivy League school.
I'm shocked. Even Mr. Torrio himself is worried about the cost of a university? He smirks.
Even people with money can experience sticker shock. Trust me.
Okay, well, let's wait until we have a due date before we start the college fund, okay? Though I can't pretend it doesn't make me excited knowing he's looking forward to raising our baby. There I was, nervous he'd be upset and think it was too soon. It's moments like this when I wonder if he is more excited than I am. I wish he could be entirely in the moment, though. That's the one thing that would make tonight perfect. More than once, I felt like he was distracted, just as he is now. I know why, and I understand why he looks around before opening the car door. He's worried Jack or one of his men are waiting around the corner, looking for the perfect moment to attack. I hate seeing him so paranoid. But more than anything, I hate seeing him so afraid. A man like Callum having fears shows his weak spots, and we both know what Jack is willing to do to get what he wants. I can only imagine he wants to punish me, us, for what happened to Dominic. He was pissed enough when there was nothing but a fork involved. I'm sure he's feeling mighty murderous right now. Callum seems to loosen up once we're in the car, pulling me in close for a kiss. Not the chaste sort of kiss he gave me in the restaurant. No, this is the sort of kiss that makes my toes curl and my core clench, especially once his tongue slides past my lips, tangling with my own. On the one hand, I want nothing more than to lose myself in him, right here and now. He's pretty much healed from his wounds, including the one he got from Dad. I still cringe, like full-body cringe, when I remember the fear and embarrassment of that morning. Judging from the steel hardness of his cock, he's feeling much better. On the other hand, we're not alone. "What are you doing?" I whisper, when Callum reaches out to press the button that raises the privacy divider between us and the driver.
What do you think?
All at once, his hand is up my dress, his fingers dancing over my skin and setting it on fire. He pulls the crotch of my thong aside and chuckles against my neck, making me shiver.
Already wet for me, I see.
We shouldn't... But even I hear the weakness in my whispering, how half-hearted it is. He has a way of making me second-guess everything I believe. Like how it's probably bad taste to have sex in the backseat of a car that somebody else is driving. My body doesn't care about any of that right now. It wants, it needs, and it's going to be satisfied. I arch my back at the entrance of one, then two of Callum's thick digits. His hot breath fans across my chest, while my own fingers work through his hair, clutching him to me. All of my awareness travels south and tightens until there is nothing in this world except the delicious friction of the pounding of his knuckles against my sensitive flesh.
Such a bad girl,
he whispers, fingering me hard and fast.
This pussy is always wet and ready for me. My pussy. Mine.
Yours, I pant, leaning against the seat, jerking my hips in time with his rapid strokes. When he adds a thumb to my clit, he sets off an explosion in my core. My body jerks, going motionless, before the tension breaks and leaves me shaking. The shockwaves still roll through me when he lifts his head, grinning at me.
That didn't take long.
He withdraws his fingers, then lifts them to his lips, and I watch as he sucks them clean. There is nothing as erotic as this, watching him take pleasure in me. He doesn't try to hide it. No, he wants me to see. He wants me to know. And now I want more. I pull him closer and find the bulge in his slacks, running a hand over it, while teasing us both with light, playful kisses. He leans in for more, but I pull back, grinning at his frustration before giving him my lips. I taste myself on him, and something about it reaches that greedy, hungry part inside me. I want to experience everything with him, in every way. My hands work his fly, before I gently push him away to give myself room to kneel on the seat.
Oh, fuck,
he groans, leaning back like I did now that it's his turn. I don't waste any time, freeing him from his shorts before plunging my head down, taking him as deep as I can into my mouth. His satisfied sigh makes my pussy gush. Juice. He picks up on his fingers once he hikes the dress over my ass and reaches around to stroke my smooth lips.
Ah, so hungry for my cock, aren't you, little bird?
He asks, while working the thong down to my knees so he can touch all of me.
Take me deep. Show me how much you need it, how much you love my cock in your mouth.
I hollow out my cheeks and press my tongue firmly against the underside of his shaft, clenching around him the way my pussy would.
Oh, fuck yes. You're such a good girl when you're being naughty.
His breathless grunts make my pussy ache painfully for him. This isn't enough. I need him inside me.
The driver's right there. Do you think he can hear us? Hear you struggling to take my cock in your perfect mouth?
His filthy mouth only turns me on more. A couple of minutes ago, I almost froze in surprise at the idea of this. Now I release his dick in favor of discarding my thong, letting it fall to the floor. He doesn't say a word as I straddle him and take his rock-hard dick in my hand, guiding it to my entrance. I barely bite back a cry of pure bliss once he's inside me, as I lower myself and swallow him whole, all the way down to his balls. Neither of us says a word. It's enough just to stare into each other's eyes as he grips my ass and pumps me up and down his shaft, hard, fast. I can't hold back the cries building in my throat, no matter how I bite my lip and struggle against them.
Careful, little bird. You don't want the driver to hear how well you take my cock in that tight little hole of yours, do you? How fucking good it feels to be on my dick?
I'm drowning in pleasure, the tension threatening to rip me to pieces. Callum smirks, thankfully taking mercy on me as he clamps a hand over my mouth, watching my struggle, knowing how badly I need this.
Scream, little bird. Let him know how good I make you feel, and the sounds you make as you crumble on my dick, knowing the only man who will ever get to be inside of you is me. Mine. forever.
I do as he says. I can't help it. It's all too much, too good. And I let out a hollow scream against his hand, showing him just what he does to me. I don't care about the driver, or that he might do just as Callum said later on. I scream as I come again, while my whole world shatters into a million pieces that shimmer like glass. He uses me, making me take his cock faster and harder. I can tell he's close just by the heavy pants and how tightly he holds me to his chest, keeping me in place.
God, it's so good. Such a tight pussy. My fucking pussy, with only my cum dripping out of it. Fuck! I'm coming.
He growls against my heated skin, filling me with his hot seed until I can feel it dripping out around his cock and down his base and onto his balls. My body goes limp against his while we fight to catch our breath. His soft chuckle against my ear makes me lift my head to find him grinning.
And you were so shy about doing it,
he teases. I swat playfully at his chest before carefully climbing out of his lap. It's all your fault. You're a bad influence on me.
I would like to be a bad influence again once we're home.
A glance out the window tells me it won't be long before that happens. Don't you have work to do when we get back? I ask as we straighten ourselves out.
No. Tonight's about you. Work can wait until tomorrow.
I like the sound of that. I wink.
How about I run us a bath when we get home?
Callum holds me snugly to his side, like he's afraid I'll slip away if he doesn't. Yes, that sounds amazing. Actually, it sounds heavenly. That's the one thing we've missed, spending time together, just the two of us. Sure, there's the sex, which is amazingly earth-shattering and only ever seems to get better. I didn't know until now, though, what I truly craved was a night spent sharing dinner, a little impromptu dancing, and a hot bath together. Although the sex was a big bonus. Nobody would believe how much fun he is to spend time with. How funny he is, at least when he's relaxed, without the burden of work and the dangers involved weighing on him. I'm sure when people see us together, like the waitress at the restaurant, who at least did her best to hide it, they see a wealthy middle-aged man and a much younger girl, and immediately jump to all the wrong conclusions. They probably think there's no way for us to find any common ground with such a big age difference, and I'm sure the term gold digger gets thrown around. They don't get it, and they never will. Not unless they find themselves in a similar situation, falling in love with a man who's wrong for them in so many ways that go beyond age and class. Callum's right for me in so many other ways, in all the ways that count, and he always wants what's best for me. It's not a long drive back to the house, though I do sort of wish the driver had taken the long way. I want to stay in this happy little bubble for as long as possible. After that fluke thunderstorm we had last week, it seems like Mother Nature is finally getting her act together. There's a slight chill in the air by the time we exit the car in the front courtyard, and I take a deep breath, savoring the crispness that signals the approach of the fall weather. I can't wait for Christmas, I confess, as we walk hand in hand through the front door.
Why is that?
Well, 1, I can't wait to decorate the house. And 2, cookies.
It's funny that you mentioned that. I haven't really gone all out in years. Not like the way I used to when you girls were younger.
Yes, I remember when Tatum invited me to a Christmas party here. We were 10 or 11. The house was decorated, like something out of a dream, with giant trees in every room and lights strung up everywhere, the whole 9 yards. I always remember that when I think of Christmas. We should do it again.
We absolutely will. Whatever makes you happy.
He places a kiss on my forehead as we enter the front hall.
Besides, after this year, we'll have a little one to decorate for.
And I swear, a happy tingle runs through me at the thought. I can hardly wait to see Callum holding a baby in his arms. I come to a stop, forcing him to halt along with me. then take him by the lapels of his suit jacket and pull him in for a kiss. Thank you.
For what?
For giving me everything I ever wanted. We're both startled when the door leading to Tatum's wing opens. Right away, I let go of Callum, even taking a step back. I don't know why that's my immediate reaction, but I can only guess at some lingering guilt. Tatum says she's okay with us being together, but that doesn't mean I want to rub it in her face. It's not Tatum who emerges, and a glance at Callum reveals his frown of confusion.
Is everything all right?
He asks Romero, who stops dead in his tracks at the sight of us.
Oh, yes, she's fine.
A question is on the tip of my tongue. Are they? No. Tatum would tell me. But then, why is he coming from her wing dressed in a t-shirt and sweatpants?
It's not what it looks like. I only wanted to check on her,
he explains. I get this strange rumbling feeling in my stomach. Something's off here. You know what? I'm going to check in on her, I tell Callum. I'll be up in a little bit.
Tell her I said goodnight.
Callum starts up the stairs without another word. Usually he'd go straight to his office, so he really does plan to take the night off. Romero's still standing in the doorway as I approach. Okay, tell me the truth. How is she really? Because I swear I can't get a straight answer out of her no matter how hard I try. He looks back over his shoulder toward her bedroom. Romero's known for his lack of emotion and feelings, yet I can see the concern etched into his features like stone.
She's been having nightmares.
I sigh, leaning against the doorframe. Of course she has been. Who wouldn't? I've had more than my share of them in the past few weeks.
I happened to check in a few nights ago, when Cheryl asked me to take her some tea to help her sleep, he explains. I would have been on my way to my place otherwise. I'm glad things played out the way they did, or she would have been alone. She was sobbing in her sleep, and let out a horrid scream when I woke her up.
Jesus. And here I am, floating on cloud 9 while she's suffering, slowly drowning in a pool of trauma.
She doesn't want anybody to know. Not you, not Callum.
I guess that would explain why she never told me. But I feel like she never tells me anything anymore. I frown, hating that I admitted such a thing to Romero.
I've been sleeping in her office the past few nights, he confesses. I'd rather you not tell Callum, please. I don't want him to get the wrong idea. He'd rip my balls off and shove them down my throat if he thought.
But he should know, I insist. He needs to know. She's being so damn stubborn. How are we supposed to help her if she won't let us?
I don't have a clue.
He runs a hand over his dark hair, sighing as he does. I get the feeling he cares more than he wants to let on. Maybe he feels sorry for her. Maybe if I wasn't here, Callum would have more time to put into helping her. I can't do that to myself, but I can't help it either. I'll go in and say goodnight, I offer. Get a feel for how she's doing. Relief flashes in his eyes, and he nods, like he wanted to do that, but knew better. While things have eased up between them, she's not ripping his head off the way she used to. There's never any telling with her. I've never seen anybody's mood change as quickly as hers does. She's watching something on her laptop when I ease the door open, sitting with her back to the headboard. Hey, sorry if I'm interrupting. She rolls her eyes and waves me in. Another true crime documentary. I'm, addicted to them now. Women getting revenge. We should watch something together in the living room. I'm not doing anything tomorrow. Lifting a shoulder, she turns her attention back to the screen. I feel more comfortable here. The impulse to argue with her leaves me biting my tongue. I don't want to fight, and that's exactly what we'll end up doing if I push any harder. This room is becoming her tomb, full of used dishes. At least her hair looks like it's been washed recently, which is a step up, and she's wearing clean pajamas. Small miracles. I wish I knew why she's so against talking to a doctor. I also wish I knew why she insists on having the sapphire blue urn on her nightstand. She catches me looking at it. It's pretty, she murmurs, and her ashes make me feel Safer, somehow. Her mother's ashes make her feel safer? If only I could understand where her head is right now. I'm glad you have them, I venture, crossing the room so I can sit on the edge of the bed. It occurs to me that maybe I should have changed before I came in here, rather than walking around in a dress that cost more than I used to pay in a month's rent when I was living with Lucas. It's sad. She didn't even get a funeral or a service or anything. They just took her body to the funeral home and she was cremated by some shady guy who was paid under the table. I doubt she had anybody in her life willing to attend a service. Tatum, maybe. I would have gone with her for support. Otherwise, still, memorials, funerals, celebrations of life, there is a sense of closure for the living, and that's something she'll never get. I could always put something together for her, maybe scatter a handful of her ashes somewhere she loved to go. Tatum snorts. Like I would know where that is. She never told me anything about herself. I don't even know why I care so much. It's not like she cared about me. She was your mom, babe. I'd be worried if you didn't care. I place a hand on her shoulder. I know she got what she deserved. She wraps her arms around herself. Geez, she's so thin. She needs to eat more. Before hitting me with a knowing, almost angry look. And before you tell me one more time to talk to a professional, how am I supposed to talk about any of this? Gee, Doc, my mom set it up so my best friend would get kidnapped. She wanted to ruin my father's life and help his enemy take control of his illegal businesses. Only she had her brains blown out instead. Oh, and surprise, she couldn't even have a funeral because the whole damn thing needs to be kept a secret. Okay, when she puts it that way, I can see why she's hesitant to talk with a doctor. Okay, so you don't have to talk specifically about that, I murmur, while the narrator drones on about the details of a grisly murder. But you should at least talk about Christoph and what happened in Europe. I'm not saying go into specifics about how your mom died either. You can talk about, how strained your relationship was, and look, I get it, okay? You don't have to beat a dead horse. I wasn't trying to. I've already pushed too hard. Damn it. There is no winning with her. Her gaze flicks over my dress. Did you have a good time tonight? Yes. We went to dinner. I smile, though it feels strangely awkward to be doing so. That's good. It must have been a nice place if you're so dressed up. Your dad bought the place out for the night to ensure nobody else was there. Can't take any chances. No, you wouldn't want to do that. Not with a baby and everything. I want to crawl out of my skin. I'm so uncomfortable. On the surface, there's nothing wrong with what she's saying. But I know her too well to be fooled. There's resentment dripping from every word. All I want to do is tell her I'm sorry. I'm not even sure what I'm sorry for, or what it is that's really bothering her. Is it the baby on the way? The fact that I happen to be the baby's mother? The fact that I'm happy while she's sinking lower and lower? Maybe all of it combined. I'm sure she wouldn't give me a straight answer even if I asked. I would have to be brave enough to ask first, which I'm definitely not. Not even close. Do you want to have a girls' day? Maybe tomorrow? I probably know the answer already, but I have to try. Maybe we could go shopping. She cringes. For baby stuff? I was actually thinking more like clothes. And, it's been a while since I went to the bookstore. She nibbles on her bottom lip almost nervously. I don't know. People and crowds mixed with me don't seem that appealing right now. Then we can hang around the house. Whatever makes you comfortable. The air is thick with tension, and I can feel her pulling away from me. But I don't want to let go. I can't. I don't need you hovering over me, all right? I'm just fine here in my room, not bothering anyone. What's the big deal? There's no big deal, I whisper. Just, I'm here, and I want to see you and spend time with you. I love you. You know that, right? Her head bobs up and down. Only there's no light in her eyes when she finally looks at me. I know. I love you too. Right now, That's probably as good as it's going to get. Okay, I'm going to go to bed. I'll see you tomorrow.
You know where to find me.
I want to say something else. Anything, so long as we don't leave things like this. But the moment is over too soon. She turns up the volume on the laptop, drowning out whatever I was wanting to say. What bothers me the most as I leave the room, closing the door on her misery, is knowing I would have sailed straight up the stairs with Callum and not thought about her at all if it hadn't been for Romero popping up. I can't blame her if she does hate me, but I also can't help her if she doesn't want me to either. It's a double-edged sword, piercing me through the heart whenever I think about her.
Callum. We have to decide how you want to divide the Maroney businesses, if we do it at all. What do you mean, if? Romero looks up from his tablet, blinking fast like he's surprised. If we divide up the businesses, what's wrong with my choice of words? It's the uncertainty you're expressing. His jaw ticks before he murmurs, When we do it? We'll work it out. Checking the time leads me to shrug into my jacket. Right now, I have an appointment with the doctor for Bianca. I can't help gritting my teeth when he follows me out of the office, pecking at me like a fucking hen. Costello will want an answer before he moves forward with tracking Maroney down. How much can we expect him to do without any idea of what he's getting out of this? My irritation only grows with every word that comes out of his mouth. This is supposed to be a good day, a chance to be happy for a few minutes, to look into the future and see every possibility, yet all I can think about is Jack Maroney. Stopping, I turn to him. He falls back a half step like there's something in my expression that's startled him. Work out the bottom third of his moneymakers. That's what goes to Costello. If he wants more, that's what we're starting with, a third. I'm willing to go up to a half, although that's my final offer. With that, I continue to the stairs and call up, Bianca, we're going to be late. I'm right here. She's shaking her head and rolling her eyes on her way out of the kitchen. Honestly, you act like I'm a lazy kid sleeping in on a school day. You're certainly a smartass. I extend a hand, which she quickly takes in hers, but it's Romero she glances toward. A look his way offers no answers. His expression is unreadable. What am I missing? Bianca's gaze snaps my way, her eyes wide. Oh, nothing. Everything's fine. It doesn't seem that way. It seems a hell of a lot like I'm the only one not in on a joke, though nobody's smiling, so it can't be good. It doesn't look that way from where I'm standing. We're going to be late, like you said. She tugs on my arm, and I follow, shooting another look at Romero. I don't appreciate the sense that secrets are being kept from me. Romero wouldn't. No, he wouldn't dare. Anybody but him. What am I missing with the two of you? I ask as we walk to the waiting car. It's nothing. She won't look up from the flats she's wearing, avoiding my gaze as she slides into the back seat. It's nothing. She couldn't have chosen a worse response if she had tried. It's nothing is the first step down a dark, twisted path. By the time I slide in beside her, I'm seething, prepared to grill her for answers. To hell with growth and trying to be a better man for her sake. This is what trying to be a better man gets you. You end up watching the person you love pull away from you, your love dying a slow and painful death. Once I sit, though, I notice how she keeps her face turned away from me. She sniffles, and that sound alone makes the heat in my chest cool a few degrees. What's really happening? What's with the secrecy? I thought we were past that point. I'm sorry. She wipes under her eyes, sighing before turning my way. I'm not trying to be secretive. I'm not. I just don't know what to do. About what? Don't you know by now you don't need to go through things by yourself? That's why I'm here. Whatever it is, we'll find a way through it. She blows out a long breath, puffing her cheeks. Last night, you were wondering why I felt sort of bad after I came upstairs? She's putting it mildly. She came upstairs a different person from the one I had dinner with. The girl whose hand I held as we walked into the house sparkled with optimism and dreams for the future. By the time she stepped into the bathroom, where I'd run a bubble bath for the two of us, the light was gone. The sparkle. It was apparent she fought to hide what she was feeling, but the damage had already been done. No amount of questioning, gentle, always, got me anywhere. You ready to tell me about it? Don't get on my case, please. I feel bad enough as it is. With another sigh, she looks me in the eye. I think Tatum's upset about the baby, and she's pushing me away. Also, it's really creepy the way she spends all day sitting next to that urn. I'm sorry, but it's how I feel, and I'm worried about her. She folds her arms, staring at her lap. And then I told her we could spend time together today, but instead, we're taking this last-minute trip to the doctor. Yet another reason for her to resent me. I doubt she resents you. That's not how she operates. It's not how she used to operate. Nothing about her is the same as it used to be, except for how stubborn and pig-headed she is. I went in to see her, and she was distant and sort of cold. Here we are, happy and hopeful, and she is unwilling to get help. That's the problem. I'll talk to her. You've already tried. I don't think anything you say to her will be enough. I know it isn't. I also know she refused to speak to the therapist I brought in last week, and then refused to speak to me for 5 days afterward. I received a chilly, "Hey," yesterday, which, sadly, was a step up. You can't put this on yourself. I remind her as gently and kindly as I can. She doesn't need to be upset, not when she's already had more than enough reason to be. What she needs now is peace, protection. There's no choice but to swallow back the burning impulse to take control, which I know by now would only make things immeasurably worse. I can't help it. She's been a sister to me all these years. A tiny laugh bursts out of her. I want to be excited over the baby without feeling guilty, but I can't because every time I look at her, I feel like I'm rubbing that joy in her face. Taking one of her soft, smooth hands between mine, I murmur, "You can't control anyone else's reactions. You can only give them space and time to adjust to change." She quirks an eyebrow. Listen to you. Did you hand in your criminal degree and go to school to be a shrink overnight? I might have had a chat with the doctor myself, in hopes of learning how to handle this all. I want to be supportive and help Tatum, but you can't help someone who doesn't want to help themselves. Finally, she leans against me and I stroke her hair. I feel bad for being happy. In her heart, she wouldn't want that. I know it. I'm sure you do too. I guess I do, she admits. Still, it's hard because I see how sad she is and how happy I am, so it just doesn't feel right. I understand. Only, let's try to focus on what a good day this should be. We get to see the baby, and maybe if we're lucky, we can find out if it's a boy or a girl. Bianca frowns. I'm sorry, but I think it's still too early for that, without a blood test at least. I was looking it up online. Either way, I want to ensure everything's where it needs to be and that you're healthy. In time, Tatum will come around. Now I'm talking out of my ass because the fact is, I can't guarantee that. I don't know what it will take to make my daughter happy again. This doesn't look like a doctor's office, Bianca points out when we pull to a stop in front of a small, nondescript building that could easily go unnoticed if someone wasn't looking for it. The rest of the office complex was once a part of what was torn down years ago, with only this single structure remaining. He works alone, I explain, and he only sees a few private patients. She looks at me, understanding dawning on her. Is he some sort of shady doctor you pay off? Is that where we're going? He's not shady. I trust him, I counter. He's never steered me wrong, and he specializes in obstetrics. You'll be in good hands. I would never let anyone touch you if I didn't trust them. You know that, right? Of course. Still, it does nothing to erase the anxiety in her features. What I don't want to mention, what I would rather not burden her with, is I'd rather not take her somewhere we could be spotted. Somewhere Jack might be able to pay off some dipshit nurse for Bianca's records. Is it likely that would happen? Probably not, but it is a possibility. Come in, come in. Dr. Oscar waves us into the small, outdated waiting room with paneled walls and faded carpet. Do I not pay him enough to renovate? After introducing himself and shaking Bianca's hand, he says, I understand you're here for an ultrasound today, Bianca? That's what I've been told, Bianca jokes with a nervous laugh. True, this was my idea, but I hate seeing her so nervous. He offers a grandfatherly chuckle that matches his general appearance and demeanor before patting her shoulder. You'll be just fine. Nothing wrong with making sure everybody's healthy. Callum here wouldn't be the first father who wanted a little extra peace of mind. We end up in a typical exam room, white walls, a tiled floor, a table complete with stirrups and an overhead light. The machinery beside the table is, I assume, what will be used for the ultrasound. It's clear the money he hasn't put into renovations has gone to equipment, and I can't pretend to disapprove. The room might be cramped, but my little bird will receive good care, and that's all that matters. He gestures to the folded gown waiting at the foot of the table. Take your time and make yourself comfortable. I'll need you to strip from the waist down, and you can use the gown for modesty. There's also a sheet you can drape over your legs. Thank you. She eyes me, but I shake my head. I'm not leaving her alone in here, not with her looking so jittery and shifting her weight from one foot to the other while her gaze bounces over the instruction posters on the walls. The typical sort of thing you'd find in the doctor's office, anatomy and the like, this time focused on fetal development and the mother's health. Is she overwhelmed? Still feeling touchy after the conversation with Tatum? No matter the reason, I'm staying with her. The doctor seems to get the hint, offering a small smile before stepping outside and closing the door. He can play the benevolent doctor all he wants, but he knows who pays his bills and keeps him in his office after his penchant for writing scripts for cash got him in trouble. Once we're alone, she lets out a shaky breath. I don't know why I'm so nervous, she confesses with a soft laugh, wringing her hands together. You're going to be fine. This is more for my peace of mind than anything. I know they said you were doing okay at the hospital, but I would like to be sure. And hey, we still don't have a due date. That's true. She goes through the motions of removing her shoes and leggings, then her thong. Once she's seated with the gown covering her, she stares down at her lap and fidgets, picking at her nails. Hey, is there something you're not telling me? Some reason why you're so nervous? I brace myself, expecting her to tell me she's been cramping or bleeding and didn't want to worry me. It would kill me to lose this baby, but I wouldn't be surprised with all the stress and trauma she's endured either. I don't know. I'm anxious, I guess. I still feel guilty, and I'm afraid all our dreams will be for nothing if we get bad news here. We aren't going to. Standing in front of her, between her knees, I slip my hands beneath the sheet draped over them. Take a deep breath. It's time to start expecting the best instead of the worst. All of that shit is behind us now. You're probably right. She won't look at me, though, her voice detached. How can I help? What can I do to relax you? I wish there was something, I really do. The worry lines between her brows deepen when she glances toward the equipment that will soon be used. What if there's something wrong? There won't be. No amount of reassurance will fix this, that much is obvious. What else can I do to ease her nerves? Strange, the things that come into a man's head at a time like this. What are you doing? She stares at me with mixed surprise and horror as I press her back, lowering her against the table. Shh. I hold a finger to my lips while placing her feet in the stirrups with the other hand. With her ass at the table's edge and her legs spread open on either side, I have a full view of her pretty pink pussy. I'm going to need you to be real quiet for me, little bird. Can you do that? We don't want the doctor to come rushing in, now do we?
Callum, what are you doing?
She whispers, trying to sit up before I firmly lower her again. Making you relax. As I speak, I circle her clit with my thumb. Just lie back, relax, and let me make you feel good.
Callum, we can't do this.
She arches her back slightly.
Oh, God, this is insane.
Your cunt is dripping. It doesn't seem like you think it's all that insane. And the aroma of her arousal draws me closer, making me pull over the doctor's stool to position myself between her thighs. I stare in awe, my mouth watering. I can't wait to feast on her. I might need to buy something like this for the house, I muse, pressing a finger into her tight channel. I watch it disappear, pumping it in and out slowly. A table like this, with stirrups and a stool I can sit on. It would mean fewer stiff necks for me.
So do that. But we should stop this.
I begin to rub at her G-spot, and she can barely stifle the moan threatening to rip from her throat. Are you sure about that? I whisper while my cock twitches and strains against my zipper. What I wouldn't give to sink it deep inside her now. I doubt there's time for that, and besides, she's about to have an exam. The doctor will look the other way on a lot of shit, but I assume even he has his limits, though limits and boundaries were made to be broken.
This is wrong,
she insists, even as she rocks her hips back and forth, fucking herself on my finger.
We shouldn't.
Her protests go silent the second my tongue sweeps over her clit. It doesn't matter if this is right or wrong when I can make everything else go away simply by touching and licking her. I add a second finger that's quickly coated in her sweet nectar and slowly work her G-spot while my tongue moves in circles over the tip of her clit. If only I could torture her like this for hours, drawing it out, taking her to the brink and pulling back until she weeps for relief.
My God. Oh, my God.
She tosses her head from side to side and grips the edge of the table. She's the picture of abandon, my wanton goddess, always ready to accept the pleasure I want so much to give her. Such a dirty girl, I whisper, chuckling at her strained whimpers. My dirty girl. It's good to know you have a thing for doing it in public. Or is it that you love being spread wide open, giving me access to lick your tiny clit and finger fuck your pussy whenever I please?
Lick my clit,
she begs, tilting her hips like she's offering it to me.
Please, lick it until I come and don't stop.
Are you going to come? Fuck, you're such a bad girl. Spray that sweet nectar of yours all over my tongue. I want your juices dripping down my chin. I growl against her folds and lick her from ass to pussy and back again. There's a brief knock at the door, followed by the squeak of hinges that makes her jump like she's been given a shock. I lift my head and bark, "Walk in here and I'll fucking kill you right now." The door closes without the doctor saying a word. Tell him. Whatever else she was about to say is swallowed by a moan when I return my attention to her clit, now sucking while pumping my fingers faster until the wet, sloppy sound of her arousal fills the room. Fuck, her pussy is perfection. Her body tightens and her channel clenches around my fingers, squeezing me so tightly I wish it was my cock she was strangling. She lets out a soft sigh, her body going limp, teeth sunk into her lip to hold back her euphoric cries. My fingers are a dripping mess once I pull them free, and I bring them to my lips, licking them greedily before sucking all the juice she left on them. There I stand, satisfied to look down at her limp, boneless body. Now you're nice and relaxed, aren't you? Her eyes open slowly. They twinkle, and I love the post-orgasmic look that fills them. You're a very bad man threatening the doctor like that? Tell me something I don't know. All that mattered was I got to finish eating you out. While she sits up and straightens herself up, I wash my hands at the sink in the corner. Once she's ready, I open the door and call the doctor in. He's noticeably embarrassed, avoiding eye contact with me and hurrying through the process of asking questions while I watch from Bianca's side. He makes a note of her answers, the details of her cycle, the fact that she hasn't had any cramping or spotting, before giving her a brief exam. Now for the fun part. He wheels away from the table and turns on the ultrasound machine before squirting gel across her stomach. She's tense again, her mouth almost disappearing when she draws it into a thin line. The touch of my hand against her hair makes her turn her gaze my way. Relax, I mouth with a smile. She nods, eyes wide. It looks like I'm asking for the impossible. All right, Bianca, let's see what we have here, shall we? The doctor places the wand on her stomach, moving it back and forth across her gel-covered skin. Is that it? She whispers when an image appears on the screen. I've seen this sort of thing in countless movies, TV shows, but this is real. This is my baby in front of me. Our baby. There's the baby, the doctor tells her while she grabs my hand. Say hello. Hello, little baby. She practically glows with wonder, awe, hope. Hi there. I love you. She giggles softly as a tear rolls down her cheek. Does everything look okay? I ask. Everything looks wonderful, he confirms. According to what I'm seeing here, which aligns with the information Bianca's given me about her cycle, it looks like you'll welcome your bundle of joy within the first week of March. So everything is good? The eagerness and relief in her voice is touching. She looks up at me, giggling softly, her eyes shining. Baby is developing well, and you're in great health. I'm very pleased with what I'm seeing here. She squeezes my hand tight. Thank you. That is a huge relief. Many first-time mothers go through the same concerns you have. It isn't unusual. Wow, March. It seems so far away, but I bet it will be here before we know it. I love the excitement in her voice, how optimistic she sounds. I can't wait to buy out an entire baby store and spoil this kid beyond all reason. Time will fly, he promises as he removes the wand from her belly. I must say, it didn't take any time for you to conceive. Her joyful expression turns to one of confusion before she looks to the doctor. What do you mean? Fuck me. I know what he's saying, and I have to stop him before he spills the beans. There's no time before he starts to explain himself. The fertility shot. It must have worked like a charm if you're already this far along. I'm not really surprised, since you're so young and fertile as it is. The shot just gave you an added boost. What? What are you talking about? Bianca's gaze ping-pongs between us, and I grit my teeth, rage simmering deep in my gut. I'm staring daggers at the doctor, thinking of all the ways I can murder him right now, when in reality, the only person I have to blame is me.
Bianca. I'm confused, and I'm sure Callum can see that as I look between him and the doctor, seeking an explanation. He can't be thinking of the right patient. He's an old man. I wouldn't be surprised if he got his patients mixed up constantly. Then why does Callum trust him if he can so easily get things mixed up? The puzzle pieces start to click into place. The way Callum glares at him, like he's envisioning murdering him a million different ways. I've seen that look before. Still, it doesn't make sense. Fertility shot. I got pregnant while on the pill. Callum didn't seem surprised or shocked about the pregnancy. Slowly, I slide my hand out of his grip and fold my arms across my chest, looking at the screen instead of him. It's not possible, is it? He wouldn't. He couldn't. Not to me. Not when we were supposed to have turned over a new leaf together. We were supposed to be honest with each other now. I'm supposed to be able to trust him. He wouldn't go behind my back and try to get me pregnant on purpose, would he? The doctor seems unaware of Callum's shift in mood, too busy turning off the machine before wiping the gel from my stomach.
I'll leave you alone so you can get dressed, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
I mutter something. Exactly what? I don't know. I can't hear myself think over the roaring emotions in my head. Here I was, blaming myself. So sure that he would hate me for getting pregnant, like he'd think I was trying to trap him. When all this time, he was trying to trap me. I can't move at first, even after the door closes and we're left alone again. I can't bring myself to look at him either. I stare at the ceiling with its white tiles, frozen in confusion and pain. Not physical pain, although it might as well be. It feels like a fist is tightening around my heart, squeezing the life out of it. The fact that Callum hasn't said anything, hasn't denied any wrongdoing, only confirms fears. I struggle to suck air into my lungs. Each breath comes heavier than the next. I was bubbling with excitement moments ago. Now, all I feel is razor-hot pain. His gaze penetrates my skin, right into the deep depths of my soul. He's watching me, yet I refuse to look at him. I can't. I want you to tell me something. My voice is a low whisper. I want the truth. I don't want an explanation. I don't want a lie mixed with the truth. I want the fucking truth. I release a breath and continue. Did you tamper with my birth control so I would get pregnant? Silence. It drags on for what seems like an eternity. The longer he makes me wait, the worse it is. I don't even need to hear him admit it, for his silence is the biggest answer. However, I want him to say it. Tears fill my eyes and spill over my lashes, while every second stretches like taffy, on and on.
Let me explain.
I did not ask you for an explanation, I whisper harshly. I asked you for the truth, yes or no. His defeated sigh says everything.
Yes.
Get out of the room. I want to be alone, Bianca. I do not want to be around you right now. Respect me enough to give me a few moments alone, since you couldn't respect me enough to allow me to make a choice regarding my own body. I don't care if it hurts him. In fact, I wouldn't be upset if it did. Not after what he's done. He hesitates, lingering, like he's waiting for me to change my mind. That's not going to happen. It takes a slow count to 10, with me staring at the ceiling because I refuse to look at him right now, before he crosses the small room in a few steps and opens the door. He stays for a second longer, like he's considering what to say, but when I turn my face toward the wall, he walks out. Immediately, I cover my face with my hands and start to cry. He tricked me. Now, that word doesn't begin to cover it. He lied. He manipulated me. Also, he could get what he wanted. It's not like he didn't tell me his plans to get me pregnant right away, but I didn't believe he would go to these lengths. I couldn't have made this up in my head if I tried. How could he? He's supposed to love me. You don't trick the person you love. You don't tamper with their birth control to get what you want. That's not love. But he got what he wanted. I'm pregnant with his child. What am I supposed to do now? That's the worst question of all, the one that leaves me choking on my tears. I'm sure he's out there, listening, and I don't want him to hear. The idea of keeping a bit of my pride seems important. He's already taken my choices from me, so I won't let him take my pride away, too. What do I do? Lowering my hands, I sit up, then pull myself together. I have to think of the baby, first and foremost. What's best for it? After that, what's best for me? How do I live with this man, knowing what he's willing to do to get what he wants? It didn't matter to him that I had a life and goals of my own. Were they really goals? I shake my head at myself as I pull on my leggings. No, it's true. I was only living the life I thought I had to live, getting the degree, the job, all of it. Still, if I wanted to change things, that should have been my decision. I should have had a choice. I shake my head with frustration. He's waiting for me out there, and soon enough, I will have to get in a car and go home with him. What happens then? What's my move? What's best for the baby? Because in the end, that's what I have to focus on now. On one hand, he's not the man he used to be, that much I believe. The Callum I first fell in love with wasn't the man capable of going behind my back, messing with my pills somehow, or even giving me a shot. When did it happen? I guess it doesn't matter now. Yes, he's changed since then, or he's trying to. But that's not an excuse for fucked up behavior. That's not enough to get me to forgive him, or even trust him again immediately. Do I still love him? That much I don't need to think about. If anything, this wouldn't hurt so much if I didn't love him. I can't imagine life without him, even now. Which means I need to find a way to get through this, and somehow find it in me to forgive him. That's not going to happen today, however. In fact, nothing has to happen today. I need time to think this over and figure out what to do next. How I'm supposed to live with this man, who I still love, and be able to look at myself in the mirror every day. First things first, leaving this room and facing him. Mom, please, if you're up there, help me. Tell me what to do. I don't expect an answer, obviously, but thinking of her is what gives me the strength to open the door and face the man waiting for me. At least he looks remorseful. Actually, he seems downright distraught, with his hair mussed like he's been running his fingers through it, the pain hovering around his eyes, bracketing the corners of his mouth. Here I am, knowing he betrayed me, and my first impulse is to comfort him. I must be out of my damn mind. The man tricked me into getting pregnant, and I want to comfort him. It's almost too twisted. I should want to scratch his eyes out, kick him in the balls, something that would make him regret even thinking about betraying me. But no, I want to smooth down his hair and cup the back of his neck while he rests his head against my shoulder. I want to tell him everything is going to be okay, when I don't even know if that's true.
Did you have any questions for the doctor?
He asks as I rush past him on the way to the front door. I notice Dr. Oscar is conveniently nowhere to be found. Did Callum chew him out for letting their little secret slip? I can't even bring myself to ask. No, I snap, and push my way through the glass door without bothering to hold it for Callum, then walk straight to the car and climb inside before the driver has the chance to help me. I'm tired of waiting for people to help me. I'm tired of many things I've gone along with to keep from rocking the boat. All it took was knowing how much of my life has been outside my control to see things through different eyes. All this time, I've been grateful to be part of this world and part of Callum's life. But I didn't realize this is my world, too. It's my life, too. I need to start thinking about what's best for me and the baby, instead of acting like I'm so lucky to be worthy enough to ride in a car like this, or to go back to a mansion in a guarded compound. I've been looking at this all wrong for way too long. Callum slides into the car a few moments later, his body stiff, his features tight. Things couldn't be more different than they were on the way to the doctor's office. Instead of sitting close to him, we're on opposite sides of the back seat by the time the car rolls away from the little building in the middle of nowhere. I guess I shouldn't be surprised that a doctor who works for Callum is willing to be unethical.
Will you at least speak to me, please?
I'm almost stunned that he would ask me rather than demand I speak to him. It's obvious he's trying to do better, but better isn't good enough if the secrets of your past are never revealed. Did he even plan to tell me? Or was he going to let me think it was an accident all along? I can't let this change my mind, but I can at least notice it. I have nothing to say to you right now.
I only wanted...
I glance over at him and give him a glare that causes him to snap his mouth shut. He doesn't need to tell me. I know what he wanted. He wanted proof of what a virile man he is. He wants to see me pregnant. He's practically counting down the days until I start to show. Either way, I'm not about to have this discussion in front of anyone else. Thankfully, he takes the hint, and the rest of the ride passes in silence, with me staring out the window the whole time I go through what my future could look like, depending on the choice I make today. No more can I act impulsively, running away and hiding from him. We're past that point of my having to find a way to handle the emotions and feelings I'm experiencing and learn to live with them. A sense of dread builds in me as we close in on the front gate. Just last night, we came back from dinner talking about the future. There I was, fantasizing about the beautiful Christmases we'll have together. This morning is an entirely different reality, almost as if a bucket of ice water has now been dumped all over my dreams. How could I allow myself to forget that it's not so simple being involved with Callum Torrio? There's always a surprise waiting around the corner. This latest surprise has me getting out of the car as soon as it stops in front of the house, heading straight inside and walking up the stairs without so much as a backward glance. I'm not in any hurry. I'm not running. I'm not panicking, but I'm determined. He's not going to change my mind or sweet-talk me, or even threaten me into compliance now. I'm his queen, the piece that stands beside him, his equal, and I'll stand for nothing less than that treatment.
Please, Bianca, we need to talk about this.
At least he waits until we're in the bedroom alone before he starts begging.
I can explain, and I will if you let me.
I'm not interested in hearing your explanation. I already know what you'll be saying.
That's not true.
My blood boils at his dismissal. You told me. You intended to get me pregnant as soon as possible. This isn't advanced physics, Callum. I know what you were doing and where you were coming from. It's as simple as 1 + 1. When I go to the closet, grabbing a tote bag to throw a few things inside, he practically jumps on me.
You're not leaving. I won't let you. Not while you're carrying my child and there are still...
You don't need to tell me about the risks and dangers that are out there. I know all about the danger I'm putting myself in from my association with you. He lets out a pained sound that both hurts and strengthens me as I throw clothes and toiletries into the bag.
Then what are you doing?
I'm going to stay in another room, away from you. When he refuses to take a step back so I can leave the bathroom after packing my shampoo and such, I slide past him.
This isn't like you, Bianca. At the very least, allow me to explain myself. We've come so far. Don't let this break us.
I don't want to let you explain. Don't you get that? You saw what you wanted and went behind my back to get it as soon as possible. You wanted a way to keep me here with you, right? You knew if I was pregnant, you would have me under your thumb, that I'd be trapped, Forced to stay with you without another alternative.
It wasn't as ugly as you're making it sound.
Yes, it was. But that doesn't matter. Besides, I don't think I'm exaggerating where his head was when he did this. And until you understand that this is the ultimate betrayal, worse than anything you've ever done to me, there is no chance of us returning to where we were before. I can't keep excusing your actions, because then you'll never stop doing them. I'm not going to let you get away with this so easily. I can't. I need to respect myself at least enough to take a step back and reevaluate the situation.
That sounds a lot like a woman on the verge of walking out the door.
You already said it yourself. I don't have a choice except to stay. Even if I wanted to leave, I'd be risking everything. My life, the baby's life. I have to think about my own safety. A bitter laugh slips out of me. Congratulations. You managed to trap me the way you intended all along.
Please don't say it like that.
Why? It's the truth, isn't it? I growl. I'm sorry if it hurts you to hear it, although we both know it's true. That's what you wanted. You might not have known at the time how well it would work out, but I guess there's always an upside, right?
Bianca, I can't lose you.
I guess you should have thought about that. I've changed. Or maybe you've changed me. Or maybe there's only so far a person can be pushed before they start pushing back. I zip up the bag and throw it over my shoulder, facing him from the opposite side of the bed. I don't think I've ever seen him look so distressed, except maybe when it comes to Tatum. If I didn't know better, I would think he's close to tears. Only men like Callum Torrio don't cry. I know better than to expect that. They just find another way to manipulate you, to make you think you've won, when in reality, you've gained nothing.
I love you. Do you hear me, Bianca? I love you.
I know you do. But it's going to take me a little time before I can trust you again. And until that happens, I'll be staying in one of the spare rooms down the hall. Please respect my decision, Callum. I don't bother waiting for a response, which I know will only end up being more of the same. The last thing I see before turning away and marching down the hall is Callum, his pale skin, the frantic fear in his eyes, and his beautiful jaw tight with tension. I hate seeing him so upset, but I remind myself with each step how much he deserves this. Nobody has ever deserved this more than he does. He took what should have been a decision belonging to me and decided I didn't get a say. For once, he's going to understand the consequences of his impulse decisions, even if it breaks my heart to teach him that lesson.
Callum. Warehouse fire. 3 structures, total loss, says fire chief. The headline leaves me grinning in grim satisfaction, a grin that widens once I begin scrolling through the fiery images taken overnight. Damn right, they were a total loss. I'm not playing games here. Tucking my phone away after perusing the headlines, I head to the kitchen for a fresh coffee. The breathtaking image of flames against the night sky plays at the edges of my memory and warms my heart. I'll be looking through those photos again before the end of the day, no doubt about it. What must Jack have suffered when he realized there was nothing he could do? How did you like it, you bitch? My heart stutters on entering the room, lighting me up with hope for a brief moment before I'm disappointed. No Bianca, no Tatum. Not that either would speak to me if they saw me. It doesn't mean I can't hope to catch sight of them and maybe exchange a word or two. They'll both come around eventually. Bianca most likely first. I'll lose my fucking mind if she doesn't. It was one thing to be without her when she was at Charlie's, when I knew better than to try to approach her. I have no doubt the man would have pulled a gun if I set foot on his front porch. It was my own personal torment, asking myself what she was doing, where she was, or if she was safe. I don't have to worry about that now, with her here. It was hard before, but now it's worse. Her proximity means I must concentrate harder than ever to stay away from her. The amount of self-control it took from me last night not to kick in the bedroom door, throw her over my shoulder, and bring her back to our bed where she belongs was excruciating. It would have been so easy to tie her down the way I did before, even told myself she liked it, and had convinced myself that's what she's trying to get me to do now. That all she wants is for me to assert my dominance the way I did initially. It's a nice little fantasy, but I couldn't give in the way the old Callum did. Giving in to my baser instincts would only make things worse. I need to deal with it like a logical person would, not a psycho, even though my love for Bianca is borderline psychotic. Unfortunately, this means I've hardly slept the past week, but I've had plenty of work to keep me busy. Maroney is lucky he lost nothing more than a trio of warehouses last night. The time I need to fill, combined with my murderous attitude, could very well leave him with nothing by the time this is over. Did you see the headline? It's the first thing Romero asks when we cross paths on the way to my office. He can't pretend the news didn't thrill him, and I wouldn't ask him to. He may shy away from showing that side of himself, but we both know the beast is lurking right below the surface. I shake my head, clicking my tongue in mock sorrow. I did. They're saying it's a total loss. Did you confirm the payment went through? I did. Our firebug friend will be pleased. He'll be even happier once we move to phase 2 of the plan and need him again. Setting my coffee down, I open the document we compiled between us. I can check off step 1 now, knowing the warehouses have burned to the ground and all the items inside along with them. It's low level, and I know it won't hit Maroney in the wallet as hard as it will hit his pride. He can afford to lose pallets of stolen goods, electronics, clothing, etc. This was less about money and more about sending a message. He wants to play dirty. I'm already in the mud waiting for him. I have a few things to discuss with you, but Costello called me directly this morning and fucked my plans. When I look up from the checklist, Romero's wearing a sour expression. I'm used to nothing less when it comes to Sebastian. I need his shit like I need a hole in the head. I don't have time for an impromptu meeting. If he's not happy with our offer, he can cry about it while sucking my dick. He was fine with that. He said there's been a change in plans. Sounded almost manic. A change in plans? Those aren't his plans to change. He's probably worked up because those warehouses were supposed to go to him. Considering nothing's set in stone, he's crying over spilled milk. All Romero does is smirk, lifting a shoulder. You can tell him that when he gets here. I'll stand back and watch. He's young and will soon realize it was nothing except a strategic move. I agree, but you can be the one who explains that to him. Nothing I say to him will leave much impact. Fine, fine. I wave a hand, hardly giving a shit what the kid thinks he's owed. Considering he hasn't done anything yet to earn what he believes should be his, he has zero room to complain. And we're fully manned otherwise. We have double the guards on duty at the club, at the restaurant, at the warehouses, and all of them are working 6-hour shifts to ensure they're fresh in case something goes down. It doesn't feel like enough. We knew when we went into this that Maroney would be chomping at the bit to get back at me. However, having men work in shifts at my various businesses doesn't leave me feeling secure. I'll ask Sebastian to provide additional men to keep an eye on things. If he's trying to change plans because he's pissed over what he thinks he's owed, I doubt he'll feel generous. He doesn't have to feel generous. He only has to care about his own self-interest. Our eyes meet when the phone rings, and we both know who it is without looking. I pick up the phone and tell Henry to let Sebastian through. I didn't think he meant he was on his way already, Romero mutters, shrugging into his suit jacket. He's young and impatient. It's not a surprise. Frankly, I'm glad for it. Every moment I spend without something to occupy my mind is a moment spent in agony. Where is she? What will she do today? Has she commiserated with Tatum yet? For all I know, this could be what brings them back together, something for them to relate over. They can join together in their hatred of me and everything I stand for. Romero steps out, and I assume he means to greet Sebastian. Instead, he gets no more than a few steps from my doorway before his voice rings out. This is unusual. Guests don't normally show themselves to Mr. Torio's office without being greeted first. Can we please drop the bullshit? I look up from my computer in time to see Sebastian shoulder past Romero before marching into my office. Usually, he's the definition of collected, almost annoyingly so, though not today. Today, his eyes glitter like a man who stumbled over a gold mine. Romero's right. He looks as manic as he sounds. Been here before, and I'm not some beggar looking to kiss the ring. I sit back, hands folded, sizing him up in a single glance. You're in quite the mood today. To what do I owe the pleasure of you strolling in here without waiting to be greeted? I'm here to make sure you don't hear chatter and get the wrong idea. I blink, waiting for more. When he merely stares at me, his shoulders rising and falling since he's jogged from the car, I lift my brows. Care to elaborate? The warehouses? That could only have been a message. A message to Maroney, not to you. Why do I feel like we're speaking two different languages? Why would I send you a message? He blinks rapidly, stammering, color rising in his cheeks. Romero observes all this from the doorway, frowning in puzzlement. I assumed you heard and wanted to take away part of what you promised me. I didn't promise a damn thing. It was an offer. This kid still has lessons to learn, but I'm more concerned with what he's hinting at. Lesson time can wait. What are you talking about? Sit down, for God's sake, and take a breath. He rakes both hands through his hair before sinking into a chair. I had planned on telling you, but since he hasn't committed either way... Since who hasn't committed? The hair on the back of my neck is beginning to lift. I've never enjoyed being the last to know. I've been attempting to negotiate a deal. He draws a breath, grimacing. With Maroney. You what? Romero makes a move for the gun I know is tucked in his waistband. A slight wave of my hand signals him to stand down, which he only does reluctantly. My blood is simmering, and everything around me begins to go red. I'm giving you a chance to tell me what you're playing at before you learn what happens to people who go behind my back. I murmur, fighting for control over the rush of rage brought about by the mention of the man's name. It's not what you're thinking. I have a plan. Really? It sounds more like you're double-crossing me. If it's a double cross, he's the one getting fucked. His gaze bounces to Romero like he's looking for support. He might as well try to get blood from a stone. It's not what you're thinking, I swear. I had planned on sharing this with you, although, as I said, he hasn't committed. He's dragging his feet. On what? I grit out. I know how to hit Maroney where it will hurt a hell of a lot worse than anything you pulled last night. And when he agrees to my terms, you can have him. I'm looking forward to hearing this, Romero announces before closing the door. He's right, of course. I would rather the girls not venture by and overhear any of this. The least I can do is keep them out of it. Sebastian merely turns to stare at him for a beat before looking my way again. Dominic isn't Jack's only offspring. Consider my interest piqued. He isn't. What, is there a love child tucked away somewhere? Some leverage we can hold over his head? Not quite. They were born out of wedlock, 2 girls who were 1 and 2 before Jack's wife kicked the bucket. He's got 2 daughters. I exchange a glance with Romero, who looks gobsmacked. You knew nothing about this? I'm not in the habit of keeping information from you, he reminds me. To his credit, he doesn't look offended, but I can only imagine it stings to know he missed something this big. They're 20 years old and currently living with their mother's family upstate. He rarely ever goes to see them but provides for them financially. Word has it he wants to keep them as far away from his work as possible. Sure. I bet it has nothing to do with them being girls rather than sons, I muse. That sort of mentality is far from foreign in our world. What do you plan on doing with this information? Romero questions, lifting an eyebrow. I know one of the girls was recently engaged to a kid from an upstanding family. They're in politics on a small scale, yet have plans to step things up and have plenty of profitable business interests. They consider themselves the next Kennedy family, and she'll make a good wife for a future senator. His smile spreads slowly. I think she'd do better married to a man like me. There's a moment of silence, a long one, and I expect Sebastian to laugh. When he doesn't, I look at Romero and find hesitation in his eyes. What are you saying? He finally asks. What does it sound like I'm saying? I'm reaching out to him, offering an alliance in exchange for an arranged marriage with his daughter. Another long pause. Part of me wonders if he's really serious, only the expression he's giving me shows no hint of humor. You're serious? I've already booked a room at Niagara Falls, he snickers. Do people still honeymoon there? Why? My anger is receding in the face of curiosity and disbelief. I have my reasons. Not a good enough response, Romero seethes. This time, I don't signal for him to stand down. He crosses the room and comes to a stop beside my desk so we can both glare at the kid. Sebastian shrugs. That's as much as I can tell you. I want her, she's going to be mine, and in return, he'll think he's getting my backing. He needs all the help he can get, especially with his warehouses mysteriously going up in flames. You might have inadvertently pushed my plans forward, come to think of it. If they're sisters, why not ask for the other one instead? No, that won't work. I don't need my sister-in-law marrying into a political family. If they had ties in our world, then it would be different. I could use that. But they're above that kind of thing. He rolls his eyes. Trust me, I've done my research. Something about this isn't clicking for me. It's clear from Romero's pensive expression that he's going through the same process of trying to put things together. And you said Jack's not going for it? How long have you been working on this? Without telling us? He leaves that part unspoken, though it's hanging over the room. Not long. It's been a little over a week since I reached out to him. Romero grunts his disgust, even as I manage to stay calm. You should have come to me first. That's not how I operate, and it's not how my father operated. I do what I feel is best, and I'm giving you the heads up out of respect, while also making sure you don't think I'm crossing you. I'm as committed as ever to eliminating that bastard, but I want something from him first. Once I get it, you can take whatever you want. Sitting back in the chair, he shrugs. I don't care. You don't want any of the assets we discussed splitting? I wouldn't say no to a nice chunk of cash, but it's the girl I'm most interested in. Usually, his cavalier attitude is something I chalk up to youth. He wants respect he hasn't yet earned, except this is a little much. What is so special about her? That's my business. I didn't come here to be interrogated. At first, I'm stunned into silence. Never, in my wildest dreams, would I have spoken that way to someone in my position when I was his age. Listen, and listen good, I murmur, lowering my tone. You're in my house now, kid. I was willing to overlook you walking in here like you own the place, but I won't be insulted in my own home. He holds my gaze unblinking until it's clear he gets the message as I glare right back at him. If you want to be considered a partner in this, you need to lay all your cards on the table, Romero informs him. The tick in his jaw and the slow, measured rise and fall of his shoulders tell me he is fighting to control himself. We need to have trust for this to go forward, and right now you are anything but trustworthy. Are you in the habit of letting him speak for you? Sebastian asks me, jerking a thumb in Romero's direction. Be calm. Don't take the bait. Romero is my second and trusted confidant. He knows what this empire stands for, and he knows the sacrifices that must be made. I think negotiating a deal with Jack is taking things a little too far. I remind him, my voice icy. Anyone else would be pissing their pants by now. Not this kid. He stands, palms on the desk, leaning down. He wants to loom over me, to overshadow me, to intimidate me. No, that's the problem here. I don't think I've gone far enough. You don't get to burn down shit that you said would be mine without consulting me first and then tell me how to conduct my business. You want this fucker wiped off the map? So do I. Although first, I'm going to get what I want. And what if he never goes for it? Romero asks, folding his arms. He could find a political alliance more beneficial than anything you're offering. Not with you burning his shit down? Don't you get it? He barks out a laugh. He's going to start getting desperate. He'll want all the help he can get. You just made things easier for me. I can almost feel the wedding band around my finger. And once Jack thinks he can use your money and your men to fight us, then what happens? He lifts a shoulder. It'll be a disappointing day for him, won't it? And if he threatens to hurt me for crossing him, I'll remind him of the pretty, soft, luscious girl he handed over to me. It would be a real shame if anything happened to her, wouldn't it? Would you follow through on that? I murmur, watching him closely. By then, she'll be mine, he reminds me with a sigh. Mine to do whatever I want with. And if he never agrees, I ask, even though I know the response. Then I'll take her anyway. I'd rather do things properly, with her father's blessing and all. His lips twitch in cold humor. But desperate times call for desperate measures. You can be a fucking psycho on your own, Romero fires back, and Sebastian only blurts out a laugh. I don't approve of the choice of language, yet, considering the unhinged note in his laughter, he might not be far off the mark. But that's not how we do business. Sebastian looks Romero up and down, wearing a cocky grin. What are you going to do about it? Come and huff and puff and blow my house down this time? Warning you now, it won't end well for you. You think? You're so fucking green, your balls have barely dropped, Romero growls. Mr. Torrio here has gone out of his way to be respectful towards you, but I don't owe you shit. You think so? Sebastian takes a step toward him, shoulders thrown back like the cocky, insolent little prick he is. Romero mimics his posture, taking a step of his own. I know so. Maybe we should take this outside. Nothing would give me more pleasure. Romero slips off his suit jacket, tossing it on the chair Sebastian left vacant. He starts undoing the buttons of his shirt and rolling up the sleeves on his forearms. I've been thinking for a while now about kicking your ass, since clearly you need a lesson in respect. All right, that's enough. Before they can leave the office and do something truly stupid, I step between them. You're not fighting each other. This isn't a goddamn middle school playground or a pissing contest. Sebastian snorts, leading me to turn his way. Don't eyeball me like that, I growl, and it's gratifying to watch him fall back a step instead of glaring at me like he was. It's time to set him straight on a few things, maybe past time. There's no negotiating. I want nothing to do with bringing innocent girls into this. Dominic is fair game since he's part of the life. Same thing with their crew. Nonetheless, we do not involve women or children. End of story. That's where we differ. Your old man wouldn't have done it this way either. Something close to frustration crosses his face before he wipes it away, lifting his chin. I'm not my old man, am I? There's a silent challenge in that question. For all his swagger and bravado, what he wants most is to prove himself. It's clear as day. Behind me, Romero snorts. That's an understatement. Fuck off! Sebastian snarls, lunging forward until the hand I place against his chest holds him still. He might chomp at the bit to take a swing at Romero, but he's not stupid enough to do the same to me. The wild, crazed look in his eyes says he might give it a shot in any case. You should have listened better when he tried to teach you, Romero taunts. Or maybe there was just no getting through your thick fucking skull. How thick is your skull? In a flash, Sebastian pulls out his piece, pointing it at the ceiling while glaring at Romero. You think it's thick enough to stop a bullet? That's it. Put the fucking gun away and leave. You've said your piece, you have your answers, and now it's time to go. Gripping him by the shoulder, I guide him toward the door, opening it before taking him down the hall. I snap my fingers when I catch sight of a guard at the other end. You're still welcome here, but not until you calm the hell down. Don't you ever pull a gun in my fucking home again. I'm letting this go one time, only out of respect for your late father. However, that's as far as my generosity goes. Next time, I'll let Romero kill you where you stand. The guard reaches us, and I give Sebastian a slight shove in his direction. He straightens out his jacket, concealing the gun again. Take Mr. Costello out to his car. Sebastian turns and points a finger toward my office. He's trembling with rage that leaves sweat beading at his temples. I'm going to need an apology from that prick if you expect us to do business together. It'll be a cold day in hell. I'll pass on the message. A jerk of my chin gets the men moving, and I watch until they round the corner to the entry hall. So much for that. If I can't trust an associate, we don't do business. He might still be helpful, but he's coming nowhere near my inner circle unless he makes amends. I will need a gesture of some sort to convince me he's worth trusting. Don't start with me, Romero warns without turning to face me when he hears me enter the room. He's standing at the window, watching Sebastian's progress while breathing hard, his fists clenched, shoulders rising and falling quickly. Maybe Sebastian isn't the only one who needs to be reminded of who he's speaking to. He releases a long breath before lowering his head. And now do you understand my feelings on that asshole? I always did. Do you think he'll go through with it? The girl, I mean? He glances at me over his shoulder, his eyebrow arched. I don't know, but I don't want any part of it. All I'm worried about is making sure it doesn't blow back on us, since he has no idea who he's fucking with. He'll only get so far on his family name, especially once word starts to spread of how unpredictable he is. Nobody wants to do business with a loose cannon. Those types have a way of suddenly disappearing without a trace. I'm sorry I lost my cool. He turns away from the window, still scowling, but his fists have loosened. That better be the last time I have to keep your brains from getting splattered across this room. I'll make a note of it. He rolls his head from side to side, shaking out the tension in his shoulders. That ignorant kid. An ignorant kid who got under his skin the way I've rarely seen anyone do. I can't spend the rest of the morning talking about this. We need to get off the subject. Didn't you say there was something you were planning on discussing this morning? His brows draw together in time with the pressing together of his lips. Not that I expected great news, but this doesn't bode well. Right. It took some digging, but I got one of my contacts in the police department to draw up a list of people they knew were taking money on the side around the time Mrs. Cole was murdered. I'd think this would brighten his mood. We've been trying to get our hands on names for weeks. And are we looking at a lot of names? A considerable amount, he tells me, pulling out his cell phone and handing the device to me. Although there's one in particular I thought would interest you. I looked into all of them, and it's him. The name might as well be written in bold print. It leaps out at me, carrying the sort of ramifications I hadn't considered until this very minute. My heart sinks as the enormity of the situation becomes clear. Ken Miller. You're sure it's the Ken we know? Positive. I wanted to be sure, so I did some internet searching. It's him. The man her father trusts above all others, a crooked cop. The perverse part of me is almost gleeful, imagining how this would shatter the last of that sanctimonious asshole's illusions. This isn't about him. Not entirely. We can't let her find out, I murmur, handing the phone back. Why do I feel numb? It would crush her. Finding out her father's best friend was in on the take? He sighs, shaking his head. Damn right it would. And you know Charlie can't find out about it. They're still friends. Right. No way the Great White Knight would stand for that. As soon as he confronts Ken, it would mark the end of him being useful to us. Hell, Charlie might blow his brains out. He's that unhinged. We don't know yet who was paying him, though, so we've got to keep that in mind. The thing about reaching my position is you don't get there without sharp instincts. Instincts can't be turned on and off at will, especially not when a man doesn't want to face reality. I have to face the possibility of a time when the last of my little bird's illusions shatter. I hate to imagine being the one to shatter them, but it might be better coming from me, come to think of it. Not yet, however. I need more information before I can do anything with this. Let's dig deeper and find out who was paying him. Will do. Romero heads to his office while I sit back in my chair and rub my tired eyes, hoping for Bianca's sake that her mother's killer wasn't someone she was supposed to trust.
Bianca. I honestly didn't think Callum would give me the space I needed. Sure, I asked for it. I physically removed myself from the bedroom. I've gone out of my way to avoid him, sneaking around the house when I know he's busy in his office, basically pulling a Tatum otherwise. I've done a lot of reading and caught up on a lot of shows that I've been meaning to binge. The nights are tough, especially since I've gotten used to sleeping next to him, and being alone isn't easy. I doubt it's any easier on him. It sort of gives me hope in a way. He's not trying to push himself on me the way he would have done before. There's no begging or forcing. He's not chasing me through the house or seducing me, which I have never, ever been able to fight back against. It's like my Achilles heel, the sexual chemistry between us. Only he hasn't taken advantage of that. I wish I could believe this means he's genuinely turned over a new leaf, but a big part of me can't help but be suspicious. Is this his way of yesing me to death? Playing along to keep me from walking away for good? Thank you for being so understanding. I skimmed the rest of the email to make sure there are no typos, then send it off to my manager. The fact that I still have a job is a miracle. No, I don't really want it, but that doesn't mean I want to be a total jerk and no call, no show. This latest leave of absence would probably get anybody else fired, but everybody seems understanding. If I didn't know better, I'd think Callum was behind all of this. Wait, who am I kidding? I don't know better. I'd bet he called somebody and fixed things for me. The more I think about it, the more obvious it looks. If I had any desire to speak to him right now, I'd march downstairs and tear him a new one for once again interfering where he wasn't invited. The thing is, I have no desire to speak to him yet. It's been a week, and I still have nothing to say that wouldn't end things immediately. That's not what I want. Out of everything, all the confusion and sadness, and even with the sense of betrayal still fresh, I still don't want us to come to an end. I can't live without him. I just don't know how to be with him right now, that's all. A week of thinking about it hasn't helped anything. I doubt a month would. Our entire relationship has been a puzzle. Why would things change now? One thing I do know, I need to get out of the house. Acting like a hermit might work for Tatum, but I need something more than the same four walls, or I will start going out of my mind. It can't be healthy for the baby either, lying around when I don't need to. Sneaking up and down the stairs while listening to make sure Callum isn't nearby, dreading the slap, slap, slap of his shoes against the hard floor, knowing the second I set eyes on him, I'll want to give in. That's no way to live. Yet here I am, refusing to go. No matter how many times I turn the situation around in my mind, I can't get any closer to making sense of it. I should go. This should be the end. Nobody would put up with this sort of shit. And if I was on the outside of this situation and listening to a good friend tell me about the kinds of things I've been through, I might tell her to go. For good. However, there's a difference between standing on the outside and being on the inside. I understand that better now than I ever did before. I understand him and why he does what he does. And damn it, I love him. I can't walk away from somebody I love, especially when I'm carrying his child. Yeah, I definitely need to get out of this house. After pulling on a sweater and leggings, I add a pair of sneakers and go to the door to listen for any signs of him. I'm not afraid. That much I know. He won't hurt me. No, I'm afraid, as I tiptoe down the hall with my heart in my throat, that if I see him, it's over. My anger will melt into a puddle I'll slip in and inevitably land in Callum's arms. I get the sense that if I don't hold out and make him understand what he did and why it hurts so much, I'll never get another opportunity again. The upstairs hall is clear, as is the vast winding staircase. I remember back when this house felt foreign to me. It took forever to feel comfortable walking around on my own, no matter how many times Tatum told me I could. Compared to where I grew up, this is a palace. Now, here I am, jogging down the stairs, leaning over the railing occasionally to see if anyone is coming my way. It's ludicrous, and I know it, but that's not enough to stop me. I don't need anybody asking where I'm going and reporting back to Callum. Besides, I'm not sure where I'm going. Away from here, that's all I know for sure. I reach the bottom of the stairs, and my gait slows a little when I look toward the door leading to Tatum's wing. She used to leave it open sometimes, back when we were younger. Now it's always closed. She lives in her own world of pain and loneliness. I don't even know if she's up, or dressed, or anything. I don't even know if she'd want to spend time with me if I asked. How is it that we've drifted so far apart? When footsteps ring out, I have no choice but to either leave now or risk getting caught up with Callum and probably arguing about whether it's okay for me to go out alone. I'm not trying to take a massive risk. I know better than to parade myself around after what's already happened. That's not going to fly with Callum, though, and I know it. So, instead of approaching my best friend and asking her to take a drive with me, I bolt, scurrying outside. It doesn't feel right, running from the house like this. Even so, I can't face him now.